So my brothers and my sisters, as we embrace this urgency of creating the beloved community, now is the time to be love. Love means understanding redemptive goodwill toward all which seeks nothing in return. So be love by implementing the demands of justice to eliminate the school to prison pipeline that has so many black children entrapped. Be love by correcting voting policies that seek to suppress the votes of millions of black and brown people. Be love and implement the demands of justice by transforming a society that is disproportionately violent toward black lives, including black transgendered lives and indigenous lives. Be love and correct false narratives and economic policies that continue to divide and pit poor and working class black and white people against each other. Be love and implement demands of justice where systems and structures are deconstructed and lead the way of living in community that reimagines just, humane, equitable, and sustainable policies, practices, and behaviors. Love your enemies. Bless them that curse you. Do good to them who hate you, and pray for them that despitefully use you and abuse you. Be love and do justice and love mercy and walk humbly with our God.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the Beloved Community Global Summit. Cameron, how are you today?
I am having an exceptional day. Good morning to everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the Beloved Community Global Summit. Dr. Rod, we already had a great day 1. There were so many amazing things that happened, and we got a part 2. Man, I cannot wait to get started.
Yes. I think of all the panels I'm so excited about to tune in today. I'm super excited to hear your panel, Cameron, that you're doing towards the end of the day, because it's with my teammates, and we're talking about that pathway to the beloved community. At the King Center, we talk about the beloved community is where injustice ceases and love prevails. How is it that we're showing up in love? How are you showing up in love today, this morning, Cameron?
You know what? Sometimes showing up in love means being willing to do things that you don't all the time want to do, and being able to create space for other people. I think something I've learned in this season, Dr. Ross, and how to use nonviolence is that a lot of people are going through a lot of different things. Everybody's having their own individual experience. So when I ask myself, how can I be a change agent in these settings? Meaning, how can I be a listener? How can I be an empathizer? How can I make room for other people to be able to express their humanity? I really want to make sure that I'm present in doing that for the people that I'm close to today.
Yeah, that's good. All of that you just said absolutely encapsulates our theme, which is it starts with me. Yeah. And it absolutely, when we're talking about our mindset, it does. It starts with us. The 3 points from the summit are, number 1, cultivating that beloved community mindset. And as we talked about, and Dr. King did this so well yesterday, that you don't just take an eraser and go, okay, this doesn't work for me anymore. You can't just erase something. You've got to replace it, not erase it, replace it. And what are you putting in? What are you taking into your body? We talked about that yesterday afternoon. One of the quotes that we hear oftentimes around this time of year from Dr. King is the time is always right to do right. And we hear that attributed to him. In Letter from Birmingham Jail, however, what he says is the time is always ripe, R-I-P-E, to do right. And when we talk about cultivating, we talk about that fruit. We talk about what it is that you're putting in, what is it that's coming out. As we said yesterday, it's not that you sow a seed and reap a seed. You sow a seed and you reap a whole harvest of seeds. Y'all, the time is ripe to do right. The time is, it starts with me, and we're cultivating that mindset to transform unjust systems. Absolutely.
Yo,
so excited.
And that wasn't even included in today's sessions. You just got some gems that were dropped on you by Dr. Ross. So I love that. But again, you're absolutely right. I think one of the great things is that sometimes we ask ourselves, what if I'm not strong enough? What if I'm not vocal enough? What if I don't have the personality? What if I don't have the resources? What if I don't? Well, the question shouldn't be, what if I don't? The question will be, what will happen when you do? Change will be made when you move. Change will be made when you believe that you have the skill set and the determination to get the job done. And I love that you brought that quote up. Right. Rightness means that we are always in season. Rightness means that is always on time. Rightness means that you here and now have everything that you need to be the leader, the nonviolent global leader that you are meant to be. So this is absolutely excellent, Dr. Ross.
Yes. Envisioning a house, a world house, where injustice is no longer and where love prevails. We talk about the Be Love Pledge. I read the Be Love Pledge every single morning with my husband in our quiet time at 5:30 in the morning. And then when I come in my office, then I read it again to set the tone for the day. And my favorite line in the entire pledge is, I pledge to allow love to drive my thoughts, words, decisions, and actions, and honor the humanity of every individual. What does it look like if all 8 billion of us talk about it starts with me, start where you are, and we can all do something? Every single one of us can love every single one of us, right? If we allow love to drive our thoughts and our words and our decisions, if we're honoring the humanity, it's like we talked about yesterday. You don't call somebody out, you call somebody in. Love is such a beautiful magnet. I love you, Cameron, friend. I love you so much. I think it's important to say that across the world.
I love you too, Dr. Ross. Yeah, absolutely. And again, y'all, I think one of the great things about nonviolence, that it doesn't just teach us how to love on the outside and the external world and the community, but how to love yourself well. That's one of the processes of being able to practice nonviolence. When you're able to sit with yourself, identify with who you are, and say that I am enough, I am loved. And because I am loved, I can then give this love back to the world, that agape love that our CEO, Dr. Bernice King, loves to reference. So it's going to be an exceptional day, Dr. Ross, and we got a lot of great sessions coming up as well.
Yes. Well, I know I mentioned the session that you're moderating with some other of my certified trainer family. And then, of course, ending the day with Where Do We Go From Here, which is the title of Dr. Martin Luther King's last book. But tell us what's on the docket for today, Cameron.
Woo! Well, y'all, buckle up, because it's going to be a great day. Right after this, we have How the Quest for Power and Self-Centered Security Derailed the Course for Humanity. Now, that is a wordplay. I cannot wait for that.
Yes. I'll be taking a lot of notes in there.
Absolutely. And then right after that, we have an excellent session, The Climate Crisis, transitioning from the mindset that got us into the mindset that will get us out. I love the wordplay that we got going on today as well. And then after that, we have How Media Influences Mindset. Talk about the things that you're taking in, the things that Dr. Bernice King talked about yesterday. How do you allow yourself to be fed? And then that way, how are you then feeding your mindset? And then after that, we have the Beloved Community Mindset, Up from the Hubris of Racism. It's going to be a great in-depth discussion about racism, the catastrophe of racism, and how do we go about addressing the issues that we're seeing today. And then after that, we have Nonviolence as the Pathway to Creating the Beloved Community. It's going to be a great conversation with some of our NV365 trainers. And then we'll have a partner conversation with people that have partnered with the King Center. And it's going to be an excellent conversation. There are so many great organizations doing a lot of amazing work. And then finally, as you said, we will then get into a conversation of where do we go from here with the one and the only Dr. Bernice A. King. So y'all, it's going to be a great day all the way around. So make sure that you're locked in, make sure that you're keyed in, because today, hey, you might want to take some notes, because there's some life-changing information that will be shared.
Absolutely. I know how many notes I took yesterday. And again, as a certified trainer, I always have something to learn. And so for those of you that are just starting your journey as a nonviolence practitioner, just understand that that there will always be somebody to learn from, that there will always be another way that you can implement it. And Dr. King's last book, Where Do We Go From Here? The next part is Chaos or Community. We have that choice today. We have that choice. And if we're cultivating that beloved community mindset, our choice is going to be community. Our choice is not to end up in chaos. And all the experts that are sharing their expertise today, I'm super excited about that.
Yeah, and I think that's a great question. What does it mean to choose community? What does it mean to choose chaos? And I think sometimes people might feel pressure. You hear that question like, well, how do I know when I'm choosing one or the other? Well, again, that's a part of the process of nonviolence. As you're embarking on your journey, you will learn. The more time you spend with it, the more time you spend with the materials, you spend with Dr. King and his writings, then the more you'll understand that even things that might seem innocent or harmless can actually have violence tied into it, and they can be chaotic. But there are ways you can choose community and choose love and choose others. But again, we'll learn all that along the way. So it's going to be a great, great day to learn that stuff.
Yes. I am delighted just to be with my World House family, and for everybody that's going to watch these recordings and truly understand the absolute power of nonviolence and how you incorporate that into your life. The King Center's definition of nonviolence is it's a love-centered way. So making sure that we're love-centered, thinking, speaking, engaging, and acting. So what thoughts am I having? And then what are my actions? How am I engaging with each other, with folks? So it's not only my own actions, but we impact others. And it leads to personal and then cultural and then societal transformation. Again, it goes back to, it starts with me and taking all of that in and then figuring out, because honestly, Cameron, sometimes my mind can get a little, I can get a little overwhelmed if I start thinking, do I need to address racism? Do I need to address climate change? Do I need to address, and the thing is, because there's 8 billion of us, then we don't have to be all the things.
Yeah.
We get to choose the areas that are most speaking to us. And I'm sure you deal with that a lot with the young people that you deal with, helping them decide where it is they're putting their focus.
Yeah. And, we have the Rethink podcast in which we do conversations for millennials and for Gen Z. We have the Beloved Community Leadership Academy. That's, again, Mr. Ian Moore. Mr. Donald Bullock is over Students with King. So we have a lot of programs that are dedicated toward how do we reach young adults, teenagers, and even below that, children. And one of the things that children, young people, I think have taught a lot of us is there are very real emotions that come with doing this work. And again, with everything that happened, Dr. Roz, in 2020, from COVID and the pandemic, and then obviously, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, really ever since that point in time, we've had a lot of calamities, but now it's just how do we help people to be able to deal with the trauma that they are experiencing and then not lose the hope to continue to push forward for change in the world. And again, I don't know where you might be listening to this. I don't know if you're in the United States. I don't know if you're somewhere across the world, but wherever you may be, you have gone through trauma. And that trauma, Dr. Rod, can create PTSD.
Yes.
And with that PTSD, sometimes you can feel arrested in your spirit as if I don't want to do anymore because I just feel so taxed. Well, again, the good thing about nonviolence and the great thing about learning the work of Dr. King is that you then learn how to internalize how you feel, how to process how you feel. And then that way you can take your experiences and you can give healing.
Yes.
Not contempt, but give healing to the world because you have gone through the process of healing yourself. So again, whether it's personal relationship, whether it's community violence, whether it's political violence, whether it's racism, poverty, militarism, whether it's climate change, you will have the tools to deal with it because you have been healed yourself through nonviolence. And that is really the key, Dr. Ross.
Yes. And you said something so critical there. You said push forward. So oftentimes we're taught to push down our emotions. And what you're saying is we push forward through them. We address them. We bring them forward. We say, what is it that we're going to use this? Because when we stuff it down, then that's internal harm. But when we push forward, then it's bringing those forward. It's acknowledging those pieces and also saying nonviolence offers me that hope. Nonviolence offers me that choice. Nonviolence says chaos or community, and I get to make that choice. And then I get to be love-centered in the way I make those decisions.
So y'all, again, if you thought that first 15 minutes gave you a little bit of something, this ain't nothing. You ain't seen nothing yet. So it's going to be an exceptional day. We got day two of the Beloved Community Global Summit. Y'all, I'm excited. Can't wait to see y'all in a couple hours. Enjoy your day. Enjoy the speakers. It's going to be wonderful.
All right. Love to each one of you watching. Love to you, Cameron. Appreciate y'all so much. Welcome to day 2.
Love. Now, I know many of you saying, what do you mean by love? Because people have so many different understandings of love. What I am talking about is not the powerless, the weak, and the anemic love. No, no, no. I'm talking about be love and implement the demands of justice. Be love and use your power to correct everything that stands against love. The urgency of now is to dig in and create the beloved community by rising up to be love. Let's go forward in this moment and bridge the divides. Let's go forward to create the beloved community. Let's go forward and rise up to be love.
Welcome. Such a great intro to this panel. So welcome back to the King Center's 2023 Beloved Community Summit. I am Jill Savitt. I am the CEO and president of the National Center for Civil and Human Rights here in Atlanta. And I will be moderating a panel today that is entitled, How the Quest for Power and Self-Centered Security Derailed the Course of Humanity. We're going to explore how this I must win, I, me, mine, us versus them mentality, how that and the desires to conquer at the expense of lives and community have affected us, where that leads us. And we will examine how to reconcile, how we get back to who we were before we got derailed. So with that, I have some people joining me for this discussion today, and I want to introduce our panelists. So I'm going to call out each one of them and have them say where they're from, what organization they represent, and how they come to be part of the Beloved Community Summit. So first, I would like to introduce Dr. Gail Christopher.
Hello. Hi, I'm Gail Christopher, Executive Director of the National Collaborative for Health Equity, and it's my honor to be part of this global summit, I think for the second time. I think I participated about 2 years ago.
Right. It's great to see you again, Dr. Christopher.
Yes.
Next, we have Greta Tellis. Greta.
Hi, everyone. I'm Greta Rios from Mexico. I know my name is very long and very confusing, so don't worry. I am here for the third time. I really love this gathering of super amazing people and minds and hearts. I'm calling now as the Community Building Director at an organization called People Powered, but I'm also a founder of Olin, which is a Mexican NGO devoted to democracy. So I've been working with democracy, in particular participatory democracy, for many years now. Thank you.
Wonderful. And Yusuf Enriquez.
Hello, good morning. Yusuf Enriquez, founder and CEO of Indigenous AI. We are a for-profit company that's driving precision health equity using emerging technologies such as next-gen sequencing. And our goal is to increase more diversity in clinical trials so that the benefits of these and efficaciousness of the drugs that we're taking in vaccine benefits all, including Black and brown populations. Pleasure to be here. And I think this is my second time as well being invited. So pleasure to meet the rest of the panelists and the moderator as well.
Yeah, welcome to you all. So we're going to have a wide-ranging conversation about how we got to this place and what we can do about it. And to frame our conversation, we have two quotations from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. that I'm going to read to just set the tone for our conversation. Those are, power without love is reckless and abusive, and love without power is sentimental and anemic. Power at its best is love implementing the demands of justice, and justice at its best is love correcting everything that stands against love. And then the second quotation is, in spite of spectacular strides in science and technology, and still unlimited ones to come, something basic is missing. There is a sort of poverty of the spirit which stands in glaring contrast to our scientific and technological abundance. The richer we have become materially, the poorer we have become morally and spiritually. We have learned to fly the air like birds and swim the sea like fish, but we have not learned the simple art of living together as brothers. And I'll add, as sisters. So let's let that ring in our ears for just a moment as we think about this idea of how we got derailed. And so I would like to start with that and do a round robin with each of you about this idea. We weren't always this disconnected. We weren't always this polarized. I don't know if you were first, do you agree with that? Is this a new or a deeper level of disharmony that we feel? What has happened to us to bring us to this moment where it feels like a cultural food fight, a political food fight, an emotional food fight that we're in? Dr. Christopher, maybe we could start with you. Have we always been this way, or is this a new level of low?
You know, I think there's a tendency to romanticize the past, and but I think I'm not a historian or an anthropologist, so I have to put out that caveat. But I think if you look at the Western civilization and the evolution of the Western mind, it's been shaped by a set of beliefs that have led to this hierarchy of societies and values. I think if you look at more indigenous cultures all around the world and their interaction with what we call the Western mind and they used to call it the Enlightenment era and the European mind, then you saw this clash of cultures. I believe that, you know, many of our African ancestors and indigenous cultures around the world, the sense of community, the sense of connectedness, the sense of connection not only to one another but to nature and to the natural forces upon which we depend. I think those values are endemic in many of the cultures of indigenous people. So to say, have we always been this way? I think it has to do with who's the we, and it has to do with, you know, the historic dynamics or the dominant belief systems. If we come to America, America was founded on selfishness and greed and this false belief in a hierarchy of humanity. And we've never dealt with that. We've never jettisoned that core belief. And so I think it just continues to grow and manifest in our society.
Yeah. Thank you for that context setting. Greta, how do you think that we're at a new low? And in particular, listening to Dr. Christopher, yes, a lot of this has been in place. Technology and the speed at which hate can circulate now feels like it's adding fuel to a fire that maybe is long simmering. How do you feel the nature of political conversation and has changed, or has it changed?
Well, it certainly is a very important question, I think. I do think that politically we are at a very obscure time throughout the world. This is not a US based problem or any country based problem. To be honest, I hadn't felt that this possibility of maybe we're not waking up as humanity tomorrow since the 80s. So I do think that there is something going on out there that is very dark, but also that is an opportunity for us to understand where we're standing. I really think that, I don't know, maybe some years ago in 2016, I really think that we that we came to realize that we weren't as advanced as we thought. And what I'm referring to is I really thought that we as humanity, we had evolved out of things like racism and exclusion and, this far right, far left movement. And 2016 came to teach us that that is not the case, that we are still in a very polarized society, that we are still having different conditions and different opportunities for different groups of people, and that we were just hiding from it, that we were just not seeing it for what it is. So it's really sad, and it's really, really, really worrying to me, because I mean, like, I've been working my whole life, and I'm pretty sure that all of you in this panel and a lot of the people who are watching are in the same situation. We've been working so hard to get there, and I really thought, and we really thought that we had advanced a little bit more, but we haven't. So I think this is a time for reflection. This is a time to understand where we stand and what we can do to get there, because otherwise I don't see a lot of future happening, and that is very, very worrisome.
Thank you for that. So it's always been, and maybe it was under the surface, and leaders around the world gave permission in many ways by leading from a place of hate, gave permission for hate that was always there to come to the fore in maybe new ways, but maybe just the same old ways. And then there's technology that supercharges it. Yusuf, you work in the field of science and technology and the ways that those things impact society. Do you think that we're prepared for science and technology in the conditions that we find ourselves, of people of polarization and discontent?
I know that it's all a great question, and I think always good feedback that we got from Dr. Christopher and Ms. Rios. What I'm seeing is what's disappointing was, during the George Floyd era over the last 2 years, toppled with the pandemic, to the point, I think technology helped highlighted how polarized we were, because previously to technology, you would just hear about these things. And I think, a lot of us wanted and hoped that we were in a better place. But technology is really, with the power of a cell phone, as you can see, have highlighted, I think, things that has been going on before I was born. So I think, those are things that I've seen technology do on one end that has, really brought attention to the polarization at the level that it's been. I do agree that over the last, 6-7 years, that it's been done at the highest point that I've ever seen it. Previously, it was pretty much done in silo, but I think, to your point, leaders around the globe have kind of given permission to show the type of high level hate, and then technology was there to capture it, which is, I think, is a little different from the 60s and the 70s when that wasn't possible. And it's the same thing in science, and where, I'm a little bit worried, and why I started Indigenous, because you're still seeing that digital divide. Even though we're moving into the 21st century, we're now seeing bias in some of these technologies that are supposed to be helping streamline and bring different communities within healthcare and science together. We're starting to see that be a little bit more polarized and divided, where it's still the wealthy and the rich that are benefiting from some of these technology. Although, again, low and middle income countries are still suffering. And that gives you an example with the vaccines, right? 1.2 billion people on the continent were waiting for the Western countries to throw away or feel like giving African countries, and other third world countries vaccine that we had here stockpiled. And that's where the level of where I've seen humanity kind of shift, because even in a pandemic, there was still economic gain put over life. And so that was real disappointing to me from a healthcare standpoint in a public health crisis. So yeah, I think technology has kind of highlighted how divided we are and polarized we are, and you know, again, how we fix it. I think that's why we have this panel here to kind of dive into some of those things and reflect on how we could make sure that we're not going into the future with those same mindsets.
That's a great segue to really the essence of this panel, which is this I and mine must win ideology. I, me, mine. We live in a culture where that is the norm. That's the air we breathe. How can people begin to resist that? What kinds of steps can individuals take to keep a community focus and think about the rising tide that would lift all the boats rather than selfishness? How do we combat the atmosphere of selfishness as individuals and come together to oppose it? Again, we'll go around and get some thoughts. So again, Dr. Christopher, I'll start with you.
Well, I appreciate my colleagues on the panel and agree with what's been said. You know, this is really a spiritual journey. The mindset and the heart set, which is in alignment with the beloved community principles. The answer to the how is it starts with me. You know, it starts with my belief. It starts with how I feel I deserve love so that I can extend that love that I have received to others. The work of transforming our society on so many levels, the love that has to become our ethos, it starts with individuals. It starts with a capacity to love ourselves and to extend that love to others. Those who call themselves strong men leaders and who are so proposed or predisposed to violence and hatred, underneath that is a great deal of fear and a great deal of self-hatred. And I believe that Dr. King and his wife, Coretta Scott King, I know they understood that spiritual dimension. And so one of the ways that we start and move this journey forward is through this transformation of ourselves into a state of appreciation for the divine and the natural forces that are, in fact, the most powerful forces in the universe. That's the real power. And I believe that way of being is, as I said, very characteristic of many of the indigenous cultures in the world, including my own African ancestors.
I'll just stay on this for a second with you, Dr. Christopher. It is so hard in the moment when people are saying hateful things, or when you even see people interacting in the supermarket or wherever you are in hateful ways, to feel love. It is hard to do that. What advice do you have for people to cultivate that mindset?
I believe it's definitely different types of self-discipline are required. You know, the mind-body arena in terms of meditating, prayer is a very important tool. You know, having the disciplines to where we practice every day out in a love mindset. I believe that the mindset we carry has a lot to do with what we attract into our experience. And so it really does start with the self, and it also gets reinforced in terms of being in relationship with others, where this expectation, you know, of love and kindness and generosity of spirit, that it really is the predominant. Now, there's a lot of work for us to do as activists, you know, and I'm so impressed, Youssef, with the work you're doing with artificial intelligence, because, you know, our algorithms that we are using today, they embody the hierarchy belief systems. They embody in many ways the hate and discrimination that has characterized our society from its inception. So we have to challenge that, and we really have to come to that work. But to get through it without trauma, to get through it with minimal trauma, requires that we develop some self-care and self-disciplines that enable us to stay in a less stressful more generative and more positive mindset.
Thank you for that. Greta, the people we elect set a tone for society, and you work on democracy protection and healthy democracy. How is it that we can make this a priority for leaders to set a different kind of tone?
Well, I would start by asking the people to demand having selfless leaders, which is something that we're not seeing a lot these days. It appears to me that leaders maybe and maybe I am romanticizing the past as Dr. Christopher just said, but it seems to me that leaders, at least the ones that you read about in history books, they were more about having a sense of mission and having a sense of leading the people and having a sense of giving back to the society. And for me, what I'm seeing in leaders around the world right now, it's more about a quest for power and glory and fame and things that do not necessarily combine with being in power. So it's very easy for people who become elected for the wrong reasons to lose it, no, to just go wild and start doing weird things. So I think what we need to do as citizens is demand having better quality leaders, no, and I know it's hard, no, sometimes when you're voting in the US, you have two options, and like none of them are amazing, none of them are loving, none of them are, but that's not going to change if we as citizens do not change. And I think as societies, we also need to somehow overcome this concept of the zero sum approach, where whatever I win means that someone else has to lose it. That's not how it works, people. Like, we can create value together. We can make the pie bigger, which means that I can gain and you can gain together if we work together. If we stay on the course of things the way that we're working right now, of course it's going to be a zero sum forever. But if we really, really, really put our minds and our work to it, we can truly create a society where everyone is gaining more. But we have to work for it, and I'm not sure. I hope we are ready. That is an assumption that I do every day because otherwise I would not be working for democracy. But I really think that we need to step up to this challenge.
Thank you for that. Yusuf, you work in a field where there's a huge profit motive around medications, and there's a short-term thinking that happens because ill health of any community affects the health of the entire community, but it's not how the business end is set up. What can be done? What do you see as works to change that dynamic, to change the mindset to a more communal approach to something like public health?
I know, great insight there. I think, where we have to start from is, unfortunately, pandemics help do a little bit of resetting for us, right? We realize that everyone on this panel are for the greater good, and each one of us here would, provide value to our public health system. And so, because I speak in the lens of health and public health and technology, I see an opportunity right now for us to show the value of what it means to come together as a globe to solve some of these huge pandemic issues that we're going to be facing. This won't be the only one. And to Ms. Rios' point, if we don't come together, we'll continue to lose millions of lives for no reason and for an economic gain. And so I think it's the policies of each country in being able to work together that's going to really drive, precision health and medicine going forward. And for over 40, 50 years, it's been predominantly European white males. So you could see the disparities that was already embedded in the current medication we were taking. And so I think what's been very good for us as society is understanding that we're not going to be able to solve some of these large public health issues by ourselves. The US is not going to be the first, or Europe or England not going to be the first, second to from that winning mentality. This is actually going to require large Western and African countries coming together and solving for something that put the entire globe out of commission the 2 years, which was the pandemic and COVID. So I think, unfortunately, it takes catastrophic events for us to realize that we need each other, so that we could start having that mindset of trying to change that, winner takes all mentality, and start to work together as communities, because we all know that, without each other, we're not going to be able to strengthen the ecosystem on how to handle global challenges like the pandemic and other issues. So that's where, again, I think public health has a huge impact right now within this ecosystem, and trying to change the narrative of having this winner take all mentality. And then again, forcing some of these large pharmaceutical companies. I mean, just give you an example of Medicare, Medicaid. I mean, what my grandmother and grandparents are paying from medication with the salaries that they have is just absolutely ridiculous. And so, we've started to see some tightening of the belt around, making sure that, our senior citizens are getting some level of benefit from being that they've worked all their lives and being able to afford the medication that they need, instead of, going into bankruptcy trying to just live day to day, which is a tragedy. So, hopefully what we're seeing is a shaping of, policies from different government regulators here in the US, and hopefully that could kind of spread throughout other countries as we move forward in being a bigger goal into solving global issues like, pandemics and others.
Yeah, I want to, it occurs to me, it is clear that there is progressive organizations have identified ideological adversaries, people with whom we disagree on major policy questions. That's very clear. I'm wondering how each of you would rate the state of cooperation among different organizations, coalitions that largely agree. A lot of organizations suffered budgetary cuts, and there's huge competition, often among allies, for resources in order to do the work that we all do. There have been times where there's been competition among groups that ordinarily align. How have you seen the alignment of groups that ordinarily work together? How are coalitions faring in this I, me, mine mindset? Have you all seen progress on that front? Do you feel that coalitions are working well together right now? It's hard not to be influenced by the larger culture in which we all operate. Greta, I'll start with you on that. How is the coalition situation among organizations that you work with?
Oh, you gave me the hard one, huh? I was expecting to piggyback right on Gail's answer. No, I think we're having a hard time, to be honest. In Mexico, in particular, we're living a very, very big polarization thing. So, for example, we are having right now, for the first time in many years, a government that does not believe in civil society. So funds like official funds for NGOs have been cut down to zero. But not only that, no, we're also facing, like persecution. We get a lot of messages from the IRS, no, like, hey, you have been selected to go on there and audit again, no. So we're having to deal with all of this, and of course that has made the environment very, very like hostile. So there's a lot of competition going on. There is a lot of finger pointing. There is a lot of organizations that used to work together now not working together, and it is us falling into a trap, right? Which, I mean, somehow seems unavoidable, because when you're fighting for survival, and I think this has to do also with the main topic of this panel, like, I have to look after myself first, right? I have to make sure that me and my family are okay, and then everybody else, right? So that is happening in civil society right now in Mexico. So it's like everyone its own, like, save yourselves, right? And of course, that is making us weaker, and that is making us fail the people that we serve. But it's really hard. I mean, like, we have been trying to build bigger coalitions. We have been trying, for example, to organize civil society, to do things together, and things like that. But there is this sense of mistrust, and there is this sense of who are you, like, who asked you to be the leader, right? So yeah, these are things that we will have to overcome, and I really hope that we can do it in a proper way. But it's really hard to speak from the language of love when the people that you're trying to connect with are listening only to the language of fear, right? So yeah, so that's what's happening. I don't have an answer on how to do this. Like, my answer every day is to keep on believing, and to keep on working, and to try and get people to connect and communicate and stuff. But to be honest, it's not a very easy thing to do right now, and it's getting more and more complicated.
Yeah, I want to thank you for your honesty in diagnosing that. I think sometimes among our organizations, we don't call attention to this, but in my experience, it is one of the major stumbling blocks. We hobble ourselves before we even get to the line, and it's because resources are tight, and we need to take care of our staffs and our organizations and make sure that we function, because people have given us donations and we have to fulfill our obligations. And that often puts us at odds with the very people we should ally with to help us. Yusuf, are you seeing this same kind of dynamic in your field?
Oh, absolutely. It's the war for data has quadrupled in the last 2 years. And what we're starting to see is that groups that, should be working together it's a fight for data, because data is the new oil, if you want to frame that. And so in the healthcare sector, we're starting to see a lot of polarization amongst companies, because what we were hoping is to have unity and have individuals to come together to get a better healthcare system where we're not siloed. But what I've seen with some of the large healthcare system is a little bit more even divided, because it's the same amount of individuals that's here in the U.S., and that data now becomes an economic driver, as you mentioned earlier, for the individual, for stakeholders and shareholders. And so that's hampering some of the health progress that we could do as a community. So I give you an example. Our goal is to increase more diversity in clinical trials. It's tough when you have other companies that are being persuaded to collect that data from underserved, underpopulated communities, and then having that being, in silos for different companies in order to say they have 25% more diverse population in their healthcare system than the other, because it doesn't really solve the overall goal. Because the initiatives are to bring together a large data set from multiple populations and underserved and demographics, including women and minorities, so that we could start to find other areas and targets, instead of just continuously developing drugs using 95% European white males. And so, while we had that common goal going into COVID, I've started to see a lot of the divide with us missing out. Some of the different communities are missing out on opportunities to work with larger coalitions and communities because of this need to be the first to aggregate large data set. And so, unfortunately, when these things happen, no one wins, right? It's the reverse of what individuals think. But to your point, it's an economic model that is driving the top 50 and top 500, industry companies. And so they're pretty much on a downhill road. There's no brakes. They can't turn back. And so we're starting to see a lot of companies like myself doing the innovation and trying to build smaller communities to work together to achieve, the greater good around healthcare. But it's a little disappointing that at the level that we are with modernization and technology, we're as divided as we were when we didn't have technology, which is a little bit disappointing.
So, Dr. Christopher, no pressure. No pressure, but I always find I'm uplifted from your wise counsel. We came into this session talking about individuals changing their mindset, and certainly that is one of the solutions to this. But this is an organizational challenge where progressive organizations are finding it hard to ally and work together because of the larger environment in which we operate is corporate and capitalist and all these other things. What kind of advice and wisdom do you have for NGOs to try and iron out these differences that are relative, that are this competition that prevents us from moving forward united?
Well, thank you for the penetrating question. And I thank both Greta and Youssef for the powerful and honest, transparent answers that you've given. I'll draw from my experience. I had the privilege of being inside philanthropy for a number of years. And we learned from our indigenous grantees, we were going to give a grant at one point and we wanted them to compete for the grant. And they came together and told us we could keep our money if we in fact wanted them to compete. It was the most revelatory moment, right? They said, no, that's not how we operate. We don't compete. But if you can't give money to all of us, then keep it, right? And so it really set up a mind shift within those who were, in power in that moment in terms of the philanthropy. And so when I joined the organization and we committed to achieving racial equity, we knew we had to fund the leaders in the field, all of the civil rights and racial justice organizations. And, because they're the shoulders we were going to stand on if we had this as our platform. But we just made one requirement. We gave them all large operating grants, but we said, we ask you to work together. We ask you to come together on a quarterly basis. We ask you to work together. It was not easy. Really, it was hard. But we knew we had turned a corner when there was a shooting at a Sikh temple. And everyone that was part of that, whether they were representing Native American, Asian American, African American, European, everyone that was around that table stood up and said, basically, if you destroy their temple, you're destroying all of our temples. And it was one of the most dramatic moments. So what am I saying? I'm saying that it's done by one step at a time in terms of bringing small groups together and learning to build authentic relationships with one another, not because you want something from them necessarily, but because, you need each other. And I have found that people, once they had a chance to be together, they began to see each other and to see themselves in one another. They began to see the commonality in their struggles. And when they all stood up for the smaller group, the Sikh temple, something transformed within the larger group in terms of a moment of acknowledging the shared humanity. So, but I want to pick up on Greta's comment about the leaders that don't value civil society. And I think it plays to what you were saying, Youssef, in terms of the tremendous profits that these pharmaceutical industries and others are allowed to gain. The most important arena for us to play in right now is election, is democracy, is voting. We have we have to understand that who we elect as leaders, they determine the direction of our country. And so I think that no matter whether we're health equity or democracy or education, we have to really put at the top of our agenda, making sure, particularly young voters, right? 27% of the young voters voted in this last election. We got to move that up to 80%. And how did they vote? They voted for progressive issues. So I think from an action standpoint, the most important issue in front of all of us, and I'm sure it's probably true in your country, in Mexico, and around the world, we somehow have to put people in place who can lead from a different mindset that's not just greed-based and fear-based and hate-based.
Hear, hear. Greta, did you want to add into that?
Well, sure. Thank you for that, Gail. I really think that political participation is something that we all need to get engaged in. And I know that it feels a little bit counterintuitive because the government and democracy itself has let us down so many times in such horrible ways. But I think that our response to that, which is like, okay, so I step back from it. I don't want to participate in this system that does not represent me. Actually, what it does is it makes sure that you will never be represented, right? So it is something that maybe it's counterintuitive, but we need to occupy these places. We need to make sure that political parties are true to their values, whatever they are. I mean, it can be something I don't believe in, but I would expect in Mexico, for example, now we have coalitions that from parties that are representing the far right and the far left, and they go together to elections, and it's like, how come? I mean, it's very clear to me that those guys only want to get elected into office for the wrong reasons, right? So even if it's a political party that I do not agree with, which is totally okay, but I would be expecting to hold it accountable and to stick to its values and to have leaders that really represent what the party stands for. So to wrap it up, we as citizens, we need to take these spaces back, and we need to make sure that they are representing what they are supposed to be representing. And that, I think that if we win that battle, we will be able to advance in every other front, because this will enable, like the agenda for climate change and for racial equity and for women and for everything to actually move ahead. But if we don't, if we stay, angry, and if we stay feeling underrepresented, then that will just make the status quo prevail. And I mean, that benefits the bad guys, right?
Yeah. So we actually need to wrap up. That went so quickly. It snuck up on me. Thank you so much for this conversation. I think to try and draw some action points, which I think all of these panels as part of the summit are trying to do, is that every organization that's working, whatever the issue, needs to put a focus on voting and voter participation and engagement. Whatever we're doing, it is our responsibility to contribute together to that major push. That is one way that whatever we work on, whatever our positions, climate change, medical health care, is this idea of protecting democracy through voting, encouraging people to vote, and making sure that people have access to vote. And I would say one other point that has been raised, and this is something that I have just diagnosed as being from my role, is that this changing our mindset individually is certainly important, but leaders of NGOs need to also change organizational mindsets. This idea of transformation, it starts with me, but it starts with us, and that organizations also need to have a collaborative spirit so that we can work together better. because we won't even get to the point of addressing those who disagree with us if we continue to disagree with each other. So thank you so much for your participation in this panel. This conversation has been really meaningful, and I will turn it back to the moderators of the summit. Thanks so much for participating.
Thank you for moderating. It was wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you. Pleasure meeting you all.
Yes.
Yeah, same here.
Each one of us has a responsibility. And so we got to stay vigilant. We got to stay focused. We got to stay vigilant. And we got to stay zealous in fighting for our democracy, the right to vote, protecting the right to vote.
Voting means being able to have a voice in a society that calls itself a democracy and gives equality and equity and hope to all. Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was a man of service. He was a man about others before self, because he preached that without you, there can be no I. So when we come out and do service in our community, we are furthering the legacy, the work, the pride, the spirit, and the life force of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
Apparently, a lot of people are going to have the mindset that, it's just one vote, it's not going to matter. But, if everyone thinks that way, then our voices cannot be represented in the government.
It's a basic right to have self-determination, to have some voice, to have some say in your future and the way you're treated and what's available to you, and just a say in how the community works. I think it's everybody should have that right.
We think it's so important for people to vote because people like Martin Luther King and a lot of other civil rights leaders, especially here in Atlanta, fought for us to be able to vote. So it is definitely our right, and it's super important to do.
How we move forward, as in laws being passed for Black and brown people in this country, and just marginalized people as a whole. If we don't vote, our silence is an answer.
I think really to honor Martin Luther King Jr.'s legacy. He's such an important, monumental man. I think today is the day we can all come and band together, and it would impact a lot of change in our communities.
Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream wasn't just for Black people. His dream was for Black people, white people, Jews, Gentiles, children, adults, those who could walk, those who couldn't. He had a picture and a dream for the entire world. We must come together as a humanity, not just on Dr. King Day, but every day, because we all must coexist in this world. Without nonviolent coexistence, we can prepare ourselves for violent co-annihilation.
There's too much hate and division in this nation. The longer we stay divided, the harder it's going to be to deal with the issues that are trying to destroy us. But if we use the power of love, we can overcome those things that seek to tear us apart and destroy us. We still may not agree. We may not be together on things. But at the end of the day, when it counts, family comes together and family connects and family supports and family undergirds and family challenges. When something's out of order, you come together and you deal with it. But you deal with it in the right spirit and you deal with it in the right heart. And we've got to do that because we've got to do something to reconstruct this nation.
The Martin Luther King Jr. federal holiday is a day on to educate, advocate, activate. The King holiday extends beyond the one day and beyond the United States to encompass global, comprehensive, strategic work to eradicate the triple evils of poverty, extreme materialism, racism, and militarism to create the beloved community.
As recent events have shown us, we cannot wait. The most pressing issues of our time demand that humanity envision, strategize, and organize toward a more just, humane, equitable, and peaceful society with nonviolence as the pathway to that world.
We encourage people across the globe to use the MLK holiday and the days following as a way to engage in meaningful service, to advance the important work of groups, organizations, and entities that are engaged in initiatives to address systemic issues that have created disparity and perpetuated inequality.
What are we celebrating on MLK Day?
We are really remembering and reflecting upon a gentleman who gave us a means of coexisting together as a humanity. You know, how do we really get along and cooperate with all of these different beliefs and ideologies? That's really what we're commemorating.
President Reagan made Martin Luther King Day official at a Rose Garden ceremony today. Mr. Reagan had expressed early reservations about honoring the slain civil rights leader with a national holiday, but he signed the bill that had passed both the House and Senate by large margin.
In 1994, Congress passed the King Holiday and Service Act.
This celebration of Dr. King will now be a celebration of his vision of community, his vision of service, and his life proves that it will work for all Americans and for our country.
The bill was introduced by Congressman John Lewis and Senator Harris Warford, both of whom worked alongside Dr. King in civil rights activism. Participation in the MLK Day of Service has grown steadily over the past decade, with hundreds of thousands of Americans each year engaging in projects such as tutoring and mentoring children, painting schools and senior centers, delivering meals, building homes, and reflecting on Dr. King's life and teachings.
It's time to put ego and pride and fear and power aside and employ love and justice. My father reminds us that power at its best is love, implementing the demands of justice. And justice at its best is love correcting everything that stands against love.
Community engagement also includes initiatives in the form of peaceful protest, awareness and education projects, and philanthropy efforts to address critical health, education, human service, human rights, and environmental needs. We want this engagement to continue beyond the holiday and for volunteers to commit to having impact in their communities year-round.
So these young people are being prepared differently than I was because they live in a different time. But the most important thing they have to decide is not just to do or to get an education and to be selfish about it, but that they must prepare themselves to give back and to make a difference in the world. We have to create what my husband called the beloved community. If we are to survive, we have to learn how to solve our problems and resolve our conflicts in a nonviolent manner. And so I think it's important for them to realize that they have a personal responsibility.
The MLK Day is a defining moment when many commit to service. We believe it will spark continual volunteerism that is strategic and impactful for the greater good, so we can build resilient, equitable, and sustainable communities worldwide.
I'm so glad to be here. It is such an honor always to be with the King Center, particularly during this King holiday observance with the motto, "It starts with me," cultivating a beloved community mindset to transform unjust systems. I am Rev Yearwood, the president and CEO of the Hip Hop Caucus, and I am moderating this exciting panel, The Climate Crisis, Transitioning from the Mindset That Got Us into the Mindset That Will Get Us Out. And that's such an important thing when I think about the Dr. King's famous book, Where Do We Go From Here? Chaos or Community? And we are truly at that crossroads for chaos or community. We are at a moment here where we're not only fighting for equality, but we're fighting for existence, dealing with the climate crisis. And so I have an amazing panel to bring up. I have with me here to have this conversation, Corinne Ryan, John Seidel III, my dear brother, and A.D.T. Lele. And so we want to get started with this conversation and bring them up into the room. I see my good friend John, and I see Lele, and I see Corinne. How are you doing today?
Doing well, Rev. Looking good. Excited to be here. Fired up.
Well, that's good. And so we're gonna get right to it. For those who are watching this moment right now in dealing with the climate crisis is critical. We've had some amazing wins. Obviously, on the federal side, we've had the Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA, as some call it. And even though it's not a perfect bill, and even though it deals with taxes to make sure we can get the resources, it is still the largest investment to the climate crisis we've ever seen. We also have the CHIPS legislation dealing with putting semiconductors into our community. We have the bipartisan infrastructure law. This past climate negotiations in Egypt at the COP 27, we had conversations about loss and damage and climate reparations that had not been on the floor. And so, but on the other side, we also have a situation where we have a war in Ukraine that has transitioned our reliance on gas. And we still have those who maybe not be dealing with climate denial, but definitely we see this past week with gas stoves and other kind of things. We have climate delay and climate destruction. So we are at a crossroads. We are clearly at a crossroads. So I want to make sure we get right into this conversation. So I want to start with you, John. What is the climate crisis and how did we get here?
My goodness, the climate crisis. I mean, summarizing it for those who don't know, we live in a very sensitive little piece of crust in the middle of a vast expanding universe that just perfectly away from our sun that allows us to be able to live and thrive without getting burned up too much or being way too cold. We're just that little piece of heaven. Unfortunately, greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide, like methane and others are heat trapping. And humans are producing a lot since the Industrial Revolution, a lot and unnaturally amount of greenhouse gases. And because we're creating a ton of greenhouse gases, it's not just affecting a city or a nation, it's affecting our world, our biosphere. And right now, I mean, we're facing an existential crisis of the challenge of humans' small little blink of time here. And so, yeah, it's a call to action. And you know, the scientists say we have to cut worldwide emissions 50% by 2030, and also be carbon neutral by no later than 2050. And that's a call for radical, ambitious, but also change, but also I think the most massive opportunity for humanity that meets that massive existential crisis.
So important, John. Thank you for that. You know, Corinne, I'm going to come to you next. My dear sister and friend, Dr. Bernice King, always talks about how words, how you think matters, and how she is a solutionist. And what John is saying, what are the solutions that we have to get us out of this climate crisis?
Well, I think, thank you, Rev Yearwood and John and Aditi, and just being here with you. I love hearing the voice of the beloved Coretta Scott King leading into this panel, and being with Dr. Bernice King yesterday. Just I just want to reflect for a moment on how precious it is that we have this King Center and the daughter of those two wonderful human beings, Coretta and Dr. Martin Luther King, to continue to bring us together, because these conversations are necessary. The theme of this summit is, the beloved community mindset, and how do we transform unjust systems. Okay, so we have to go upstream. Oftentimes we're dealing with symptoms. We're looking at gas stoves. I have a gas stove and I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm gonna have to get myself an induction stove. These are things we learn about what's really causing the problem. But we have to go upstream. I was just listening to a hearing from 3 years ago, where a member of Congress, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, one of the real voices in the Congress on climate issues, was showing how Exxon knew not only the harm that the emissions, that how much greenhouse gases were being produced, but that to the detail, how much warming it would cause and the damage it would cause. They knew that 40 years ago in the 70s. So it's important when we're thinking about transforming unjust systems that we go upstream. I like to think about that idea, that metaphor, go upstream, go backwards to figure out why are we here? Because the question we were asked to think about was what makes people have a mindset that doesn't allow them to get to those solutions? What is the mindset there? We have to realize that the mindset is created because of our system. You know, we have a capitalist system that relies on fossil fuels. That is just the truth. And, you know, and I agree, Rev Yearwood, about all of these great, wonderful things that the Biden administration has taken on, real progress. But we also have to be aware that what we're up against, the fossil fuel industry is not going quietly. So I do think we need to educate ourselves, look for those sources of information, you know, where we can get the information and really educate ourselves so that we can transform our mindset, because we're often thinking, you know, we are very susceptible, especially now with social media, to narratives that are created by vested interests. So if we're going to do this, we're going to have to educate ourselves and have the knowledge to change our thinking. I think we're on the right path. I think you're absolutely right. I just feel like we have to, you know, these are big interests we are dealing with.
ADT, I want to come to you. Dr. King once said, we still have a choice today, nonviolent coexistence or violent co-annihilation. This may well be mankind's last chance to choose between chaos and community, end quote. I come to you because I want you to talk about who benefits financially from the climate crisis. Is the quest for power heavy play here? Can we truly transition from fossil fuels to clean energy?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great question. Like Karen mentioned, there's been this news that's been coming out recently about how these fossil fuel companies like Exxon knew for decades and decades about the harm that they were causing to communities. And they knew about how to divide us. They knew that if they kept that information from us, that they could continue benefiting financially. Even if you look at the example right now, the Ukraine war has caused giant impacts on the energy system and the way in which that we're consuming fossil fuels. And these companies have taken that as an opportunity to delve us deeper into our reliance on fossil fuels rather than as an opportunity to help us move away from them. So they're not interested in bringing our communities together. They're not interested in reminding us that we're interdependent and interrelated. They're interested in reminding us that we should blame one another for the crisis, that we should point hands, and we should turn on each other, and that really drives us apart and doesn't sort of create that community mindset. And the reason that they're doing that is because they can continue benefiting financially as long as we don't come together. Like John said, this is such a global problem. And in the way that we're combating it right now with issues like you mentioned, like loss and damage, there's countries in the global north turning against countries in the global south. You have communities within our country turning against each other and blaming one another for the climate crisis. And we've really been taught to consider the idea of environmentalism as just looking at our oceans and looking at forests and sort of the environment that's around us. But as important as that is, our environment is also the people that are around us and the buildings and the schools and the communities. And
say that.
We forget that a lot because we've been taught, especially in schools as a young person, that you're trying to protect the forests and the trees and bees and plants and all these really important things. But all of those are fueling our ability to come together as people, and protecting people is such an important part of climate activism. And I think these fossil fuel companies that benefit financially are trying to make sure we forget that.
John, I'm going to piggyback on that and come to you because, and also make sure you tell your mom, your wonderful mom, that said hello. I want to come to you because what we're hearing here is in the words of Dr. King is that we need a beloved community to make this work. We need a intersectional movement. We need a movement that allows for particularly BIPOC and environmental justice communities to lead in this effort. We need a movement that lets for particularly for women of color and women and the queer community, young people, to be at the forefront of this conversation. But we're not seeing that. And so tell me how we can build a beloved community. How can we ensure that we get everybody to understand that they have to be at the forefront of this, or we are all going to perish in this?
Absolutely. And I think this panel is also focused on apathy, and, what can I do with all these problems in the world that, by the way, Karim was talking about systems. There's a system of problems, but there's also a system of solutions. And yes, first step is knowledge, but we're here at the Beloved Community Summit, in community, and finding people that can fuel that knowledge and can fuel your soul, and bring you that fire to whether, it's knowing about how your investments and what you purchase can either be part of the problem or part of the solution, whether that's how you spend, how you spend money on farming products, to where you put your money in a bank, to when you're old and you're saving up for your kids to go to college, or just to be able to make it to the next day. Really, what's out there? You see this IRA bill that's gone through. There's so much information that can be incredibly overwhelming, even for somebody who's worked in local government for me, like 6 years. And by being able to create a community, it's not all on you. You have multiple friends, family members that you can go to that have expertise in a lot of different aspects that can help you, whether that's make sure that, take your money out of Wells Fargo and go to another bank like Aspiration, or use if like what we're trying to do at the City of Atlanta is looking at our retirement investments and running it through the investor values tool, so that we can get rid of fossil fuel investments, or at least give people the option to not invest in fossil fuels, much less the 5 other filters that they have, which includes private prisons, which includes tobacco, which includes human rights. I mean, there's like I said, all these problems are a system of problems that are interconnected, but there's also a system of solutions. And the way that you can get yourself out of that is by building community at your school, at your workplace, in your clubs. I played club sports when I went to college, and that's what really helped me get to where I am now.
John, thank you so much for that. I want to come to Karen. Karen, I might have said Corinne earlier, I'm from Louisiana. I got a little bit of a drawl, so I apologize.
Actually,
I'm more southern than y'all
Corinne.
folks in Georgia. You know what I mean? I'm down here I'm down on the go.
I like Corinne though, because next time I go to Starbucks, I'm gonna use that instead of Karen.
But when you come out of Louisiana, that's how we're going to do. Yeah, that's how we're going. But I appreciate it. But I do want to come to you. This is actually from what John is saying. Is very important. I do think that the reality is we have folks who do not want to transition. Their business plan means a death sentence for many of those in our communities. In my home state of Louisiana, there's a community is called Cancer Alley, and it causes destruction, particularly on its dependence on petrochemicals, and we have to transition in that. But I really want to come to you in this aspect. How does the climate crisis make unjust systems even more unjust?
I have to go back again to Dr. King, who talked about the triple evils of racism, poverty, and militarism. At the end of his life, he brought this idea together of a concept of human rights that was inclusive of all of these human needs. So where we see environmental destruction, we know about environmental racism, right? Where in poor, especially Black communities, you have dumps, you have environmental hazards, you have all kinds of things that are put in poor Black communities. This is just well researched. So this is the intersection of that poverty, racism, and then the militarism piece of it. This is one of those upstream issues. When we look at emissions, how many people know that the U.S. military is the largest single emitter of greenhouse gases, the largest single emitter? Okay, and let's just imagine that the Pentagon transitioned all of their machines to green energy. It's still a problem because of the wars that we are fighting for oil. Let's not be, naive about that. It's been well established that the wars that have been fought for the last 20 years have had at its core securing oil supplies. So, again, going upstream to learn about this, we have to understand that that's where it's coming from. Because if we're going to change it, I listened to a recording of a stockholder meeting or a board meeting of a defense contractor. And they said, wow, next year, the Middle East is going to be hot. We're going to make money. We are going to make money. So, the stock is going to grow in this defense contractor company because we're going to be selling weapons. This is really, Dr. King said, any nation that expends more on military expenditures than on social uplift
That's right.
is approaching spiritual doom.
Mm.
He said that 55 years ago, right? And we are still on the wrong track, even though fortunately, we have these things coming down the pipe. People are becoming informed, but we are on a road that is paved with the triple evils of racism, poverty, and militarism. We are on that road. So if we want to redirect ourselves, one more thing, we have to address those three things. And in our own city of Atlanta, okay, I'm be a bit controversial here, but that's what we do, right?
No, come on now. We should real talk. We need real talk.
Real talk. The war on terror has arrived in Atlanta.
Mm.
Environmental activists that were occupying what's called Cop City. It's a multi-acre facility where they're going to build a police training facility. I don't know how many acres it is now, 100 and some acres. Where they want just right. It's actually half a mile from my house in East Atlanta. It's a forest. It's one of the last intact forests in Atlanta. They want to build Cop City there, which is a police training facility. And if you look at the corporate input on the decision, there are huge corporations that have been in the pipeline to build and profit from this thing. City of Atlanta is all tied in knots over this. There are activists that went and occupied the trees. They built tree houses and occupied the land. They have been arrested and charged with terrorism.
Hmm.
Terrorism. 20 years ago, the Carter Center convened a meeting after the invasion of Iraq, where we brought human rights activists together from around the world. And you know what they told us? They said the US invasion of Iraq will affect us in Egypt, in Palestine, in Indonesia, in India, in Colombia, wherever we're working on human rights and democracy, we're going to be accused of terrorism because we're holding our governments accountable for human rights and democracy. They're going to use the pretext of fighting terrorism. And we have that happening in our own city, in Atlanta. So this is one of those upstream questions, right? We've got to change the mindset by saying the right to protest, hello, have we lost the... Now, listen, I'm not defending tactics. If you go and you occupy a tree and stuff, you're impeding. Well, there may be some issues there, but terrorism, and the effect that it's the chilling effect that has on protesters. So we have a lot to think about because this is, the environment. All of the environmental issues affect climate, and
That's
keeping
right.
that piece of forest in our city is, I think, a human right. We have the right to a clean and healthy environment. And why are millions and billions of dollars being put into a police facility when we cannot get social workers for people who have real needs? We cannot get healthcare or housing for the growing homeless population in Atlanta. These are the wrong priorities. That's the spiritual doom that King was warning us about, and we are there. So sorry to be the
Don't be sorry about that. No, don't.
But we got to go upstream. That's
right.
my point.
No, that's right. No, and please, we are in a real crisis.
Yeah.
It's not a made-up crisis. This is not a fake crisis. We are in a real crisis, and we have to have real solutions. ADT, I want to come to you because as a young person, I think that you're hearing here, particularly from Karen, you're hearing literally that, and which we all know, that climate justice is racial justice, and racial justice is climate justice. Those two things come together. I want to come to you because as a young person, I think that we've talked a lot. A lot of times we go to the civil rights movement, which was critical. We wouldn't have our movement today without that movement, and we need to lift up many of those who were a part of that process. And so I want to come to you now because this is, I said this before, for you as a young person, this is your lunch counter moment for the 21st century. And for those who don't know the lunch counter, the lunch counter was at North Carolina A&T. 4 students walked down to the Woolworths counter and they sat there. It was segregation and they demanded to be served. And because of that, that created many more young people. And that literally became just a tsunami of just good fortune of fighting against the injustice of segregation. And we know that happened from young people. What's young people's role in this movement? And how can we ensure that young people are not at a kiddie table, but are at the table making the decisions to impact this climate crisis?
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. This is the moment for young people, and it's an issue that is so topical to everyone's minds because it feels, like Karen said, so existential. It's really in our face. It's become so much more evident for us. And I think that going back and looking at the civil rights history is exactly what we need to do to be able to learn from it. I'm in Tennessee right now. We have such a rich history from sanitation worker strikes to just so many civil rights movements have gone on here, and we've seen how these issues are interconnected. Workers' rights issues, civil rights issues, racial justice issues, and environmental ones are so interconnected. And I think the way in which young people can be brought up into that movement is by making sure that they're educated and have the training points and the entry points to go into that. So at Zero Hour, one of the things that we try to do is make sure that we are filling this gap in climate education, that when schools aren't teaching students about the way in which racial justice interacts with climate justice, and when schools aren't teaching their students about the ways in which this is an existential crisis, we want to step in. We want to make sure that they're getting those resources. One of the trainings that we try to run is called The Roots of the Climate Crisis, and we go in, we tell people about how things like colonization, ableism, racism, misogyny, all these different systemic issues, just like we were talking about systems, are very much at the root of the climate crisis. And just like you were saying, going upstream, we have to go to the root rather than treating the symptoms because we don't have the time to do that. It's too much of an existential issue to be able to do that. And we don't have the time left to just be treating the symptoms because that's not enough at this point. So I think one of the ways that I've seen it be really effective is to make sure that young people aren't just sort of warded off as protesters that are always in the streets. I think it's really important that they're brought into the important policy conversations and brought into the places where power is and places where policy decisions are happening. On our end of things, we're involved in a lot of coalitions with organizations that are led by adults, and they've done a really great job of making sure that when there's meetings with Congress people in their offices, when there's meeting with the executive branch, that there are young people at the table talking about their experiences, talking about what all they've seen and what's important to us, and making sure that we're in places like the COP summits, talking about how the fossil fuel leaders shouldn't be there and young people should, and making sure that we're in the room where things happen. And I think that's super important because there's been a lot of just sort of writing off young people as just being in the streets, yelling without knowing what we're talking about. And I think there's a sort of misconception there because there is a really educated and worried population of young people who are consuming so much more news, so much more social media, and are really hyper aware and have this need for information and a need to be able to put that anxiety and that fear somewhere productive. And we're really here to create a space for that.
I know that's right. We keep creating that. No, don't stop. We saying hip hop can't stop, won't stop. So keep creating that space. John, I want to come to you because I think legislation is critical. I started off this conversation talking about the federal legislation with the CHIPS Act, the IRA, the infrastructure. What all that leads to is that it's not only an environmental conversation, it's an economic conversation. There's some real money that's coming down, and too many times in our community we've missed that. And I think that while we need to make sure that we're pushing to have demonstration and we're pushing the fossil fuel industry, we know that demonstration without legislation leads to frustration. And so I want to come to you now because you've been in these rooms and you understand how policy, that we got to shape policy, because either you shape policy or policy shapes you. So talk to the audience right now about the importance of what's coming down the pike, about how we can use, and also can we trust it? I mean, I know you're sometimes on the state and local level, but can we really trust what's coming down? Too many times Black and brown and indigenous communities get left out of the conversation, and we're at the we're after all the money is gone, then we're coming to, even though now EPA, and shout out to Daniel Blackman and other those good folks like that, but when the EPA just put out $100 million grant opportunity, so there's some real money to transition in this moment. Tell the folks what is going on right now with that process.
Yeah, absolutely. So first, I just wanted to touch on Aditi's point, and I've known Jamie, your co-founder, for 0 Hour for, I mean, we were all kids, right? Now I just turned 30, so I don't think I'd count as.
Well, you're still a kid, then,
Yeah. But I just want to let you know that, and any youth listening into this, like, we've personally had legislation at the City of Atlanta, like our single-use plastics ordinance, like our 100% clean energy adoption resolution, that was inherently impacted by people of all different backgrounds, especially youth, coming out and saying how important this is. And that's going to continue to be critical. And, somebody, you can have the same exact message word for word, but if youth comes out and it just has a different type of, it hits you differently. And I think in terms of, being able to create sustainable change, legislation is an important way to be able to do this, both at the federal level, but also at the local level. So a lot of people feel disconnected of what, our federal legislators or senators and the president does. The IRA and Infrastructure Act, there's a lot of money that's coming down the pipeline, but that's really coming down to local leaders at our state level, our state transportation offices, our state energy offices, our regional EPA. You talked about regional administrator Daniel Blackman, and local governments being able to be ready for this moment. And that's something that, this is historic. This has never happened before. And so I know that just because, we're hyper connected with our Southeast peers, the 12 different governments that are represented that have sustainability leadership in Georgia, but then the hundreds of North American cities that are ready for this funding and have project shovel ready projects, as well as legislation. It's going to be huge. Some of those programs include weatherization. Here we're trying to do a $2.5 million weatherization energy efficiency residential program that's going to help lower energy burdens. City of Atlanta has fourth highest energy burdens. Basically, it's the fourth highest amount that people spend their income on energy bills. And who's going to do that, right? That's the other piece. This is also a great opportunity not to just because this moment requires more than just who already exists. The people who, both at technical college, who are, coming up through mentorships, this is the time to be able to learn how to do an energy audit, how to do energy efficiency retrofits, how to put solar on your rooftop, because now there's rebates and models, no matter what state you're in, that make it more economically friendly than ever. And so that's absolutely huge. And, we have to be ready for this moment. And right. So it's on us to be able to deliver. And then can we trust it? Well, that's to be seen. Can we meet this moment? And I think, in 2 years from now, where we have a presidential race, that will reflect if, these funds and the legislation that was passed has been able to actually benefit people who most need it and who are impacted by environmental injustice.
No, John, I love that. And I just want to add that obviously there's a Justice 40 element to this as well, in which the folks who don't know, Justice 40 means that 40% of the money that goes to solving this crisis goes back to the communities that are disadvantaged, so that they are not just being the ones who are being used at the forefront to sell the crisis, but they're also the ones those communities can get those resources back into that. Karen, I want to come to you. I think you want to have some real talk. I just look at you, so you just want to have some real you ready to have some real talks. We're going to have some real talk. We want to deal with this because I kind of end this over with my beloved community comment. I believe that we all, as humans, the climate crisis is the one crisis that makes sure we all have to come together here, Karen. And so in that means that black, white, brown, red, male, female, straight, gay, theist, atheist, humans, we got to come together and fight this together, right? That's actually the opportunity in this, that even if we had to come together and we had to, if you're on one side of Georgia and I'm on the other side of Georgia, when we all got to come together. You know, we may not sing the same song together, but we got to come together. This is where I think, though, but on the movement side, you know, this has historically been looked at as a predominantly white, middle class, Vermont, San Francisco issue. I'm so glad that we're now getting to places like Georgia and Louisiana, even though that's where we have been the crux, Appalachia, West Virginia. I'm so glad we're getting to that point. But for me, so I'm the president of Hip Hop Caucus, and anybody, you should go, folks should check that out, hiphopcaucus.org, if you're interested in seeing about climate communications and how they're using creative things. But also, I serve as an advisor. I'm a doer and a donor. I serve as a senior advisor to Bloomberg Philanthropies. And in that role, I've noticed this. The New School did a study in which they looked at how much money the 12 largest foundations gave. And out of that, those foundations gave $1.3 billion to fighting the climate crisis. But out of that $1.3 billion, only 1.3% went to BIPOC, EJ-led organizations. And so as we're calling for Justice 40 from the federal government, we don't even got a Justice 40 within our own movement. How do we come together? How do we ensure that this is for everyone? How do people get to see themselves in this movement? How do we ensure that we make sure that this can be a movement that is led again by women and women of color, young people, indigenous communities? How can we ensure that that transition happens in this movement? Because I don't think if that doesn't happen, then I don't think we can actually transition at all.
Oh gosh, that's such a good question. Thank you so much. Actually wrote about this a couple of years ago about the lack of funding for in particular women and women of color in the movement for their work. The first thing I want to say, just touching back on this question of the protest movement, I think, you know, we saw this with Keystone Pipeline as well. And so that protest has to be protected, the right to protest. And so I think we need to object when you see protesters being treated in a way that is not consistent with the principles of democracy. So I think that's kind of a number one, because if we chill the protest movement, that's going to have a negative, very negative effect. You silence those voices. And then the other thing is funding. Among those philanthropies, you're absolutely right. There's a tiny, tiny percentage. And the big multinational NGOs need to reflect on this, because it's the big international NGOs that tend to get these large grants, and you know, maybe a small sliver of that will go to civil society groups. And okay, I'm going to tell you one thing. In the Congo, the Carter Center has a program in the Congo, has for a long time, and the objective of this project is to help civil society in the Congo take control of the information about the extractive industries in that country. We know that 5 million people were killed in the Congo in the 2000s over the minerals. Really, it was a war for minerals. And those minerals are necessary for electric cars, et cetera. So this is the oil of the future, right? Like, think Wakanda, you know, like that's the vibranium, they've got that in their soil, the coltan, all of these minerals. And the US just made a deal with the Congo and Zambia. And we have to look at that. We have to make sure that that value is staying in the Congo, that we are not going back to this colonial method of extraction that doesn't allow that country that has is the wealthiest plot of land on planet Earth, but the people are among the poorest, that's climate justice. When we look at a situation like that where, oh, we found this important minerals, we're going to be extracting it for electric cars as a solution. Well, let's make sure that the people who live there are going to be the primary beneficiaries of their own wealth. Okay. So we have that to do in Georgia. We have the same kind of issues and questions about where how do we respect the voices of people of color who are primarily impacted by environmental damage. So yes, we got to look every time there's a conversation. Are the community representatives here at the table or not? Who are being impacted. So this is on the those who are really active in the movement. And you're right. For years this has been a sort of a white-led, started as a white-led. You think Al Gore. You think effort. It's not that it's wrong. It's just that it's not.
No. I mean, we like Bill Nye the Science Guy. We just
Right,
want to broaden
Bill
the
Nye the
movement.
Science Guy. But it is. We have to recognize that as white people tend to sort of skip over that whole history of white supremacy and white domination in any conversation. So this is obviously existential, and we have to double down and make that effort. It's like we have to make that effort. No, we have to recognize, this goes back to the mindset, that the development of the Western world, Europe, the United States, white West, basically, was on the backs of slaves, was on the backs of the Africa. Think about the extraction of people and resources. And so a just transition requires us to really think hard about the solutions to make sure that the people of the Congo are going to be the first to benefit from those minerals in their soil. But we got to look at that, because our Secretary of State was just on TV with those two countries making some kind of agreement. We better look deep at that, and be asking those questions. But that means protesters and people who raise the hard questions are not going to be silenced by by legislation that equates protest and dissent with terrorism.
So listen, I want to say, I can't believe this time always goes so fast. I want to make sure you guys have the ability to give your points here, and make this thing, say what you got to say as we conclude. I want to thank, without a doubt, the King Center. I want to thank them for having this conversation, the climate crisis, transitioning from the mindset that got us in to the mindset that will get us out. I want to thank them for having this beloved community global summit. I want to thank all of you for being here with me. I want to start with you, ADT, as you can give your comments about how folks can obviously reach you and how they can connect with you. But I also want to talk about just what's so important here. And I got this question in the chat. This question here was, how can folks partner with you? And basically I'm going to actually use Dr. King's sentiment. Where do we go from here? Community or care? That's really our final question. Where do we go from here? So how can folks find you? How can folks partner with you? And where do we go from here? Community or chaos?
Yeah, thank you. I think that's exactly the question that we need to be asking to see how we can move forward. In terms of how people can get in contact with me and the team at 0 Hour, we can be found at This Is 0 Hour on all of our social media and our website. And we always encourage people to reach out there. We'll respond quickly. We're really looking for youth to get involved in their community. We run based on a network of chapters all across the world and across the country. We have youth forming essentially hubs in their communities, getting involved, getting a few people together and saying, we're going to start a chapter here and we're going to get involved in our community, whether that's in a city or a state in the US or even some of our global chapters across the world. We want you to reach out to us and say, hey, I'm afraid for the climate crisis. I don't know where to go from here, and I'm ready to take action. And we are ready with the tools to help you find that entry point and all the training you need to get started. So regardless of how experienced you feel, especially as youth, we really want people to reach out to us and get started with getting involved with your community. Because I think really the way that you get people to recognize and change their mindsets about the climate crisis is to remind them that it's going on all around them. Karen, like you mentioned, it's going on in Atlanta, it's going on where I am in Tennessee and across the world. And I think when people can see it manifest in their own community, it makes it feel a lot less far from them. You don't feel as removed from the crisis. You feel very much integrated with your community and with the crisis, and it becomes something that you want to get involved with and have some agency over. And I think we have a lot of power when we come together, and we operate off of a model of helping bring people together. We want to make sure that a chapter in India or in Africa or in Latin America gets the chance to connect with a chapter in the US, in a state here or in the UK, and figure out, hey, how can we help you make sure that your government shows up better at COP? How can we collaborate with you? And if you are an adult, an organization that wants to collaborate with us, we are always looking for partners and support. I think the best way to help out a youth-led organization is to reach out, lend a hand, and bring us into a space that we aren't in already. So any room of power that you can bring us into, we're always ready to be there and meet you.
Amen. I like that. Go ahead. I like that. John, I come to you. How can folks find you? How can they partner with you? And where do we go from here? Community or chaos?
Absolutely. For those who, like we say, for Atlanta, if we can do it here, we can do it anywhere. And also Atlanta influences everything. So if you want to follow what our office is doing, go to ATL Resilience, just add ATL Resilience across all accounts. But also as co-chair at Captain Planet Foundation, that's trying to bring up and empower the next generation of Planeteers. Find us at Captain Planet Foundation. We have a Planeteer network where we're spending resources to try and connect people to what's going on and how they can be change makers in their community. And let's see, I think, you know, at the end of the day, you're not alone. You know, you might be an individual, but it's all about the next piece, going and finding your community, and then having that community build that movement and really base that in, you know, nonviolent civil disobedience. We've seen it with our water warriors for the Dakota Access Pipeline. We've seen it for Fridays for Our Future. We've seen it with, even my grandmother created Jane Fonda, Fire Drill Fridays, and got arrested with my sisters, my mother, and my other grandmother on the steps multiple times of Congress to protest and to really push for action on climate change. These things really help change systems and help our leadership be brave. So don't just go out and vote for people that say that they're climate action champions. Go and make sure that they are, and call them when there's legislation on the local level or the federal level when that's actually happening, because it does make a difference.
Amen. I like that, John. Don't forget to tell your mom I said how me and your mom, Laura, sit on the board together at the League of Conservation Voters. Love her and love your family for all you've done.
The
Karen,
love is mutual.
No, I love it. Love it. Karen, you want to take us home, Karen? You want to take us home now?
All right.
How do we partner? How do people find you? And where do we go from here?
Where do we go from
Community or
here?
chaos?
Educate ourselves, go upstream, be rigorous about it. And just to note, and the Carter Center will be holding a Human Rights Defenders Forum later in the year, probably November. And we will definitely be looking at climate activism among other challenges for civil society, because it's the civil society voices that really have the energy and the action. So look for that. But I just want to say one last thing, because, you know, people trying to keep us distracted and divided, right? Every day it's some new thing on Twitter or whatever to keep us distracted and divided. If people focus on one goal together, put aside things you disagree about, pick one thing and say, okay, the main thing is we're going to make sure that fund that was agreed at COP27 is going to be honored, that the funds will appear in that account and start going out. Let's say, you know, just pick something that we can all rally around, because as we know, in the nonprofit world, there are egos, people get involved, people say, oh, my idea is better. You know, we are human beings. So I feel like the most important thing is to find something that a large group of people can really rally behind. One or two things that is like a push, push, push. And then do it, you know, have a campaign. Dr. King did not get voting rights with the Selma March by being diffused into a million different ideas. So pick something that people can really get behind and push together. And thank you for this conversation. It just, it's like gets the blood going, and that's always a good thing.
Well, thank you all. We're going to turn back to the King Center, and you can follow Hip Hop Caucus at hiphopcaucus.org, all the channels Hip Hop Caucus, and me. You can follow the podcast, which has become the #1 EJ podcast in the land at The Coolest Show. Yo, thank you, King Center. Have an amazing and blessed King holiday weekend, and make sure you do service and do your work to make sure our planet is here for everyone. God bless you, and all power to the people.
All right.
The future belongs to those who show up, to those who come together and continue the good work of building the beloved community. Over the past few years, we've witnessed an awakening, one filled with shock and anger, alongside fear, pain, and exhaustion. We've seen bold claims and commitments, and new voices stepping up. Change is happening. But with change comes resistance. Ushering in a new way of living, one free from racial division, requires rigorous persistence, nonviolent persistence, a love-centered way of thinking, acting, speaking, and engaging that leads to individual and societal transformation. What better way to build the beloved community than by bringing people together over food and conversation? In partnership with Inclusive, formerly known as Civic Dinners, the King Center is inviting you to host a beloved community dinner and continue the work of bridging the racial divide. Are you in? Here's how to get involved. Sign up to host a beloved community dinner. You'll receive the host guide with the 3 big questions. You can invite your neighbors, peers, colleagues, family, and friends to join. And you can host at your home or at your favorite restaurant or online. Simply follow the host guide for an amazing conversation and experience the power of community. You'll walk away feeling refueled and inspired with new ideas, connections, and resources. In times of isolation and exhaustion, simply coming together in community can make all the difference. Together we can build the beloved community. Join us.
Nonviolence is the answer to the crucial political and moral questions of our time. The need for man to overcome oppression and violence without resorting to violence and oppression. Man must evolve for all human conflict a method which rejects revenge, aggression, and retaliation. The foundation of such a method is love.
Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. changed the world when he demonstrated what could be achieved through nonviolence. Now, you can learn how to live and practice this philosophy yourself through Nonviolence 365 Online, an innovative digital experience developed by the Martin Luther King Jr. Center for Nonviolent Social Change. Nonviolence 365 Online features extensive video interviews with real nonviolence practitioners, including the King Center CEO Dr. Bernice A. King, King Center certified instructors and trainers, and veterans of the civil rights movement. Explorations of the historic campaigns that helped Dr. King forge his philosophy. Immersive, annotated reading experiences that enhance Dr. King's most influential writings on nonviolence. Custom activities, including quizzes and interactive scenarios to help you practice along the way. Real-world exercises to help you start applying nonviolence in your daily life. Nonviolence 365 is a love-centered way of thinking, speaking, engaging, and acting that leads to personal, cultural, and societal transformation. It isn't just a concept for philosophers or political leaders. Nonviolence 365 is a powerful, practical approach to dealing with conflict and dismantling injustice. Whether it's in your personal life, in your school or workplace, your local community, or a national movement. Dr. King, Mrs. Coretta Scott King, and many others sought to create the beloved community, a society built on global cooperation and equity. This wasn't a lofty utopian dream. It's a realistic and achievable goal because each and every one of us has the power to make it happen by committing to nonviolence as a way of life. Take the first step today with Nonviolence 365 Online.
The Martin Luther King Jr. federal holiday is a day on to educate, advocate, activate. The King holiday extends beyond the one day and beyond the United States to encompass global, comprehensive, strategic work to eradicate the triple evils of poverty, extreme materialism, racism, and militarism to create the beloved community.
As recent events have shown us, we cannot wait. The most pressing issues of our time demand that humanity envision, strategize, and organize toward a more just, humane, equitable, and peaceful society with nonviolence as the pathway to that world.
We encourage people across the globe to use the MLK holiday and the days following as a way to engage in meaningful service, to advance the important work of groups, organizations, and entities that are engaged in initiatives to address systemic issues that have created disparity and perpetuated inequality.
What are we celebrating on MLK Day?
We are really remembering and reflecting upon a gentleman who gave us a means of coexisting together as a humanity. You know, how do we really get along and cooperate with all of these different beliefs and ideologies? That's really what we're commemorating.
President Reagan made Martin Luther King Day official at a Rose Garden ceremony today. Mr. Reagan had expressed early reservations about honoring the slain civil rights leader with a national holiday, but he signed the bill that had passed both the House and Senate by large margin.
In 1994, Congress passed the King Holiday and Service Act.
This celebration of Dr. King will now be a celebration of his vision of community, his vision of service, and his life proves that it will work for all Americans and for our country.
The bill was introduced by Congressman John Lewis and Senator Harris Warford, both of whom worked alongside Dr. King in civil rights activism. Participation in the MLK Day of Service has grown steadily over the past decade, with hundreds of thousands of Americans each year engaging in projects such as tutoring and mentoring children, painting schools and senior centers, delivering meals, building homes, and reflecting on Dr. King's life and teachings.
It's time to put ego and pride and fear and power aside and employ love and justice. My father reminds us that power at its best is love, implementing the demands of justice. And justice at its best is love correcting everything that stands against love.
Community engagement also includes initiatives in the form of peaceful protest, awareness and education projects, and philanthropy efforts to address critical health, education, human service, human rights, and environmental needs. We want this engagement to continue beyond the holiday and for volunteers to commit to having impact in their communities year-round.
So these young people are being prepared differently than I was because they live in a different time. But the most important thing they have to decide is not just to do or to get an education and to be selfish about it, but that they must prepare themselves to give back and to make a difference in the world. We have to create what my husband called the beloved community. If we are to survive, we have to learn how to solve our problems and resolve our conflicts in a nonviolent manner. And so I think it's important for them to realize that they have a personal responsibility.
The MLK Day is a defining moment when many commit to service. We believe it will spark continual volunteerism that is strategic and impactful for the greater good, so we can build resilient, equitable, and sustainable communities worldwide.
Hello, how is everyone? I'm so excited to be here hosting the third panel today on the second day of the amazing Beloved Community Global Summit. My name is Goddess Rivera. Let's see, how would I describe myself? I feel like I'm a digital anthropologist. I'm a huge inclusion advocate and by trade a marketer. I'm super excited to be here and bring on some awesome panelists to talk about a really important subject today, which is how media influences mindset. So I'm going to bring up our awesome panelists and then let them tell a little bit about themselves, and then we're going to dive into this. So happy to introduce an actor and philanthropist, Mira Sorvino, rabbi and educational administrator, Ari Berman, and journalist and essayist, Jamil Smith. Hey, everybody. Let's see if we can get them on here with me. Hey, Ari. Yeah. Hey, Mira.
Good morning.
Hi, how are you? Awesome. Oh, I think Mira, we can hear you, but we're gonna get your camera up. Okay. So as we work on that, maybe we could start with Ari. You want to just give a little bit about yourself, and then we can jump to Jamil.
Sure. Well, thanks so much for having me, everybody. Great to be here with the King Center and on this esteemed panel. I should say I wish I was a rabbi and an education expert. That might be the other Rabbi Ari Berman, who is president of Yeshiva University. I am actually a journalist
Oh my
and
goodness,
author.
I'm so sorry.
No worries.
I was like, oh my
I've been-
goodness, he has an amazing journalist career at Mother Jones and time to be president. I am so sorry.
Yeah, I have been getting a lot of Google alerts for the other Ari Berman, who is the rabbi these days. But I cover voting rights issues for Mother Jones, and I'm author of the book give us the ballot about the history of the Voting Rights Act from 1965 to the present day.
My deepest apologies. I was thinking that you managed to do all that at once, which was extremely impressive, but I am still very impressed.
I
So
wish.
my
Thank you.
apologies. And Jamil, let's jump to you.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, guys. I'm very grateful to be here with my friend Ari and on this panel and to talk about what I think is an incredibly important subject. So good morning from Los Angeles and looking forward to the conversation.
Amazing. So I know Mira is probably going to join us in just a second. We'll get her back on. But maybe we can start jumping in a little bit and then we can have her just introduce. Okay, amazing. So I know we're talking about today sort of how media influences mindset. There's been a lot of conversation and I think just a lot of discourse about what this means and what type of media should be influencing, is influencing. So I think about it, and the way we're describing this panel today is sort of what we take in affects what we put out, right? And I think it's interesting because it's a really simple statement, but it really sort of starts to shape the way that media sometimes can actually affect and shape people's mindset. And I think we're seeing that in people's actions and so forth. And I want to talk today a little bit about how we should be thinking, how we should be engaging with media, and really thinking about places that can help to expand our minds. You both are amazing writers who really tackle some great subjects, but also thinking about ways that we can also protect ourselves against media that we need to be critically thinking about as well. So I think we can think about how do we use images and discourse for good. And we know that, thinking of the beloved community and the tenets of that amazing community, which really is this sort of global vision that the world can be shared by all people and we can resolve, conflicts peacefully. And so as I think through all of that, I would love to start with one question because we're going to be talking about media today. I think we should first start with saying to both of you, and Mira when she's here, who and what comprises media to you? Ari, I owe you one, so please, let's start with you.
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the things is the media is so much bigger now than it used to be. I mean, if you were consuming media in the 1960s, I mean, a lot of people were getting their news from, three old white men who were anchoring the major networks. And that was the news, right? I mean, that was, NBC, ABC, CBS. And I mean, there were local journalists, there was lots of other people, but really, a few powerful figures determined what a lot of people saw and heard. Now the media is a lot more democratic. There's a lot of different kind of media. A lot of people get their quote unquote media from things that Jamil and I might not even consider journalism, right? TikTok, lots of other stuff that I don't even understand really these days. And so I think what's interesting is the democratization of the media has been both good and bad in my view. It's been really good in that it's allowed a lot of new voices to be heard. And a lot of people feel reflected in terms of the content that they're able to both produce and consume. The one bad thing is that I worry that some of the standards that have guided media in the past may not be there anymore. And to give an example of that, just look at all the lies that were spread about the 2020 election. A lot of them were spread through very grassroots sources, right? Through Facebook, through lots of different places. And people believed it. But even though it wasn't true, it was really hard to fact check it because the media had become so decentralized. So I think the media means a lot of different things, but I think sometimes we have to distinguish between, for lack of a better word, good media and bad media, because there's so much of it these days.
Indeed, I think Ari makes a good point when he's basically trying to distinguish really between media and journalism. I think that's really an important distinction. I think that media can be anyone who holds a cell phone these days.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's what media has become. And of course, yes, we still, we can all make our own TikToks or Instagram videos or post whatever we want to a blog, what have you. Frankly, that's how my career as a writer started. But at the same time, we need to understand, if you are one of those people, that, you're not necessarily a reporter, and that there are different standards for, spreading information, and that, if you aren't a reporter, which is fine, you just have to be, conscious of what you're putting out into the world, and how that's being, that can possibly be interpreted. It's just simply, if you're going to be in the media, let's all have a collective set of standards.
I love that. Hi, Mira. We got you on.
Hi, I was here, but somehow it wasn't coming through. But
oh, no worries. We're happy to have you. If you wanted to maybe just share a little bit about yourself, and then you can roll right in. We're just starting the level set with saying what we feel, who and what media is. So you can take it from there. That way that everyone gets to know you.
Okay. My name is Mira Sorvino. I'm a mother of 4. I'm an actress. I also am an activist. I went to Harvard and I studied Chinese studies, but I wrote a thesis about racial conflict in China between Chinese and African students. I then worked on a documentary about anti-Semitism in the former Soviet Union, about the effect of glasnost and perestroika on the empowerment of hate groups and hate speech. And then my acting career kind of took over for a while. And in my mid-30s, I found a way to get really heavily engaged in service on the topics of genocide in Darfur, and then most significantly human trafficking, modern day slavery, which claims over 30 million victims in the world today. There are more slaves living in the world today than at any other point in recorded human history. And I work with the UNODC since 2009. I have been their Goodwill Ambassador to combat human trafficking. I've spoken all over the world. I've hosted a documentary with the CNN Freedom Project called Every Day in Cambodia about child virgin sales there. I've advocated with and helped fundraise for a ton of different NGOs, not only in the US, but across the world in Thailand, Cambodia, Mexico, Spain, England, to name a few. And it's a huge part of my life. And then in 2017, Ronan Farrow interviewed me on the topic of Harvey Weinstein because he heard that I might have a story to tell, because indeed the time that everything happened to me, I did tell it a lot of people, and it never went anywhere. And I told the truth and told him that I'd been sexually harassed and assaulted by Harvey Weinstein. And I became part of the Me Too movement. I became a silence breaker. And I think it was there that I saw firsthand the massive impact that media can have. That was one instance where I saw the force of journalism, incredible investigative journalism on the part of Ronan Farrow and Megan Twohey and oh my gosh, why am I forgetting the name of the other wonderful journalist who's in
Jodi Cantor.
Yes, there you go. And she's actually interviewed me. I'm ashamed, but to really expose something that had been an open secret, I suppose, within the industry. I had not been aware that everyone else knew about it, but a lot of people in power understood Harvey Weinstein's predation on at least 100 women, perhaps many more, but that he was not alone in this. I think the most important part of this was not the individual triumph of taking one predator to justice, which was very important for us victims, but or survivors, but to see the tide shift worldwide, and to join forces with Tarana Burke, who had created the Me Too movement herself in 2007, I believe, which was for her community and for women of color who were experiencing sexual violence. But to see the entire world start to shift its look at sexual harassment in the workplace, sexual violence, and to finally shift a kind of patriarchal, there's that horrible tradition of, the kings being able to take the brides the night of, that feeling of entitlement to use and abuse people of lesser power sexually. Right. We were able to blow that open, and systems are somewhat changing because of that. I think we have a really long way to go, but I think so many people are victims and survivors of sexual violence and harassment, men and women, non-binary people of every ethnicity, age, color, religious persuasion. And I saw the media in that case, even though it was sensationalist, be able to change systems and open hearts with empathy towards the people who had lived through this.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And again, I'm so sorry that you had to experience that along with the others survivors. I'm thinking about the theme for the King Center's 2023 holiday observance as I was hearing you speak. And the theme is it starts with me cultivating a beloved community mindset to transform unjust systems. And so I think that really just kind of goes into what you were saying. And I would love to hear from each of you sort of how do you think that's applicable, that theme, when talking about media? It sounds like, Mira, you just hit on it, where something that you had been saying and other people have been saying for some time, but now media was used to transform. Ari, thinking about the work that you've done with Mother Jones and calling out the importance of voting rights and discrimination in voting and gerrymandering, and then Jamil, a million different ways that you used your career as a journalist and a producer to shine a light. I would love to just hear, when you're thinking about transforming unjust systems through media, what comes to mind? And again, thinking through the way to responsibly, you hit on that, Jamil, do that. Maybe we could start with you. I'm pointing at you.
Yeah, I mean, what comes to mind, and hello, Mira, good to see you. What comes to mind, as I was listening to Mira speak, was the fact that, yes, it's all about the individual, but media is a microphone, and it's really about how we use it. And I mean, I've worked in a lot of different areas of media, as you mentioned. I've been a podcaster, I've been a writer, I've cut football movies for the NFL for 6 years, and even there, as you're ostensibly part of a system,
Right.
you can still make a difference. You can still shine a light on things that you see as systemic injustices or things that you think are important. I did a documentary about the Rooney Rule and why we needed to go beyond that. And thankfully, the league, thus far has at least taken, very small steps towards some equity in that regard. Needs to take more, and I've written as much. And so even if you're talking about, what is ostensibly entertainment, it's still important that we use that microphone responsibly. And now, as we mentioned earlier, now that the media has been democratized to an effect I think that no one could have fully envisioned, I think that we need to really understand the power that we all have, because ultimately that's what media is. It's about power, about talking, about who is powerful and what they're doing, but also giving power to the people who are speaking, and their voices being articulated, whether it's through an op-ed, whether it's through a protest, whether it's through folks like us who have staff jobs. I mean, it's up to all of us.
Ari, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I got into media because I felt like journalism could be a powerful force for good in the world. And one of the things that actually inspired me was the coverage of the civil rights movement in the 1960s. I mean, obviously, Dr. King didn't have a Twitter account, right? So, they relied on the media to get their message out. And obviously it took the incredible work of, Dr. King, Coretta Scott King, John Lewis, Diane Nash, so many others to do the work, but it also took the media to be there and to cover it. And often that was something that was very dangerous for them as well. And I think back to, the Bloody Sunday March in Selma, Alabama in March of 1965, when John Lewis and so many others were brutally beaten for voting rights. The TV cameras were there. And ABC cut into its primetime premiere of Judgment at Nuremberg, a film about Nazi Germany, to show the footage from Selma, Alabama. And that's what really captivated the country. And that's what led to the introduction and eventual passage of the Voting Rights Act. If the cameras hadn't been there, if journalists hadn't been there, it would have just been like so many other forgotten protests. So that's what really inspired me to get into journalism. And I think that I still believe that journalism can be that force for good in the world. And what we can do is we can try to cover stories that aren't being covered. Like Mira said, a lot of people knew that these things were going on, but it wasn't being covered. So it didn't really reach the public awareness until it started becoming something that people were seeing in the papers. And, with me and voting rights, I noticed all the way back, after the 2010 election, more than a decade ago, that states were trying to change their laws to make it harder to vote. I thought this was a really big scandal for our democracy and wasn't getting covered. So I just decided to start covering it. And then, I think partly because of my work, a lot of other people started covering it, and then it became a much bigger issue. So I think what we can do at our best is we can try to shine a light on really important things that people don't otherwise know about, and try to make the media a force for good in the world.
Yeah, if I can jump in real quick, that recalls something I actually got the chance to ask John Lewis about. When I interviewed him about 4 years ago this month, and I asked him how important was the press to the civil rights movement, and he said if it hadn't been for the press, the whole struggle would have been like a bird without wings. So we need to understand that at the moment, they understood how important it was that these people be there to witness what was going on, and not just witness it, but then be able to articulate it accurately and powerfully to the people.
It was so profound just thinking about that, and what an amazing experience to be able to talk to such a legendary, person who had so much impact on the movement. I'm thinking as you all are speaking, and I'm thinking about what we put in and how it affects our mindset. But it was something that the point you brought up before, that we keep coming back to the democratization. I spent the last 4 years working to empower and center marginalized communities at Twitter. And part of, during my time there, part of my wanting to do that was the fact that it was this, as you mentioned, Ari, it's not just old white men who are able to say who can be on CNN, who can be on MSNBC, right? And so I think about the fact that the democratization of speech is so important, but it also does require, as you mentioned, Jamil, sort of some different filters of saying, I can open my mind and understand a new perspective, which has been profoundly impactful, especially for people who've been marginalized that have not had that opportunity. But then it also, as you mentioned, should we be getting health advice from TikTok, right? It does mean, so we have to, how do we think about understanding and opening our minds to learning new perspectives, providing a space for people who have often been excluded to share. And then also thinking about the importance of expertise, right? And what that can mean as well. So when we're thinking about what we put in to our minds, and when we're critically thinking, I would love to kind of know how you all think about those different, I don't know if they're compartments or filters, the way that we sort of ingest information in media today and how it affects our mindset. So Mira, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that. I know
it's really tough, because I think the big problem with the democratization of social media, and therefore kind of the media, is that anyone can grab the mic. And some of that is not motivated by our better angels. Some of that is disinformation. Some of that is hate. Some of that is divisive intentionally. And sometimes I really ponder, like, how do we reach people who are ingesting this steady stream of anti-Black, anti-woman, anti-minority, anti-Indigenous, anti-migrant, Kent? How do we illuminate the fact that that is a kind of a negative propaganda, rather than truth-based, humanity-based, love-based, intelligence-based news? The idea that there's a guy on TikTok who's, Andrew Tate, the whole thing about, him sort of promoting himself as a rapist, like that kind of guy can get a lot of followers, and then a lot of young influenced by
from
him.
young men.
That's terrifying, right? Or all the white supremacy websites, or the channels, there's really some incredible exposés of people going undercover and going. Sorry, my speaker. Stop it. Just the incredible power of this recruitment. And I think part of what we need to somehow do is have this revolution of love again, which is, I know the beloved community is founded on this, but sorry, my dog is being so
okay. Jamil, you want to jump in? Well,
I was going to say, sounds like he agrees with what Mira is saying.
I know, he felt passionate about that.
Sorry. So that's, like,
all good.
Can I just to go back to, like, the earlier question about it starts with you. If I can say anything about my foundation, it literally came from my parents' engagement with the ideals of the civil rights movement, the ideals of service. My mother actually, as a young college student, marched on Washington with Dr. King. My father's greatest hero was Dr. King. And when he died, my father said he went to bed for a week and cried for a week and couldn't get out of bed. And my mother was completely engaged in volunteerism and service. She used to go to this place called Helpline, Norman Vincent Peale's like anti-suicide hotline, where she would talk people down from ledges 3 hours in a day and then come back and tell us about it. And there was no money. It was just service. And so somehow, you know, the ideals of our culture through media have to be sort of turned back to love. Right. You know, because I think right now there is so much emphasis on the externals, success, money, you know, just what we are putting our lenses on, youth, transformation visually. Like if you look at Instagram and look at the stuff that's aimed at women my age, it's all about facelifts. I mean, it's all about changing yourself to be more beautiful, to look more eternally youthful. And where is that ethos and pathos of the ideal of the beloved community? You know, I grew up reading the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King's autobiography. I've recently read Mrs. Scott King's book, and that's how I became really sort of interested in this ongoing concept of this community. And like, how do we engage people at a heart empathy level? How do we get them to see the humanity in every face and every soul, rather than just sensationalism and clickbait and shallowness? And I think it's a real problem. And I think we're all kind of, you know, sucked in by the flashy things. Right. And how do we help infuse a love-based and truth-based and equity-based morality into the message that's going out there? Because otherwise I think like the Roman Empire is doomed to fall. Like we're just spinning out into a lack of morality, a lack of love, a lack of empathy. And even though I do think many, many more diverse voices are being heard, I think also there's all this terribleness being heard as well now on the rise, all this Holocaust denial. Like, I don't know. I'm looking to you guys for answers, but how do we put out like a responsible, loving, ethical media that engages people on a heart and gut level rather than just, you know, satisfying some need for kind of media addiction?
Right. I want to, and I think the love piece was so important. Jamel, I'd love your thoughts on thinking, oh, here we go.
Sorry, I hit the
Don't
wrong
leave
button
it now.
there. I hit the wrong button. I think that's a really powerful word that Mira's giving us. And I think that one of the things that makes me think about is how do we use media to essentially help people understand the effects of what's going on out here? And I think what we do, is cater to this new media sphere's biggest strength, which is catering to people's self-interest. And I found that in my work, it hasn't changed everyone's minds, certainly. But when I say, for instance, help people understand on a person-to-person level, what, how white supremacy hurts them as white people, how, we've just seen now how, white people are dying at a higher rate than Black folks, despite the disproportionate disadvantages that we have in terms of life expectancy and in healthcare and all these different factors. White people are still dying at higher rates than Black folks, due to COVID. And, people out here pretending like this pandemic is over. And one of the things I found was really interesting was a comment a colleague of mine made, which is that, a lot of folks, in that vein, who might thought the pandemic was nothing to begin with, they didn't recognize it as a threat because it primarily threatened us. And it wasn't a threat to them. And it wasn't a sense of community on their part. What we need to do as storytellers within the media of all sorts, in all shapes and sizes, is to help people understand our commonality. And, even the commonality of our faults. I think one of the most important pieces of media that we saw this past year was the movie Nope, which helped us really understand our addiction to spectacle. And if we can use that spectacle to help shine light upon the powerful and help people understand their own power, perhaps it can be a good thing. It's not always a bad thing.
I love that. And thank you for making that note on Nope. It was a lot of discourse, I'm sure, as you know, I think a lot of
Oh,
people
yeah.
sort of went over their heads, and it was very clear to me that was sort of the foundation of what he was trying to say, or Jordan Peele. Ari, I'd love any thoughts you have on input. Then we're going to talk output and what we're putting out into the world for others to consume.
Well, I think that Jamil made a really good point earlier about the difference between journalism and media. When I write a story, it goes through an editing process. And the reason it goes through an editing process is because the editing process makes it better, right? And in the past, having a lot of gatekeepers left a lot of people out. There's no doubt about it. But it's also was the case that there was a common set of standards in media that pretty much everyone adhered to. And when you just kind of give everyone a microphone, but it doesn't go through that kind of training, it doesn't go through that kind of editing, I think it can empower a lot of new and diverse voices, but it could also empower, like Mira said, a lot of hate and disinformation. And I think it's important to understand what democracy is. Democracy is not just giving everyone a platform to say whatever they want. Democracy in its best form is about empowering other ideals. It's about empowering justice and representation and all of those other things. And if you think back to democracy as a concept, the reason why Dr. King and John Lewis and so many others were so passionate about democracy was because it was a means to an end. It was a means to a better world, right? It was a means to equal justice. It was a means to better jobs and better housing and ultimately being treated with fundamental human dignity. That's why they embraced democracy. If they could have gotten those things some other way, they might have embraced some other ideology. But democracy was the best route to equal justice. And so I think when we think about democracy of the media, we have to think about it's not just giving people a lot of different platforms. It's also about trying to uphold those ideals with those platforms. And that's where I worry that you have no standards on Twitter anymore. And if you have no standards on Facebook, and if no one's even looking at TikTok, then who is responsible for those ends? And then I think it right now what we're seeing is media, the doors opening to a lot of abuse in these different media spheres because a lot of the standards have gone away, or people have very specifically said, we don't want those standards to be in place anymore.
I mean, I think that brings us to the next point is you think about all the other kind of systems where people accept, they are expecting rigor. You go to a dentist or a doctor, can't just be anybody. Like, you know what I mean? You would never accept that, And so I think it's so interesting because you're absolutely right, Ari. It's the idea that people are also saying, I actively don't want these standards. I actively don't want to know there was an editing process or that there's some type of methodology that allows this to be something that I should consume. So I think that leads me to thinking about, how does what we put out affect our mindsets, individually, but what is the responsibility? And I think about, again, really trying to create that beloved community. I feel like all of us here on this, in this conversation today want to get to that. You talked about means to an end. How do we get to this place? But how, especially as, artists and journalists, you're putting things out into the world, sort of how do you rationalize with yourself, this is what I'm doing. This is the way that I want to shape the minds. And I think there's another part to this question. Sorry, I'm making it long, but you all have been just sparking so much, so many thoughts for me. Is also going back to sort of where we are thinking about hate speech, thinking about things, is that as you all put things out in the world, you're combating that actively as well. And so I think there's a level of self-care and thinking through how to responsibly do this because you have responsibility, but also understanding sort of what it takes in today's world. So I'd love anyone who wants to jump in. I feel like this is a really interesting topic. You all have a great day. Jamel, you excited?
Yeah, if I may, I'm like,
Please.
I just think that, one of the fundamental duties I feel like for artists, for journalists, is to tell the truth. And, we are unfortunately right now in the midst of not just other media figures who would like to spread disinformation, but also, governmental figures. I mean, we have people literally trying to change the definitions of words, say like racism, to suit their ideological goals. So what can we do? One of the things I think is really important that we do is do what Ari just did. It was just help to demystify the work that we do. A lot of people don't understand what journalists do. I certainly don't know what it's like to be on a movie set, and I'll have Mira speak to that. But I don't think that people understand fully why journalism and our standards are important, and why that this whole thing just needs to be spelled out in a different way for people. So that's really, I think that. Hopefully that can help people understand a little bit better. I'm not sure if that will bring people together, but I do think it's an essential duty that we have.
I love that. As a journalism major, I agree. I don't think people realize all of the ways we were judged and graded and had to learn this process to try and prevent, what we're seeing now to a degree. So yes, Mira, if you want to jump in on that.
Well, I guess my perspective is a little different as if I talk about my performer side rather than my advocacy side. Like I can try and actively choose projects that don't demean people and that speak some positive aspect to the human spirit. I have very definitely turned down projects in the past that I felt were sexist or nihilist or cruel. But I think it is about proactively creating content. I mean, I think, in whatever sphere you are, the journalistic, the entertainment field, the personal social media, each voice has a drop, and then it has ripple effects that you can't estimate. The day that the Ronan Farrow, because it was very hard for me to go public with the Ronan Farrow thing, because I already had been struggling with a sort of diminished career for about 20 years. And I did not realize it was due to blacklisting, but that was what it was. But, and Ronan reached out to me, and I thought it was because he wanted to talk to me about kind of coming out about Woody Allen and whether I had an opinion on Woody Allen. And I called him, which I later wrote an open letter of apology to Dylan Farrow, supporting her and denouncing Woody, something I should have done far earlier, but I didn't really understand the situation well enough. And that's my fault. And when he said, I hear you might have to say something you might have something to say about Harvey Weinstein, I just burst into tears. And that I was so afraid that Harvey would take away the last vestiges of the career that I had that was, basically eking by on independent films that no one got to see, because even if they were quality, they were so low budget that they never got promoted. Right. Or, sort of smaller parts on television, no movies of note, like for 20 years, where I had been an Oscar winning actress, so right. I thought, well, I'm going to lose all of my employment now. I won't be able to feed my family. What am I going to do? And I called my minister, who is a woman, really incredible person. I spoke to my family, my husband, and I just felt compelled that I had to come forward and speak, and I was like, well, what can I do? I guess I can apply to the UN for a regular job rather than a volunteer one, because I do have expertise in human trafficking, and I could do that. So, I just sort of was like, all right, this is my moment to use my platform, even if it personally might bring harm to me, for the greater good. Even though I've been doing advocacy for other people for years, it's time for me to personally involve myself. And the one thing I know that it directly affected, even though I have no idea how my personal involvement involved anybody else, it affected anyone else. The half an hour after the Ronan article came out, I got a phone call, and it was Annabella Shora. And she said, Mira, we've known each other for 25 years. Harvey raped me.
Oh my gosh.
I just stayed on the phone with her for like an hour, and consoled her and said I was so sorry that I didn't know. And, you know, because people don't talk among themselves about sexual violence because there's a lot of shame, right?
Right.
And then I, over time, convinced her that it would be a good idea for her to come forward too. And that led to her eventually becoming a Molyneux witness in Harvey's New York case. And even though her rape was beyond the statute of limitations, even though later I worked to get the statute of limitations extended for rape victims in New York, which we successfully extended them, but hers was before that cutoff grandfather date. I believe her testimony, her honesty, her bravery on the stand is what got Harvey convicted for someone else's assault.
Right.
And like that had a snowball effect that led to, you know, people perhaps believing some of the witnesses, some of the defendant, the survivors in this recent LA case, even though they didn't convict him on all counts, including Jennifer Siebel Newsom's, which was insane. But that one decision for me to be brave and to put myself out there in the media, being very truthful and very painful, because it was super painful, right?
Right.
And people saw that pain, led to one other woman being able to speak her truth and having a very concrete effect, not only on Harvey's case, but on any other predator of power who can be brought to justice. To see a successful conviction or convictions allows other prosecutors the ability to use rule of law to actually bring systems back into some sort of justice related equilibrium, rather than just allowing perpetrators to go unchecked because there's no history of success of checking them. So I think that that's where we each have our own space to use our insides and put them outside. And I think that revolution begins with all of us, and we don't know where it's going to end. We just don't know.
Absolutely. And again, thank you for sharing that. And I think it's such an impactful, you know, example of, like you said, an output that literally changed legislation. It changed someone else, another survivor's, you know, story and courage to come forward. And I think it's really interesting. And that, like you mentioned, the ripple or the drop, it creates such a ripple effect. But going back to that risk, you did take a lot of personal risk. And I'd love to, Ari, your thoughts on sort of balancing. I mean, you're writing at The Nation, you're writing about, you know, politics in real time, and often things that are not, you know, above the line, and things that are nefarious. And it's a personal risk in doing that. So how do you balance that with the output that you put when you think about media and your role?
Well, I think the reason that politicians try to do a lot of terrible undemocratic things is they think they can get away with them, right? And I think the one of the reasons they think they can get away with them is that nobody's either going to know about them or nobody's going to care.
Right.
And you know, when I was starting to cover the attack on voting rights, I mean, both of those things were happening, right? I mean, a lot of laws were being passed, you know, early on at the beginning of the decade, you know, by Republicans in these red states, in Florida and Ohio and Pennsylvania, et cetera, et cetera. And a lot of people, first off, just weren't even aware that it was happening.
Right.
But also, B, I think, you know, the politicians themselves felt like, you know, we're entrenching our own power, you know, we can do whatever we want. And, you know, there were much larger forces behind this. And I think it took, you know, a lot of explanation for people to understand, you know, that this was a fundamental attack on democracy, and to also understand, you know, why it mattered. And also, I think, you know, one of the things that we can do in the media is try to explain things in a way that people can understand. You know, a lot of people, for example, when, you know, Republicans were passing voter ID laws, you know, you would hear all the time, you know, what's the big deal? You know, everyone has an ID. And so you would have to, you know, as members of the media, we would have to go out, we'd have to find people, you know, who didn't have these IDs or who had been purged from the voting roll. walls, and who had their polling place closed, or who were gerrymandered to limit their representation. They were victims also, and it was a different kind of victimization, but they were victims of a system that was trying to oppress them, right? And they weren't necessarily on the news every single day, because there's lots of different factors that goes into voter suppression. One of the things that voter suppression does is it highlights existing socioeconomic disparities that exist in our society.
Right.
So the people that are going to be on the receiving end of these efforts, they're not going to have the same kind of megaphone as the Speaker of the House might have, right?
Right.
And so I think that, you know, a lot of my job was to find these stories, to make them to compelling, and to get people to try to care. And, you know, when you're talking about politics, or you're talking about the law, I think it's really important that we don't just think of these people as, you know, statistics, but we try to bring the stories alive. You know, every time there's a lawsuit filed, there are names on that lawsuit, right? The case that challenged the Voting Rights Act was called Shelby County versus Holder. Holder was Eric Holder, the Attorney General, but who was Shelby County? It was a county in Alabama with a long history of discrimination that was challenging this landmark civil rights law. And so I think it's really important to tell those stories. And I think so the same thing, could happen with me too, right, Mira, where, you see these names, this person, but you don't understand. This is everything that went into it. And so I think, whether it's Harvey Weinstein, or whether it's Donald Trump, or whether it's the leader of the North Carolina State House, I mean, these are powerful people, who have a lot of vested interest in maintaining a status quo that has benefited them, but hurt a lot of other people in the process.
That's such a great example. And I think about, growing up in school, I don't even remember being taught like what gerrymandering was. It just sort of glazed over it. Everything that I've really come to understand is so often from articles and discussions from journalists like yourself. So I think that that's such an interesting point, and important. I'm also thinking, as I was thinking about how we can do better, Jamil, your point of thinking, how do we teach people why this is important, what goes into it? But almost thinking about starting, there's a lot of conversation about young people, right? I think you brought up we talked about young men who were unfortunately being influenced negatively. Right. But I'm thinking about if in our final minutes, I'd love to know, Ari's back. I'd love to know sort of how you all would maybe give advice to younger people who only know a world of 24/7 news, of everything is all the time, right? I remember the news. I remember the TV going off. I know I might not look that old. I hope not. But, people don't remember that, right? But now it's all for my daughter who's 11. She doesn't know a world where there's not 24/7 news. There's not TikToks all the time. And so I think about how, when you think about how media influences people, both intentionally and unintentionally, what sort of advice or what kind of, just, I guess, best practices would you give to someone when they think about how they're building their media competency and shaping who they are and how they understand the world? I would love to know that, especially thinking about the world now as it exists with so much to consume. Jamil, I don't know if you have thoughts on that.
Yeah, three things off the top of my head. One, bigotry is cowardice. So what do we do to combat that? We must be curious. You have to be curious, not just about what's going on in the world, but also about the people who are telling the stories. And that's important. Second of all, the people who are having the stories told about. One of the big reasons I got into journalism is because I had a cousin who was murdered when I was 15 years old, and there was nothing in the papers about him. Tell the stories that aren't being told. And in combat dehumanization with humanization. Use the powerful tools of social media, for instance, that shine a light on each of us as individuals, to shine a light on human beings. And lastly, think critically. You have to be thinking critically, whether you're reading, stuff that Ari and I write, whether you're reading or seeing something in other news outlets. Make sure that you are thinking critically about the information that you're getting.
I love that. Mira, you have any?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the interesting things that, in thinking about these kids with the 24/7 stream, and I definitely see my kids, and I'm like, that's like such a rule about like not having the phone at the table. But I think somehow we have to make it attractive. You know, we have to catch people with that humanization, and also perhaps with a message of empowerment of like, somehow we show the issue and then we create an avenue for the person to get involved in a positive, proactive way. I know that's very idealistic, but I feel there's just so much negative media out there, or just like, today this terrible thing happened, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
But some kind of creation of content, which really became almost like a movement of volunteerism, of engagement, of, you know, here's what you can do. And, you know, I've been talking to people about creating some kind of a docuseries where we look at various issues around the world that affect women in different countries, and then highlight a specific problem, whether it's, you know, genital mutilation or child marriage, or, you know, different issues, and then focus on people who are doing the work already well, with positive, engaging stories of how they're getting it done, and then amplifying it and finding ways to enlist people to become part of that beloved community of action and solidarity and progress, rather than the disengagement that comes from channel surfing and I know maybe it's a lot to ask, and maybe I don't have all the answers and ways to do it, but if there can be a piece of media that engages and says, now it's your turn and you can do this too, and you're going to feel really good about it, that it has to somehow, you know, give them that serotonin,
Shift the mindset.
you know, right? Like that it's not hopeless. And I think us people who are not kids anymore, we can be overwhelmed. I mean, I go through my Twitter feed and sometimes I'm just like, you know, just, it's so depressing.
Doom scrolling.
I'm not even talking about Twitter right now, but, you know, just traditionally there's so much bad news out there that you can get a little bit like glossed over. And if we can try and actively give people their own tools to effect change, and then that always has a good feeling to it. I mean, I think when people actually are part of something that is for the betterment of others and themselves, it always feels good. So
I agree.
Somehow create that positive, serotonin rewarding, like, experience of media that outlines a problem with expertise, with heart, with empathy for the individuals in it, and then gives the watcher, the viewer, the, you know, the scanner, the chance to get involved and themselves become part of that solution. And I don't have the answers of how to do this, but this seems to be important somehow.
Well, sounds like a great idea. I love it. Ari, I think we have about 60 seconds. Do you want to close us out and your thoughts?
Sure. Well, I would just say that truth, justice, and empathy have been my guiding lights as a journalist. And I think those are just good values in life as well. And so I think that people should look at the media through that lens, that yes, entertainment is important. And but ultimately, the media is an end, or should be an end, and journalism should be an end for these values of truth, justice, and empathy. And hopefully that's what guides our work. And hopefully that's what guides the next generation, that they might do things differently, right? They're going to have different platforms. They're going to have different ways of expressing themselves. Right. But ultimately, you know, if those are the values that we can instill in them, then I think that media can continue to be a force for good in the world.
Oh, I love that. What an amazing way to end our time together. This has been such an awesome conversation. Thank you to the King Center, to Bernice King, to the entire team, and to all the awesome panelists. Thank you all so much. And I know there's more conversations to continue, so stay tuned. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
To be here. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Each one of us has a responsibility. So we got to stay vigilant. We got to stay focused, we got to stay vigilant, and we got to stay zealous in fighting for our democracy, the right to vote, protecting the right to vote.
Voting means being able to have a voice in a society that calls itself a democracy and gives equality and equity and hope to all. Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was a man of service. He was a man about others before self, because he preached that without you, there can be no I. So when we come out and do service in our community, we are furthering the legacy, the work, the pride, the spirit, and the life force of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
Apparently, a lot of people are going to have the mindset that, it's just one vote, it's not going to matter. But, if everyone thinks that way, then our voices cannot be represented in the government.
It's a basic right to have self-determination, to have some voice, to have some say in your future and the way you're treated and what's available to you, and just a say in how the community works. I think it's everybody should have that right.
We think it's so important for people to vote because people like Martin Luther King and a lot of the civil rights leaders, especially here in Atlanta, fought for us to be able to vote. So it is definitely our right, and it's super important to do.
How we move forward, as in laws being passed for Black and brown people in this country, and just marginalized people as a whole. If we don't vote, our silence is an answer.
I think really to honor Martin Luther King Jr.'s legacy. He's such an important, monumental man. I think today is the day we can all come and band together, and it would impact a lot of change in our communities.
Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream wasn't just for Black people. His dream was for Black people, white people, Jews, Gentiles, children, adults, those who could walk, those who couldn't. He had a picture and a dream for the entire world. We must come together as a humanity, not just on Dr. King Day, but every day, because we all must coexist in this world. Without nonviolent coexistence, we can prepare ourselves for violent co-annihilation.
There's too much hate and division in this nation. The longer we stay divided, the harder it's going to be to deal with the issues that are trying to destroy us. But if we use the power of love, we can overcome those things that seek to tear us apart and destroy us. We still may not agree. We may not be together on things. But at the end of the day, when it counts, family comes together and family connects and family supports and family undergirds and family challenges. When something's out of order, you come together and you deal with it. But you deal with it in the right spirit and you deal with it in the right heart. And we've got to do that because we've got to do something to reconstruct this nation.
Good afternoon, or depending upon where you are in the world, good morning. I am Dr. Steve Perry. I'm super excited to join you today live from where I am, Bridgeport, but also live from the King Center, where we are celebrating the Dr. Martin Luther King holiday 2023. Today, the conference starts with me, cultivating a beloved community mindset to transform unjust systems. Beloved Community Global Summit, Day 2 General Summit, session number 4. I'm excited because I get to be joined by some very compelling panelists. But I want to take a quick moment to introduce myself. I am an educator from Connecticut who runs schools in New York and Connecticut, charter schools in New York, Connecticut. I'm Dr. Steve Perry. And I come to this work as a child of the 60s. On my birth certificate in 1969, it says Negro. And as a child of the 60s, one of the things that I have learned throughout my life is that race and racism are, quite frankly, still the scourge of a community. Not our community, but those communities that spread it upon us. So today we're going to have a conversation with our panelists who will bring you their perspective on the topic of racism. Racism is a catastrophe, a conundrum for millenniums. To eradicate it, we will need a way of thinking much higher than the level on which racism festered and multiplied. This interactive conversation will guide participants in contemplating and planning for how a beloved community mindset helps to understand and eradicate racism. All right. I'm going to take a quick second to read a quote of Dr. King's that speaks to me. And the quote is this: racism is a philosophy based on a contempt for life. It is the arrogant assertion that one race is the center of all value and object of devotion, before which all other races must kneel into submission. It is the absurd dogma that one race is responsible for all the progress of history and alone can assume the progress of the future. Racism is total estrangement. It separates not only bodies, but minds and spirits. Inevitably, it descends to inflicting spiritual or physical homicide upon the outgroup. I want to begin to introduce our guests. Thank you so much. I'm going to work my way around. Thank you for joining us today. Our first panelist is going to introduce himself, Jamar Tisby. Dr. Tisby.
Greetings, everyone. Pleased to be with you all on this panel. My name is Dr. Jamar Tisby. I'm an author, I'm a historian, and I'm a professor of history at the historic Simmons College of Kentucky.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tisby. Sis, I'm going to do my best to pronounce your name. Please correct me when I say it wrong, because I tend to. Birgit Uwele Umagba.
Thank you very much. I am so honored to be on this platform. My name is Birgit Umagba. I am a registered nurse and a clinical nurse specialist. I live in Ontario, Canada. I am also a social justice advocate, and I highlight the issues of racism in nursing and in healthcare. Thank you very much. What an honor to be amongst an esteemed group of people.
Thank you very much, Sister Umagba. And then we have a beautiful young couple, Reverend and Mrs. Joyce Johnson. Please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, brothers and sisters. I am Mrs. Mother Joyce Hobson Johnson, and
I am Nelson Johnson, a retired pastor, but an organizer all of my life, beginning in the mid-50s up until the present moment. It's good to be with you, and I look forward to a rich, enlightening conversation.
and we're speaking to you from the beloved community center that is grounded in the principles that Dr. King and others shared with us during the 60s movement.
That's fantastic. All right, so I'm going to start, if it's all right with you, with Reverend and Mrs. Johnson, retired pastor. I want to see how you do that one.
It's just a word, man.
That's impressive. So the first question is to you. What is racism, and what are the ways that it is contrary to the beloved community mindset, which prioritizes people over things and others over self, and uses power and love as a means to equity and justice?
Well, I think the definition that you read is a very accurate one. It's a set of beliefs on which people act that belittles the dignity and the worth and the value of all groups except themselves. And not only is that some kind of thing in people's head, it is a way of life. It actually subjugates, mistreats, abuses, and then lie about it. So all of this is wrapped up in the U.S. experience of racism, and I imagine the international experience of racism. And it must be confronted with compassion, with love, but with fierce determination, and with clarity on the moment that we're in and the possibilities in this moment. And let me just end this by saying there's great danger. That's what we see. But on the other side of every great danger is a great opportunity.
Yes.
There's a massive opportunity now to pull together the diversities of people who are able to see and who are willing to work together and walk together. That's what I feel is so important about this conversation and about this moment.
Thank you so much. I want to go to Dr. Tisby. The question is, why is there such a misunderstanding or garbled understanding of what racism is and isn't? Let me continue. And how do we increase understanding of the power dynamics, deep roots, and perpetual outcomes of racism, including in medicine, healthcare, banking, education, and in corporate practices, as well as, of course, the criminal justice system?
Thank you for that question. I think fundamentally, why is there such a misunderstanding of racism? I think fundamentally, it's due to a resistance to truth telling and truth accepting. It is remarkable today in the information age how resistant people are to knowledge and truth when it challenges their ideologies and assumptions, of course. So increasingly, we are living in different epistemological ecosystems. What that means is we are not only in information bubbles, we are in belief bubbles. That is to say, that when we get knowledge and information, if it doesn't fit a particular narrative that we already have on ideological grounds, most typically, then we reject that information. And this is not an issue that is equally dispersed among people of all persuasions. We can look at the disagreement around basic facts and information. And you can look at instances like the COVID pandemic and whether we should wear a mask. You can look at instances like the election in 2020 and whether that was legitimate or supposedly stolen. These are issues that go beyond intellectual capacity for people to understand. These are issues about identity. And increasingly, our identities are different, which makes it harder to come together, even on something like defining what racism is. In addition, you have the fact that racism never goes away, it just adapts. So many people are looking at racism from 60 or 70 years ago, having signs over drinking fountains, having separate entrances for Black people and other people of color, and saying, well, since all of that's supposedly gone, at least in a legal and overt sense, well, then we must not be dealing with racism. And now it's all just up to the individual. It's all due to your own effort. So we have a very heavy lift to continually define our terms and continually bring those up in conversation and dialogue so that we can actually make progress.
Thank you. Sister Umegba, am I saying, how close am I?
You're close. You're close.
Okay, I'm working on it. I'm gonna get there by the end of this.
Umaigba, yes.
Umaigba, okay,
Yes.
Umaigba. What type of education and on what platforms will help change mindsets that acquiesce and facilitate racism?
You know, I would like to start with Dr. Martin Luther King's quote. Of all the forms of inequality, injustice, and health is the most shocking and the most inhumane because it often results in physical death. I navigate my profession as a nurse, as a Black African woman, and I have seen firsthand what racism does to patients, to colleagues who are Black, or Indigenous, or of other racialized identities. And it is so harmful. And the fact that on an individual level, people have no understanding or are in intentional denial that racism permeates every aspect of the Canadian healthcare system. Um, we know the studies show that the Canadian health system is built on colonial policies that perpetuate racism through power imbalances and social exclusion. Colonialism is embodied in the nursing educational system, in organizational structures, in healthcare programs and practices built on perspectives of the dominant Western culture and poorly adapted to the needs of Black, Indigenous, and other racialized people. So, if there's a lack of understanding of how these policies work to put Black people at risk, then there needs to be a transformation on how nurses and health workers are educated way before they get into the healthcare system. So, health leaders have a moral and ethical obligation to, first of all, undertake the difficult process of introspection. People have to look into themselves. I know that a lot of people have this white exceptionalism view where they think that I am the good one, I'm not racist, I'm looking out for racism over there. However, people have to do the work that, regardless of how they perceive themselves, there needs to be education on a personal level. And then when we come to institutions, racism in nursing cannot be tackled without infusing intersectionality and clinical critical pedagogy into the nursing education and practice. I went through nursing school here in Canada, and I don't remember ever being taught racism in healthcare, or how it puts certain people at a disadvantage. I have seen, I've read on papers, I've seen on the news how people have died from racist practices in healthcare. So curriculums have to change to
What
infuse
would be an example?
anti-racist education, and that will be on an educational level. And on a political level, there needs to be a shift on who is given power. There needs to be a representation on political levels, recognizing the influence of one's privilege and position of power within the healthcare system, and making sure that Black voices, Indigenous voices, and other racialized voices are represented and at
Just
policy levels. And these population are given the resources and tools to be able to function. So I do think that people also have social media is such a great movement. People can use your platforms to provide education and create more awareness on racism and racist practices in healthcare.
I just want to jump in here. I just want to jump in here. And a quick question, a quick follow-up here. What's an example of a racist practice in healthcare? Tell, how would a patient, how would social activists, how would a hospital be able to distinguish between a professional decision and a racist decision?
Okay, that's a very good question. We all hold stereotypes and biases. There are so many examples, but I am going to give the example where, for example, Black women are often perceived as angry, the angry Black woman stereotype. And when it comes to healthcare, when Black women present with pain, there's already this narrative that they're overreacting. And in an attempt to describe, I went through this myself as a Black patient within the Canadian healthcare system. In an attempt to express that emotion of pain, we are already dehumanized because we're already put in this bubble that we are angry and Black. And digging deeper into the stereotype, the history of which spans into the spheres of academia and popular culture. It is so easy for it has been disseminated, and people feel like we're not truthful about our pain and our suffering, and as a result we're neglected and left to suffer in pain. When I had a horrible miscarriage, which was, by the way, on the on paper, so it's no secret. I was dismissed. I was disregarded in my pain, and you know, in an effort not to be viewed as angry, even though I was suffering, I was suppressing how much I
So,
could express. And
so
so this and many more in healthcare, we see that it's really easy to distinguish if
okay.
only they want to see it.
So I would love, really, first of all, I'm sorry for your miscarriage and the experience that you had. I would love to have a much deeper conversation with you about that, because I think that many of us don't recognize that even, you know, in the US, we look at the Canadian system as ideal. And here in our country, we have some of the same racist underpinnings. But I wanted to move on to Mother Johnson, if I may. How do you, or how can we work on hearts and mindsets at the same time that we transform unjust systems, including by way of legislation? Because as Dr. King Jr. said, it may be true that the law cannot make a man love me. Religion and education will have to do that, but it can restrain him from lynching me. So how can we work the hearts and mindsets at the same time transform unjust situations through the legal through legislation?
Yes, thank you for that question. And I'd like to change that to not simply how can we, but we must do this.
Okay.
This is essential to the concept of beloved community, where the heart, the spirit is in leadership, as opposed to what transactionally or politically or what the polls say makes sense for us to do at any particular time. So we really must embrace the fact that we're all equal. We're made from the same source. And of course, some of our religious institutions no longer teach that. But we have to recognize that how you are faring has an impact on how I am ultimately faring. What Sister Magba experienced is something that many others of us have experienced, and it has its impact all over the world. So knowing that the well-being of your sibling, whether you know that person, whether they're a different race or whatever, is also an impact on you. And that is also a mandate for anybody who has a spiritual background. But at the same time, we know much of this is long-term. There's a lot of re-education that has to go on based on truth and possibility. But the essential pieces, like at the Beloved Community Center, we have a simple mission: is to work together alongside other people to forge and continuously expand a quality of leadership and beloved community to help guide Greensboro, our city, our state, and our nation into a new era of equitable economic sufficiency. The world is not lacking, it's the way we distribute it. Peace, social, gender, and racial justice that can serve as a model for others and an inspiration for ourselves, our children, our grandchildren, our region, and our nation. So while we are striving for what people see as high ideals, we've got to work to implement some examples of that. The reversal of Roe v. Wade was a step backwards, but we need to use that reality as a possibility for now moving even further than what that had offered, so that we expand Medicaid, for example, in my state where it is not so. We have to look at the small earnings that have happened in the economic equity of areas like Fight for 15, now called the Union of Southern Service Workers, so that pay is equitable. We found out during the COVID season, which is still here, growing, that essential workers certainly are doctors and others, but it's also those people who clean the hallways, people who cook the food, people who deliver things. So we've got to realize that every human has something to offer and fight for that, because their well-being is intricately tied to our well-being. So we've got to do both and fight for those hard pieces that seem intractable, but our hearts and our spirits fuel us to continually push for them.
Mother Johnson, would you also say that we have to start to grow our own politicians?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Here at the Beloved, we appreciate the comment of the young couple. We've been married for over 53 years now. Looking forward to another one in May, Lord willing. But much of what we do when we interact with younger people is to say to them, you are what you've been looking for. You've got to take the lead. So it's very important to criticize those who are currently in power, but you've got to have this vision of what can be, what must be for your future and that of your children, and then work in the various venues, whether it's the local school board, the water board, which is increasingly a problem, Detroit, Jackson, Mississippi, all these places, and learn what you must do. But guess what? It's not about you just being so smart. It's really staying connected to the people in your communities who really know many of the solutions, but are not a part of the democratic or so-called democratic conversation. So we've got to build this movement that's people-based, and then a few of us will be selected to have political leadership. But we need spiritual leadership. We need educational leadership. We certainly need medical leadership, all areas, and the artistic, the arts, the songs, the music, all those things can touch the heart and really expand our understanding. So again, it's not just facts and figures, but really the essence of our humanity.
So Mother Johnson, one of the things I hear you saying is that, yes, we need to grow our own in terms of political activism, but also grow our own from mindsets that we believe across all platforms, in all industries. You bring up a really powerful point, one that I think that is often overlooked. Sure, racism has driven some of the decisions that have occurred that made the water situation. I mean, in America, that we're talking about water is both the epitome of racism and the and what's called the the King Center calls the catastrophe and conundrum that was millenniums in the making. Like, this didn't just happen,
right?
But that's the flowery platitude. But in a very practical sense, as you said, you got to sit on your town's water commission. You got to sit on inland wetlands. You got to get on those committees. You got to be part of the solution. Because one thing to say our water's filthy, but if we've never put a person on one of those committees or commissions, then on some level, by omission, we've allowed something to happen to us that we could, by and large, correct. And I hear you saying it's not. I mean, I think that's a powerful example that can be easily overlooked, given the fact that how many people want to volunteer once a month to go and sit through inland wetlands?
Yes.
But one day you look up and somebody's driving digging a trench to put a freeway through your backyard, and now you wonder how that happened. Well, every month they had an inland wetlands meeting. We didn't have a single person from our community, to your point, connected to our community, who was connected to that decision. Public meetings, public meeting records, and there it is. Now we're trying to fight where the road's going to go after the first trench has been dug. I want to come back to you, Dr. Tisby. I want to ask, in what ways can the viewers joining us today influence their minds, their homes, and their communities to come up from racism, particularly as an outcome of white supremacist ideology? And the second part of that is, how can we not be vessels for racism? So how can we train others to not, how can we come up from it? And how can we make sure that other people don't end up there?
So let me, as a historian, give a plug for history. How can we not be racist? How can we help other people not be racist? We've got to know our stories. That's what history is. It's the story of us long before the television show came around, right? And let me read from James Baldwin. He said, "The great force of history comes from the fact that we carry it within us. are unconsciously controlled by it in many ways. And history is literally present in all that we do. And so one of the things historians say is that everything has a history. And when we learn that history, we learn that so much of it is tied to white supremacy and racism. This was the controversy over the 1619 Project. Some folks didn't want to actually go back and look that racism and race-based chattel slavery was a foundation of what became the United States before it even was the United States. So a very practical someone can do is look at history. And if you want to know where to start, a couple of things. Number one, start with your interests. A lot of people erroneously think history is boring. History is fascinating. And if you don't believe me, find something you're interested in and learn the history of it. And secondly, what we can do is look at books that are published at academic and university presses. So in other words, if you go to your few brick and mortar bookstores left, but like a Barnes and Noble or something, unfortunately, it's a lot of non-historians writing about history, which turns into mostly propaganda. If you want a little bit more disciplined history, a lot more disciplined history, look at history books that are published by academic and university presses, just to begin. Now, that's just one practical thing. Overall, I think this deal of fighting racism is so contextual. Your community versus my community versus someone else's community, it's going to have different contours. And so instead of giving you a bullet point list of do this, do that, do the other, I think in terms of a framework. I wrote about this in my second book, How to Fight Racism. It talks about the arc of racial justice. The arc of racial justice is an acronym that stands for awareness, relationships, commitment. Awareness, relationships, commitment. I think, like legs of a stool, you need all three to have a stable platform on which to build your racial justice efforts. Awareness is everything that we do to build awareness, everything we do to gain knowledge and information. It's watching the documentaries, it's listening to a presentation like this, it's reading the books. And we saw an explosion of that in 2020. That's great, but you can't stop there. You just have a big head. We also need big hearts. That's where the relationship component is. You know, I was studying the abolitionist movement in the 19th century, and it is so interesting connecting the dots of who knows who and where. These dots cross racial lines, cross gender lines, cross class lines, and it was a relational effort that led to the systemic change of the abolition of slavery. And so we can never forget the importance of relationships, of linking arms together with one another and seeing the humanity in each other. And then lastly is commitment. And by commitment, I don't simply mean staying the course. By commitment, I mean committing ourselves to changing systems and policies that continue to oppress people and disenfranchise people and commit injustices toward people, even apart from the explicit intentions of an individual. So that goes to things like voting rights and mass incarceration and all of these ills in healthcare that we've been talking about. We need awareness, relationships, and commitment. And these things are happening continuously. But I'll end with this. If you don't know where to start, get in what I call priestly proximity to somebody who's different. In other words, anyone you can look at who has stood up for justice, they have had some personal encounter with people who were adversely affected by the injustice. That developed empathy and that developed motivation for them to take action. So look at your local network. Who are you in relationship with, especially who's different, that you might develop a burden for as you carry your neighbor's burden and love your neighbor?
Thank you so much, Dr. Tisby. Pastor, I'm going to come back to you. Even if you are retired, I'm going to pull you out for a minute. We have talked about racism as that which is promulgated on Black people from the lighter society. But it is we who refer to each other, as Mother Johnson said, in our arts. If we think about our arts, we have to put people in our arts who speak to us as we want to be spoken to. In our communities, we have to be people who treat each other well. Can you talk about internalized racism within the Black community and how we might confront that also?
Absolutely. And I think that is a moral, spiritual question as well. An experience we had of street groups, some people call them gangs. We chose not to use that term, who were doing things that were not healthy for the community. But when you get on the ground floor and you connect with one of the leaders, there's the potential for a depthful discussion. And we had that and brought together 6 neighborhood groups who signed a peace treaty related to they would not instigate any violence and that they would actually start a cleanup campaign in the community for graffiti that was put out. And they were names that you would recognize: the Crips, the Bloods, the 5 Percenters, the Almighty Latin King and Queen Nation. Here's what happened. As a result of that initiative, and I don't want to end the story here because it's still going, the police came down on the leadership of that in such a way that it breaks my heart even to talk about it, and gave that young man 28 years in prison because somebody went across state lines, bought something, and came back and said he told them to do it. And they had a whole case, a RICO case, about a local thing. So what I'm saying is that we have to take the initiative in our own communities to help heal the historical wounds inflicted on us by this brutal, evil system of racism that included chattel slavery but never stopped. I think that's important. But at the same time, I think we have to look at what is feeding and fueling this propensity really among the white population. And I want to name something that's in our book of faith. It says you cannot serve 2 gods. You can't do it. And that the God of our culture is money. And actually, at this point in time, a certain amount of money is feeding into our community in ways that are questionable, in ways that actually limit what we are willing to do and able to do, and bring it under a certain kind of, how can I say, not too healthy way of getting through this period. So I want to name that. In the 60s, most of this 501c3 money went to libraries and music halls and all of that. SNCC got going and they start funding them and then pitted them against each other. And I think that we have to build the unity of our community in spite of, and I don't want anything that I said to suggest that it can't be done. It simply access the urgency of doing it, not that it can't be done. And we believe that the faith community has a major role to play in that once it finished talking about the fast train to heaven. How about the train to justice on earth? How do we build that as the bedrock of the faith? And then to build relationship between neighborhood groups, between faith groups, between labor groups, and between social justice groups, and between other groups that are moving. That's the challenge right now. And it has to be done in a concentrated way with specific focus on a certain geographic region that you can transform things. That's why we've set up the North Carolina Truth, Justice, and Reconciliation Commission process, where we're pulling in the state churches, pulling in labor unions, pulling in social justice groups, pulling in environmental groups. We must walk toward each other. We must walk toward each other, and on that walk, build quality, enduring relationship that no money, that no funding, that no jive-talking person can get between us and the unity that we're building. That's the challenge that I see. It's one thing to talk about the damage racism is doing. It's another thing to talk about how we engage it and build toward enduring solutions. That's what we're committed to here in North Carolina. And we want to invite everybody to think along those lines, never dismissing the cause, but the cause is not the cure. You have to have a cure related to the actuality of how this thing is being administered. It includes the electoral part, but unless you have a base among ordinary people, the people in elected offices are very limited in what they're capable of doing, even if they want to do it. And some of them actually lean the other way. So I hope that that speaks to your question.
It does.
I'm
It does.
passionate about that because it has to be done. You cannot get there without building the unity of the most affected people. And that unity will open the door to build relationship with poor whites. I worked on a textile mill, getting $3 and change an hour. White people were getting $3.15 or 20 more cents change an hour. So your position ain't much better than mine. And so we have some potential to unite if you can get across this false teaching that you're better than somebody. Let me stop before I don't.
No, let me say that I know that a pastor's getting worked up when he starts talking about jive talking people. So I know things have gone miserably wrong when we gone there. What I want to do is I want to go around. We have a couple minutes left until we get to the top of the hour. But one of the characteristics of Dr. King that I most admired was his ability and willingness to call to the carpet his own community as it specifically related to pastors. The letter from the Birmingham prison could not have been a more compelling example of that. Rare is the occasion that a person who is of the cloth or of academia or of the medical profession, rare is that any of us will speak against our own for fear of at least severing our ability to earn, which in the land of serving two gods, we know which one most folks are going to choose. So what I want to do is I want to start at the top in Canada with Sister Umagba. You started to talk a bit about this. What specifically today could nurses in Canada in particular do to begin to eradicate racism in the delivery of healthcare on their shift today? Those nurses who are in the hospital today, what could they do today? By the end of the shift, they will be one less racist nurse.
Thank you very much. This is such an important question because we're used to getting a lot of, suggestions of what to do and so many things to do. Today, what one nurse could do to be anti-racist is to start by practicing self-reflection. We are taught self-reflection in schools. We've talked here about history and, introspection. You cannot, according to the author Layla said, you cannot challenge what you do not understand. And you really cannot dismantle what you think does not exist. So the practice of self-introspection begins with understanding what racism really is. If my colleague really cares about that Black patient, that Indigenous patient, or that Black colleague who has expressed trauma regarding their racist experience, then that person should sit and say, what is my role and how can I effect a change on my unit to be able to provide anti-racist care? And how am I adding to the racial trauma of my colleagues and patients? So understanding racism and how it is infused into every aspect of healthcare is a starting point. There's absolutely no way to dismantle it if you don't even understand that it exists. So realizing that it exists, it's really not, a lot of times when we talk about racism, people think we're It's only at an individual level. The system is racist. The way they hire nurses into leadership is completely racist. The hiring practices.
Now we're talking.
Yes. So
Okay.
starting by what exactly I can do, I practice self-reflection and going from there and sitting with that discomfort, because it's very easy not to want to be uncomfortable in practicing the self-reflection. But I challenge my colleagues to sit with the discomfort and see how they can impact a change.
Thank you so much. So Dr. Tisby, today at Smith, at right now, whatever time it is, you said you're in Kentucky?
Yes, sir.
So in Kentucky, right now at Smith College, what could your college do today? Like today, while y'all still got, well, maybe on the college campus the day might be over, but presuming that y'all work a traditional schedule.
We always working, yes.
That is, then what could and I got 11 minutes, so I want to make sure I get back to Pastor and Mother Johnson. What could you do today on campus? What could your administration, what could you do today to impact racism?
Well, I think Black institutions like historically Black colleges and universities, Simmons College, where I work, we are doing that work day to day. What we're trying to inculcate and educate within our students is the idea that they are part of a stream of freedom fighters, of liberation leaders, and that they need to take up that mantle in the present day. So we can't just rely on what people have done in the past. We need to see ourselves not just as students of history, but as makers of history. So what I try to do in my class is not only give them the tools of academic history and critical inquiry, but to point them to the long tradition of Black scholars, clergy, activists who, whatever their vocation or field, the people we look up to and admire saw their work as being part of the Black freedom struggle and broader civil rights and humanitarian uplift. So what we need to do is help our young people understand that this stuff isn't over. It may have changed forms, but they are affected by it, and they can also be part of the solution. And to that effect, even if you're not a college student or at a Black institution, what you can do is support them. Current work and research I'm doing is on the endowments of HBCUs as compared to predominantly white institutions, and you would weep to see the discrepancies there. So if you want to support the people who are doing the work, especially the next generation of civil rights leaders, you can contribute to historically Black colleges and universities and support the work of these institutions that have historically contributed so much to the uplift, not only of people of African descent, but the entire nation.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to finish where we started with our truly-weds. They got newlyweds, and then they got truly weds. And after 52 years, y'all are 53. Right. Yeah, I better give you all your years. 53 years of marriage, you are truly weds. So my question to you is, both of you, you can answer it together. The church community, the Black church, what can the Black church do today? What can Black pastors in North Carolina today, in your community today, do to begin to beat back what our organizers have referred to as a catastrophe and a conundrum, millenniums in the making, or otherwise known as racism? What could y'all do today?
I'm going to start out with the question that was on the floor before, if you don't mind.
By all means.
Okay. And one thing I want to say is what we can do today, now, fierce urgency of now, is to stop believing in operating off the lies. The emperor has no new clothes. The Wizard of Oz is not real. The power is within us if we are united. And we've got to believe that and walk like we believe that. As I think I was 20-year-old college student, really the first time I was 17 as a freshman. I had the life-changing experience of meeting Dr. King. And I was, Dr. Tisby, one of those students who did the integration. I was at Duke University, but it was very clear why I was there on behalf of our community, our large community, not just because I was so smart. We've been smart for years, but it's a matter of the oppression that kept us from really offering all that we could offer to the world. So I was fortunately clear on that from the education I received at my church, from the education I received in the streets as a 15-year-old marching in Richmond, Virginia, and other places, trained by folk like John Lewis and Vincent Harding in the nonviolent social justice techniques. So that's what I still carry in me. But I happened to be in a room when Dr. King had just gotten out of jail one time, and all the kids were there. So I remember King III, the Martin III, and Dexter and Yolanda Bernice clinging to their parents. And of course, Sister King was there planning the Poor People's Campaign. So it's always justice linked to the people who are most impacted. So we've got to operate out of that and know that we can make a difference. And of course, churches play such a role in that. Reality is that people don't necessarily come to church the way they used to. Doesn't have to stay that way. We need to think about what we're teaching. Are we teaching the gospel of hope and possibility and the equality of all humankind? That the earth is the Lord and the fullness thereof, and that is available for all of us, including the animals and everything around us to make. There's an abundance that's been provided for us, but we submitted to this distribution process that allows all these inequities, oppression, deaths. And if we no longer believe that, shed that shroud of racism, those of us who are most impacted and those of us who think that we're benefiting from this oppressive system, we can do wonderful, powerful things. So I'm going to switch over then to the pastor and let him talk in more particular about how the church might do that. But realize that we're operating under a lie. We've got to dismantle that. And then we can come into our fullest potential.
Well, let me first affirm all of the good work that's going on across the nation that we haven't talked about and haven't named. Mm-hmm. And I don't want you to feel dismissed. So I want to affirm that on the one hand. As for the church, and I also want to affirm the importance of self-reflection. Nobody can reflect for you. They might reflect about you, but you have to reflect for yourself and to come to some sense of who I really am and what I'm called to do. As for the church, I think that the church has drifted away from one of the primary emphasis in the gospel, and that's the emphasis on justice. The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, has anointed me to preach good news to the poor. What is good news to the poor? Not getting poor, not sleeping under bridges, not having health care. That has to become central, not having a house. And so in some sense, we've got to preach the depth of the gospel as it's given to us and mean it. Because after the talk, there has to be a walk. So you have to step into what it is you are preaching and proclaiming. It's in that spirit that we are inviting all the churches in North Carolina to join us in a statewide truth, justice, and reconciliation movement. You can help anchor this. And if you add to that labor and the labor movement, who are struggling themselves, and bring that together. And if you can add to that young students and educators, and I'm painting a picture here because we have to see the potential in the moment, that we see something now that perhaps we couldn't see 8 or 10 years ago. and that is a bunch of people running up on the Capitol unapologetically, trying to overthrow the government. And in that sense, it's a moment. And the moment is, how do we use this energy and this failed set of policies to help us unite and grow into a powerful, transformative movement? If you can do it in one state, it will commend itself to the nation. And I think that's where we see things in North Carolina and how we understand our work. Without the church, it can't quite work. The church has to play a major role in it, and we believe that it will, with a little help. Sometimes you have to kick people in the pants a little bit, get them moving. But I think that that potential is there. And if it happens in North Carolina, it can happen in the United States.
Well, I want to thank you all for joining this 2023 King Holiday Observance. It starts with me, cultivating a beloved community mindset to transform unjust systems. Beloved Community Global Summit, Day 2 General Summit, session number 4. I want to thank you all for joining us today. Thank all of our panelists who have brought their insights and thoughtfulness to the work that we do. But it's super important that we thank Dr. Bernice King,
Amen,
the organizer of this effort, and what I refer to lovingly as the Queen King. She, in her work, has decided to answer the call and to inspire generations that follow to do the same. So I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I am humbled and honored to be a part of such a conversation, and I recognize that all healing begins with the conversation. So I thank you so much for joining us today. And for those of you who are interested, please stay tuned because more panelists are to follow. And while I'm sure that none will be as cool as this one, I'm sure they'll be great. Y'all take it easy. Thank you so much. We love you.
Thank you, Doc.
My pleasure.
54 years ago, my father launched the Poor People's Campaign to revolutionize the economic landscape of our nation. Unfortunately, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. did not live long enough to see it come to fruition. However, on June 19, 1968, my mother, Coretta Scott King, was here in our nation's capital during the initial Poor People's Campaign to deliver a very powerful message on poverty. She stated, and I quote, "Too long we've suffered pious platitudes and made faulty promises to our less fortunate." She made the appeal that poverty is not only a long-standing evil of this nation, but an actual act of violence against the dignity, livelihood, and humanity of its citizens. 54 years later, poverty still has a grip on the soul of our nation. So today, as a bearer of my parents' legacy, and as the CEO of the King Center, I join in solidarity with the chorus of voices that say we won't be silent anymore. Thank you, Reverend Barbara, and thank you, Reverend Theo Harris, for helping to keep this part of my father and mother's legacy alive. And thank you for keeping the movement going. Today, we're here to awaken the conscience of the citizens of this nation. We're calling upon those who have ears to hear, tongues to speak, and hearts to respond, to join the movement to rid this nation of the evil and violence of poverty. You have heard the real stories of those who suffered the injustices of our nation. A nation that refuses to open their eyes to the inhumane realities of poverty, a violation of the dignity, worth, and value of people who are made in the image of God and after God's likeness. As we listen to these voices, we can attest to the reality that poverty in all of its forms is violence. We have a moral responsibility to speak up, to stand up, to show up, and never shut up until all of our brothers and sisters can rise from the shackles of oppression, depression, suppression, and the real violence of poverty, until they are set free to live with the dignity of a livable wage, humane living conditions, just working conditions, access to affordable health care and housing, and the freedom to participate in government, the freedom to prosper in life, and the freedom to peacefully coexist. When I was growing up, my mother used to always remind me and my siblings that somebody has to cut off the chain of violence. Well, I'm asking all people of goodwill and conscience to join us in cutting off this chain of the violence of poverty. I'm asking all citizens, power brokers, and politicians of this nation to pledge their voices and their work toward the elimination of poverty. For those who would argue that there is a deficit of human resources, my response is absolutely not. The deficit is in the human will. 54 years ago, when my father launched the Poor People's Campaign, he called for a revolution of values and a radical redistribution of wealth. I make that same call to our nation today. And do not be fooled into thinking that the issue of poverty is someone else's problem. As my father said, we are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. What affects one directly affects all indirectly. Have you considered how the existence of poverty in our nation affects all indirectly? Think about it. The last time I checked, the least of these is quickly turning into the most of these. If the current economic crises or my sisters and brothers' stories today haven't put you on notice, let me inform all people of goodwill, even those that believe they are exempt from this epidemic, that poverty won't stop at low-income workers. Poverty won't stop at the suburban middle class. Poverty won't even stop with the business owners and business executives. Poverty is a system that will continue to consume more and more people, beget more violence, disenfranchise millions, and leave even more underserved until our nation and our people commit to creating the beloved community to dismantle it. And it's going to take all of us to do our part to make this happen. We must work from several different angles. While there are those in our society who are turning a blind eye and a deaf ear to the ever-increasing rent for poor and low-wage workers, stay tuned, because I'm working on a pathway to transition them from being renters to becoming homeowners without the requirement of a credit score. As I stand here today, hearing this pain and suffering that my brothers and sisters who are in the grip of economic injustices and inequities are enduring, the evidence is very clear that this nation is guilty of violence, of theft, of oppression, of exploitation, of abuse, of extreme neglect, and the absolute abandonment of the poor, and should be indicted on the misappropriation of resources and the complete misalignment of values, which, if corrected through nonviolent direct action, could lead to the total, direct, and immediate abolition of poverty. Too many systems, practices, and politics have sought to silence these voices that we are hearing today and these stories that are being shared. but we refuse to allow silence to reign supreme. Because I hear a cry coming up from the backside of this nation, from the depths of poverty where life ain't been no crystal stair. I hear a cry from the mothers and children that have been left by the wayside. I hear a cry from the cultures that have been suppressed by the hands of poverty. I hear a cry from the hungry, the tired, and the forgotten. I hear a fiery cry coming up from the 140 million Americans that won't be quenched by the lukewarm words of apathetic politicians, systemic racism, or the presence of war. A cry that won't be quenched by corporate greed or excessive materialism, but will require a great reckoning and realignment of our morals as a nation. Until we get there, though, we won't be silent anymore. So I encourage you to keep sharing your stories. My brothers and sisters, keep standing up and keep speaking out. Keep your eyes on the prize and know that God Almighty is with us. God's word reminds us that the darkest hour is always before the dawn. So don't you stop now. Don't you get weary in well-doing. Walk together, children. Don't you get weary. Keep working together, children. Don't you get weary. Keep struggling and holding on together, children. Don't you get weary. Keep mobilizing and organizing and strategizing, Reverend Barbara and Reverend Theo and all the people, and don't get weary. Fuss if you got to, fight if you got to, but get over it together, children. And don't get weary, but don't forget to pray together, children, because you might just get weary. But one day, if we continue to walk together, children, we will be able to eliminate poverty.
Wow. Wow. What an amazing time we have had at the Beloved Community Global Summit. My name is Cameron Friend, and I am the social media and content manager for the King Center, and I will be serving as your moderator for our next great session. And I want to go ahead and I want to invite our panelists to come up. This is going to be a tremendous discussion. And with us for this conversation is going to be Dr. Lily Baxter. We're going to have an opportunity to hear from Sierra Fly Bobo and an opportunity to hear from Pastor Curtis Johnson as well. This is going to be a powerful discussion where we're going to be able to talk about how do we understand nonviolence as the pathway to a beloved community mindset. What does that look like for us as we're having this conversation, as we are wanting to go forward and understanding how nonviolence helps to change us internally, but also how nonviolence helps us to be who we can be for this world. Each and every one of us has a responsibility here. We have a responsibility to each other. We have a responsibility to do good to our neighbors. So what does that look like? And the process of nonviolence is one that is a journey. It takes time. It is a path. But along the way, we meet people. We encounter scenarios. We encounter circumstances that help us to go from where we are right now to where we will be. So this is going to be a great discussion. We're going to have an amazing time talking to our amazing team. And this is going to be a wonderful panel. Everybody, Dr. Baxter, Pastor Curtis Johnson, Fly, how's everything going today?
Very good.
Great day. Going great. Well, again, I would love for people just to get a little familiar with you all. Dr. Lily Baxter, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and your affiliation with the King Center?
Sure, thank you. Happy to be here. Well, if I were to describe myself, I'm a teacher. I'm an idealist, but also a realist. I'm an activist and a writer. And I was very fortunate to have Mrs. King as my mentor during the years that she was developing the King Center. And I remember sitting in Mrs. King's kitchen, being interviewed for the position of Director of Nonviolence Education and Trainings. And it's been a remarkable journey. This was in the late 70s. To watch the King Center grow, to develop materials with Mrs. King, to try to figure out how to teach Kingian nonviolence, how to reach not only the Black community that Dr. King was so beholden to and grown from, but also the wider world. The vision was so expansive. And I worked on various programs and learned so much about never giving up. As you say, Cameron, hope, having an indomitable faith. All those things were part of Mrs. King's very makeup. And then at a certain point in my life, I really felt I needed to give back to my people. I felt a great gratitude for how I was raised in an activist home of Holocaust survivors within a community of activist survivors. And despite the Holocaust, they never gave up on the human potential for creating a better world. And I was raised in that kind of environment. And for over a decade, directed the Holocaust Center here in Atlanta, the Holocaust Education Center. And what can I say? I am joyfully devoted to nonviolence and human rights, and teaching what I believe is a philosophy of life and a methodology for social change that can really change the world. So that's a little about who I am.
Well, we thank you so much for that, Dr. Lily Baxter. Pastor Curtis Johnson, please tell the world about who you are, please, sir.
Well, thank you so much. My name is, again, I am a pastor of a church that my grandparents founded back in 1987. I took over in 1993. So for the past 30 years, just about, I've been the pastor of the Valley Brook Outreach Baptist Church in Pelzer. I'm also a community activist, and I just kind of do a lot of things as it relates to finding ways to build up our community and help people. Really, I've had a heart for the human condition for many, many years. I got connected with Dr. Bernice King and Miss Mother Coretta King back in early 2000, 2002, 2003. So for about 20 years now, we've had a relationship. And over those years, myself and Dr. Bernice King have engaged in several projects that we've launched here in the upstate South Carolina area. MLK Dream Weekend became our community-wide celebration for the King holiday, and then we've done 100 Days of Nonviolence and several things that we've kind of collaborated with or worked in connection with the King Center upon. And more recently, we helped to facilitate a relationship between the King Center and the NFL, and working on some new things that we're doing, hopefully with another organization, another international organization as well, connecting with the King Center. I sincerely believe that the teachings, the principles, and the strategies of the beloved community of Nonviolence 365 is life-changing. It's world-changing. It impacts the heart, the mind, the soul, the culture. And I believe it is a huge answer to a lot of what we see in our world today. And so I'm glad and honored to be a part of the King Center, as well as the family within the King Center. And I'm glad to be here with you today.
Yeah, thank you so much, Pastor Curtis. Fly, can you please tell us about yourself?
Yes. Greetings, everyone. I'm so excited. My name is Sierra Fly Bobo, and I got introduced to the King Center in 2011 from the perspective of just learning about Dr. King's philosophy and methodology. And that next year, our current CEO, Dr. Bernice A. King, she started an initiative which was called Camp Now. It used to be called Camp Now, and it was a summer camp for youth. And I was able to become a part of the facilitator team, and eventually became a Nonviolence 365 trainer. And I've been working with the King Center ever since. So that's almost 12 years now. And so it's truly an honor to work with the young people. And just a little bit about my background, I am a founder of a nonprofit here in the Metro Atlanta area called Fly Life, where we empower girls ages 10 to 20 to be fly inside out. And we partner with the school systems, and we go in with our curriculum, and we have, an app, and we do conferences for teen girls. And so it's just been really a privilege and a passion of mine to serve young people and to empower them. And now with the King Center, I'm working with the Beloved Community Leadership Academy as one of the trainers. And it's truly an honor to take Dr. King's philosophy and to break it down on a level that young people can not only understand it, but begin to apply it.
Well, by the way, everyone, that you're having an opportunity to listen to three people that are deeply integrated in what the King Center is doing. All three of Dr. Baxter, Pastor Curtis Johnson, and Fly, they're all trainers here at the King Center. Dr. Lily Baxter is a senior instructor in MB365 here at the King Center as well. So this is going to be an incredible conversation. And y'all, before we get started with the questions, I want to set the framework for the conversation a little bit by reading a quote directly from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Dr. King says that, "Therefore, I venture to suggest to all of you and all who hear and may eventually read these words, that the philosophy and strategy of nonviolence becomes immediately a subject for study and for serious experimentation in every field of human conflict, by no means excluding the relations between nations. It is, after all, nation states which make war, which have produced the weapons which threaten the survival of mankind, and which are both genocidal and suicidal in character." And again, the name of this panel is Nonviolence as the Pathway to a Beloved Community Mindset. So y'all, I am so ready to get started. The first question that I have for each of you is, as we near the end of day 2, we're revisiting what the beloved community is and what a beloved community mindset entails. So in your study of Dr. King's philosophy, the beloved community, and nonviolence, what have you come to understand the beloved community and the corresponding mindset to be? What does that look like for each of you? We can go ahead. Dr. Baxter, we'd love to maybe hear from you first here.
Okay, thank you. A beloved community mindset. It's all of your capacities. The way you think, the way you feel, the way you frame and understand what life is about and our interconnectedness to all living things. It is captured in some ways in the 6 principles and 6 steps that Dr. King presented in his writings and teachings. In particular, the 6 principles, because they are the philosophical basis. And the mindset is how you get up in the morning, how you interface with the people who you live with, the people who you work with, how you put what you do within the perspective of a larger community. And I think it includes an anchoring in an ethical life, a moral life. You know, when Dr. King was introduced at the March on Washington in 1963, he was described as the moral leader of our nation. And he's been perceived that way. We don't do enough with understanding how important a life that is connected to love and compassion and justice and truth is. And ultimately, this beloved community mindset includes love, being love. And community is the sense that you are one in many. So that is my crack at what is a beloved community mindset.
Wow, I appreciate that, Dr. Baxter. Pastor Curtis, what are your thoughts here on this question?
Learning and understanding the beloved community the way that I have has restructured, if you will, the way that I perceive persons, the way that I perceive challenges, the way that I perceive community issues, etc. When I look at people differently, um, I look at even the people who may oppose me or who may create a conflictual environment. I can see potential in that person. I can see that regardless of who they are, um, there is an element of God in them. Somebody said there's good in the worst of us. You know, um, there's something inside of everybody that if we can focus on that image of God that Dr. King talked about, that's inside of them, with the right circumstances and right motivations, perhaps we can find a way to not only coexist, but to really appreciate one another and to really integrate in terms of heart, mind, and soul into this brotherhood, this beloved community. And so if I deal with that, it's like Stephen Covey said, begin with the end in mind. If we have that end in mind of the beloved community, then the approach that I'll take, regardless of the situation, regardless of the conflict, I'm careful on how I'll deal with each individual. I don't want to tear each person down. I don't want to find reasons for us to divide and separate, but I want to find ways to cause us to find common ground and come together and create. So it affects the way I approach any situation, and it affects the way I perceive every person. So the beloved community mindset changes my approach to anything that I'm in.
Wow. Wow, that was great. Thank you so much, Pastor. That was amazing. Fly, what are your thoughts on this?
Man, when I think about it, just studying Dr. King, we also heard Dr. King speak of the fact that we inherited a world house, that we inherited a home, right? And we inherited this house, and basically that we all live on earth, and that we all are, forced to live together, right? And this is old song that came out, I believe, in the 1980s by Luther Vandross that said, "The house is not a home." And so when I think about it, even though we inherited this world house, the goal is to turn the house, the place in which we all dwell as in humanity, into a home. And the beloved community to me represents that home. And everything about a home feels great, right? Everything about a home makes you feel love. And I think that's the key, that you even see the word love in the word beloved, right? So you use love, and as we learned here at the King Center, nonviolence to turn that house into a home. And so when you begin to use nonviolence as that vehicle, will get to what we believe is an achievable society, which is a beloved community where we can all coexist together. I think my senior trainer spoke about how conflict is going to be present, and so it may be present, but we utilize love and nonviolence to make sure that despite the conflict that we're going to have as flawed human beings, that we reconcile situations in a loving way, which continues to build and fuel our community. And so that's just how I interpret it. I believe that it's possible. I believe that it's going to require love, agape love, to be exact, as well as I believe we're going to have to utilize the nonviolent philosophy and methodology to really get us to living in that achievable society of the beloved community. And that's the mindset you have to have. So when you're in everyday conflict, you understand that I have to employ love in this moment in order to make sure that even in the midst of this conflict, I'm not harming another person that's a part of my home, of my beloved community.
Wow. So, team, I'm not gonna lie. When I heard that Luther Vandross bar, I almost started singing. But I appreciate that, Fly. That was amazing. And I'm actually gonna come right back to you, Fly, because I think there's a little bit of connectivity with what you said. So, my next question is, what is Kingian nonviolence? Which the King Center, we rebranded that to Nonviolence 365. Can you give us a little bit of breakdown of what Kingian nonviolence is and how does that influence our thinking? And then for you personally, how has that influenced your individual thinking?
Man, it changed my life. As I said in my intro, when I first came to King Center, I was pretty young, early in my young adult years, and I was radical. I was on fire. I was mad about a lot of the injustices that was happening in the world. Shout out to our CEO, Dr. Bernice King, who was very patient with me and my radical rawness. And she didn't give up on my transformation, as it is continuing, and it will continue to evolve. However, for me, Nonviolence 365 is a mindset. It's something that, when you begin to study Dr. King, you will see that it's a way of thinking, especially the principles, and really talking about the principles is a way of thinking. It's a way of engaging. It's a way of speaking. It's a way, of how we act. And so, but first it has to penetrate your mind. In order for you to have, sustainable change in anything in life, you have to think about, just how first, whatever you are receiving as an input that you're exposed to, it impacts your thinking, and your thinking impacts your emotions, and your emotions are going to impact your decisions, and your decisions are going to eventually turn into your actions. And so that's why it's so powerful, because all of us are set up in that, and with those dynamics. And so with nonviolence, it's almost like you have to feed your soul love, and feed your soul and strengthen your soul. It's almost like taking your spirit to the gym, as one of my senior trainers, Mr. Charles, often says all the time. Taking your spirit and your soul to the gym and building up that strength, and really, really soaking in the importance of responding nonviolently, so that we're not harming one another in our everyday conflicts. And so Nonviolence 365 really has come in and changed my life. And I'll even be transparent in this moment. I recently went through a divorce, and I was able to employ some of the things I learned here in the King Center in nonviolence on how to still understand that my ex-husband is still a brother for me in the beloved community, and he still deserves love, agape love. And we were able to navigate through the divorce without harming one another, and we're still friends, and we co-parent very well. But if I wasn't exposed to something as powerful as Dr. King's teaching and the Nonviolence 365 philosophy, I don't know if I would have been equipped to suppress my emotions at times and say, you know what, even though I may feel a certain way, let me choose love, because it's a choice. And so Nonviolence 365 to me is powerful, and it has really been transformational in my own personal life.
Wow. Well, Fly, we thank you for just the transparency in that, and the honesty, and how transformative nonviolence has been for you. That's huge. Pastor Curtis Johnson, I would like to come to you next with this. What do you understand King nonviolence to be, and how does it influence our thinking? And then what has it done for you as well?
One of the things that being exposed to this teaching has done for me is helped me to understand the difference between non-violence and the term nonviolence, the way we use it in the King Center. Non-violence just basically means the absence of weapons, the absence of physical weapons. But when we consider that violence is more than the presence of weapons, Coretta King and Dr. King, they helped us to understand that poverty is violence. It's the injury of the soul. It's the injury of the mind. It's more than just physical injury. It's a degrading, if you will, of humanity. It's the undervaluing of another person's humanity. When I consider that poverty is violence, even if in a marriage or home situation where there's emotional violence or verbal abuse, if you will, all of that is violence. Even if there's no physical violence there, all of that, because of its way of degrading the human condition or the human heart, etc. When I understand Kingian nonviolence and understand it as nonviolence 365, what we call it now, this is an everyday, all day mindset that we're after. It's about lifting the human soul. It's about I'm gonna give you another example of what we do here. As I shared, I'm an activist. I'm a pastor, but I'm an activist. I am the president of our local group called Pastors United for Action. And what we do with Pastors United for Action, I'll just give an example of something that we came up with a few weeks ago. On Christmas weekend, it was extremely cold. single digits. Um, I've always had a heart for the homeless, especially in the times of freezing cold. And so I'm very concerned about families when there are mothers and children, et cetera, that don't have a place to stay. So I shared with our PUA, I'm really concerned about this, and I feel like that's something we can do. So, of course, we have different resources and whatnot in the community. But what I felt that I needed to do in that situation was create something that we have not seen exist in our community. And I stepped up in a way to create a situation where we're forming an infrastructure that enables families to get help and to find ways. What we've done is we identified on that weekend about 4 families that we put up in a hotel for a week, but I realized that just putting them in a week is not going to change the situation. So long story short, we've developed an infrastructure that has a mass of different resources, a mass of different people and different things. I realized how important transportation was to the effort of getting people to jobs, et cetera. They couldn't work, et cetera. So we identified some transportation partners in our community. And then we put out on a post and just said, if anybody has a car that you would like to donate to a homeless family for $1,000 or less, if it's in good shape, let me know. I started getting responses of people who would like to donate their cars to these families, have our own mechanic to go down, check it out, make sure it's good. So this past Sunday, I was able to get one of our first families a car for $500 that's in good shape. The guy just wanted to get rid of it out of his yard. And with that car, she was able to get a job. She started today on a well-paying job that's going to help to get her family out of the hotel she's been staying in, having to pay $400 every week. If you're homeless and don't have a job and don't have a car, how can you afford a $1,600 a week stay in a hotel? So we're putting an infrastructure in place that's helping to change people's situation and lift them out of that. As of this date, we have placed 3 families into new housing opportunities, getting them transportation to jobs and getting them new jobs. And this is a matter of 3 weeks that we started this on December 25th, a weekend. So this is what I consider Nonviolence 365. This is every day, any opportunity to help lift the human condition, break the chains of poverty, and enable persons to live out the quality of life that they would desire.
Wow. Pastor Curtis, you said that violence is more than the presence of weapons. Poverty is violence. It is the injury of the soul. It is the injury of the mind. And that is such a great way to help us to encapsulate what NV365 is and at the heart of why you and so many others are doing such great work. So truly appreciate that. Dr. Lily Baxter, can you give us an understanding of what Kingian nonviolence is for you, how it influences our thinking, and how it's done that for you yourself?
Well, I'd like to reflect on a minute on the passage that you read to open our discussion, because I see it as a challenge from Dr. King. He says that the philosophy and strategy of nonviolence needs to become immediately a subject for study and for serious experimentation in every field of human conflict. And that is exactly what Fly and Pastor Curtis are doing. They are experimenting with nonviolence. They are applying it and learning from it and bringing the world forward. This is Dr. King's challenge to us, and it includes being social activists from a particular philosophical framework. But Kingian nonviolence is one of a number of schools of nonviolence. Of course, we all know about Gandhi because Dr. King himself, attributed some of his learning from Gandhi, and we have the Dalai Lama, and we have Mother Teresa, and we have many practitioners, Thich Nhat Hanh, practitioners and teachers of nonviolence. We even have schools of nonviolence that are entirely just strategic, learning how to do direct action without violence. I mean, working on how to mobilize, what kind of tactics to use, what kind of protest, how to do protest without any basic philosophical belief in the philosophy of nonviolence as a way of life. Now, Dr. King brings those together, is aware this passage that you read, Cameron, came very late in Dr. King's life, in his short life, in his 39 years, but it was in his very last book. And he had learned a great deal by then about the application of nonviolence and had actually moved to, as Fly points out, the World House, a global vision. And he is so aware, and we haven't talked enough about it, there's so much to talk about, that he focused on war and the weapons of war and our potential for annihilation as also something that the nonviolent practitioner needs to work against. So, he had the triple evils. It was during that period, later in his life, that he pulled together and understood the interconnectedness of poverty, racism, and militarism to bring our world and culture and to this point that we might even destroy ourselves. So I really appreciate what you read, Cameron, because I think it's a challenge to all of us. What Fly and Pastor Curtis are doing in their professional and personal lives. And so to me, Kingian nonviolence is a very rich and full philosophy of the personal, the community, the global.
Wow. Dr. Baxter, thank you for that. That's excellent. And even just a way to think more deeply and more critically about the quote as a challenge. And I highly suggest anyone that you hear this quote, please go read as much of King as you can to get everything in the full context of who he was and what he believed. And Pastor Curtis, I want to come back with this question to you first. Let's talk about the 6 principles of nonviolence. So can each of you share 2 principles and how those 2 principles help get us to a beloved community mindset? And Pastor Curtis, I would like you to start off with principles 1 and 2. Dr. Baxter, I would love for you to take principles 3 and 4. And then Sierra Fly Bobo, will you please take principles 5 and 6? And then whenever you are ready, Pastor Curtis.
Sure. Thank you. The first principle as written is nonviolence is a way of life for courageous people. And I want to take a moment and drive that in just for a moment, because one of the things that people misunderstand about nonviolence is many of us perceive it as weak and perceive it as passive. But I don't think people realize how courageous you have to be to knowingly go into an environment or into a situation that could bring danger or harm to yourself, but approach it from a nonviolent way. When seeing movies and videos of those persons back in the civil rights movement that would go sit in at different places or have to, do a protest or boycott or something in such a way that it may solicit harm. But to go in there knowing that it can bring damage to your life, but do it anyway, that's a lot of courage. That's a lot. I say that because a lot of men, I'm concerned about men seeing nonviolence and misperceiving it as being weak and being passive. But you got to be a man to stand in the midst of situations where your life can be endangered, but you're bold enough because out of a conviction and out of a desire for the well-being of others, you're willing to put your own life on the line. That says something about courage. Nonviolence is a way of life for courageous people. It is not a method for cowards. It does not resist. It is active, nonviolent resistance to evil, and it is aggressive, spiritually, mentally, and emotionally, if not physically. So this is something that we need to see and understand about nonviolence. It is a way of life for courageous people. And secondly, the principle 2, nonviolence seeks to win friendship and understanding. That word seeks to win friendship. It goes into a situation believing and having the faith and the confidence that somehow we can emerge from this situation being friendly toward one another and have an understanding toward one another. So if I'm doing this as a nonviolence 365, it's an all day, everyday mindset, then I need to look, again, as I said earlier, the way I perceive people has to change. I need to see that person that opposes me or that sees things differently from me, not as an enemy, not as somebody that I need to destroy, but somebody that may just need some more understanding. Maybe we need to understand each other better. Maybe we need to hear each other out and understand each other's perspective. Because if I can do that, maybe we can find something in there where we can collaborate, we can work together, find common ground. This principle helps us to understand that the outcome of nonviolence is the creation of the beloved community, meaning violence creates bitterness, violence creates hate, violence perpetuates division and harm and injury toward others. But nonviolence can create brotherhood, nonviolence, and the outcome of what we're doing is what we're focused on, because the end result of nonviolence is redemption and reconciliation, not bitterness and hate and destruction. So we're focusing on what we can build, not on what we can destroy. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. That was absolutely excellent. Thank you so much for that breakdown. Now I would love to turn to you, Dr. Baxter. This is the same question that's offered to you, Dr. Baxter.
Principle 3.
Yeah, so principles 3
I'm
and 4.
doing 3 and 4. So principle 3 is nonviolence. I need to say before then that it's very interesting that the 6 principles come from Dr. King's first book. We just talked about Dr. King's last book, but the philosophy is something he articulated from before the Montgomery bus boycott. And the book is Stride Toward Freedom and is about the Montgomery bus boycott, which in chapter 6 of Stride Toward Freedom is an entire chapter, Pilgrimage to Nonviolence. And the third principle in that chapter on nonviolence is that nonviolence seeks to defeat injustice, not people. Injustice or evil, and it distinguishes between the person and the deed, that we are always more than an action. We are more than one aspect of our identity. We are more than 30 seconds of evil. And, we talked a few minutes ago about the evils of poverty, racism, violence. We're more than being racist. We're more than being violent people. Because of that, and because we want to see each person with the eyes of love, with the lens of love, then we have to distinguish between the injustice the person has just perpetrated and may continue to perpetrate, and the person doing it. The person is redeemable, and we can work to change the behavior, and we can work to end the evil. Because nonviolence recognizes that evildoers are themselves also victims. And you've also heard about hurt people hurt people. And so much of our culture, all of us, we talk about trauma and post-traumatic stress that we all live in. This is a very violent and at times also very hateful culture. And so we need to be aware of how people are raised and see the systemic evil that they may be swimming in and think it's reality, and it really is only one perception of reality. So in Dr. King, in the Montgomery campaign, he talked about We are out to defeat injustice, not white persons who may be unjust. The tension is between justice and injustice. If there is a victory in the struggle, it will be a victory not merely for the 50,000 Black people of Montgomery, but a victory for all people. And when you look back on the Montgomery campaign and you see what came of it, not only in the civil rights movement, but in movements around the world, that statement is prophetic. So unconditional love, agape love, is at the center of nonviolence. And because of that, we need to make this distinction. As for principle 4, that nonviolent holds that unearned voluntary suffering for a just cause is redemptive. And in that chapter on the pilgrimage to nonviolence, Dr. King talked about practitioners accepting blows without striking back. And he was, a lot of principle 4 deals with how to do a nonviolent direction campaign, the strength and fortitude it takes. Think back to Selma. So many people in the last 2 days have used Selma as an example. The violence that came to the people who were on that bridge, but nobody fought back. And it changed. I mean, and then they had, within 2 weeks, 8,000 people coming to march from Selma to Montgomery. So one is, unearned suffering for a just cause needs to be accepted. People will be misunderstood. People will be shunned, be imprisoned, but ultimately, society and the community will be transformed. So, enough.
Yeah. No, that was great, Dr. Baxter. Seriously, thank you so much for that. Wow, I mean, just so much to get to with this. And then Fly, we
I'd
have
like to say one more thing, Cameron. I'm sorry, but let me just say one more thing. I looked down in my notes and I remembered it's very important that we take the long view of history. We tend to be very self-centered. We want everything now. We want it in our lifetimes. We want it immediately. This is one of the lessons from Mrs. King. She was able to look at centuries ahead and see how we are connected to our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren. And it's very important that we see see history beyond the human lifespan. And then you have great hope for the future. Because you can look back and also see where we've come from.
Yeah, thank you. Fly, we have about 4 minutes left. Could you give us a little bit of insight in a couple of minutes, principles 5 and 6, please? Thank you.
Sure. So principle 5, nonviolence chooses love instead of hate. We've been talking about it all panels so far. That agape love, as Dr. Baxter just said, is the center of nonviolence. And as I said in my personal example earlier, it's a choice. And every day you have to choose to respond to whatever comes your way with love, and understanding that love is a force that is undefeated. And when you respond in love, just like the example that we just gave in Selma, love it, eventually you're going to reap it. And so you just have to know that choosing love instead of hate is not only good for the person that you're choosing to love, but it's also good for you. When you choose hate, not only do you feel like you're harming the other person, you're also harming your soul. And so it's just so powerful with Nonviolence 365 that you always choose to extend agape love in all scenarios, especially in conflict, because we believe that love is transformative. And then principle 6, my favorite, nonviolence believes that the universe is on the side of justice. Here's the thing, we're not in this alone. Whether you believe in God or the universe or just any kind of cosmic power, we believe that at the end of the day, that right will win, and that we have a cosmic companion that's on our side, and that you just have to have faith in when practicing the nonviolence 365 principles. You don't have to follow any particular religious background. However, you just have faith in the fact that right will eventually win, justice will prevail. And when you have that kind of faith, it gives you the courage, like Pastor Curtis said, to be nonviolent in your lifestyle, because you know that at the end of the day, I have a cosmic companion that's on my side that's going to help me propel in this moment. And whether it happens in my lifetime, my children's lifetime, or future lifetimes, that eventually right will win, and whatever's out of balance will eventually turn back to its proper balance. And so that's what we believe, and that's the faith that holds us strong and allows us to stay committed to applying these 6 principles in our everyday life to help us create what we believe is that achievable society of the beloved community.
Fly, for like 30 seconds, can you give us an example of what it even means to choose love instead of hate?
Yes. So just like I was using the example earlier, I recently went through a divorce. And so really quickly, we have a child involved. And so you could try to use the child to harm the other person or show forth hate towards the other person to withdraw their time with the child. Or you could say, no, this person wants to be a father, just like I want to be a mother. Let's come out with a way that gives us equal access to love, to nurture and develop our child. And that's a way of choosing love instead of hate, mad at your own dynamics of conflict that you have within each other.
Wow. Fly, that's excellent. Dr. Baxter, Pastor Curtis Johnson, Sierra Fly Bobo, this was incredible. By the way, y'all, it doesn't have to just stop here. The King Center has online training available right now. All you have to go is to thekingcenter.org with the King Center Institute, and you yourself can begin the journey of understanding nonviolence in a much more deep and critical way for yourself. And even you can start to position yourself to be able to teach other people about nonviolence, why it matters, why it's important, and how it has transformed you from the inside out. That way you can be a global change agent and begin transforming your own community right where you are. So panel, team, this has been excellent. I'm so excited. I'm so grateful that I have an opportunity to learn from you all. I hope everyone that listened to this had an amazing time. And y'all, the summit will continue. We will see y'all later.
Nonviolence is the answer to the crucial political and moral questions of our time. The need for man to overcome oppression and violence without resorting to violence and oppression. Man must evolve for all human conflict a method which rejects revenge, aggression, and retaliation. The foundation of such a method is love.
Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. changed the world when he demonstrated what could be achieved through nonviolence. Now, you can learn how to live and practice this philosophy yourself through Nonviolence 365 Online, an innovative digital experience developed by the Martin Luther King Jr. Center for Nonviolent Social Change. Nonviolence 365 Online features extensive video interviews with real nonviolence practitioners, including the King Center CEO Dr. Bernice A. King, King Center certified instructors and trainers, and veterans of the civil rights movement. Explorations of the historic campaigns that helped Dr. King forge his philosophy. Immersive, annotated reading experiences that enhance Dr. King's most influential writings on nonviolence. Custom activities, including quizzes and interactive scenarios to help you practice along the way. Real-world exercises to help you start applying nonviolence in your daily life. Nonviolence 365 is a love-centered way of thinking, speaking, engaging, and acting that leads to personal, cultural, and societal transformation. It isn't just a concept for philosophers or political leaders. Nonviolence 365 is a powerful, practical approach to dealing with conflict and dismantling injustice. Whether it's in your personal life, in your school or workplace, your local community, or a national movement. Dr. King, Mrs. Coretta Scott King, and many others sought to create the beloved community, a society built on global cooperation and equity. This wasn't a lofty utopian dream. It's a realistic and achievable goal, because each and every one of us has the power to make it happen by committing to nonviolence as a way of life. Take the first step today with Nonviolence 365 online.
The future belongs to those who show up, to those who come together and continue the good work of building the beloved community. Over the past few years, we've witnessed an awakening, one filled with shock and anger, alongside fear, pain, and exhaustion. We've seen bold claims and commitments, and new voices stepping up. Change is happening. But with change comes resistance. Ushering in a new way of living, one free from racial division, requires rigorous persistence, nonviolent persistence. A love-centered way of thinking, acting, speaking, and engaging that leads to individual and societal transformation. What better way to build the beloved community than by bringing people together over food and conversation? In partnership with Inclusive, formerly known as Civic Dinners, the King Center is inviting you to host a beloved community dinner and continue the work of bridging the racial divide. Are you in? Here's how to get involved. Sign up to host a beloved community dinner. You'll receive the host guide with the 3 big questions. You can invite your neighbors, peers, colleagues, family, and friends to join. And you can host at your home or at your favorite restaurant or online. Simply follow the host guide for an amazing conversation and experience the power of community. You'll walk away feeling refueled and inspired with new ideas, connections, and resources. In times of isolation and exhaustion, simply coming together in community can make all the difference. Together we can build the beloved community. Join us.
Hello and welcome back. I know everyone will be watching the Beloved Community Awards Monday, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We look forward to not only having you stream that with us on Monday, but there's also a stream of our red carpet on Saturday. The actual awards happen on Saturday. You'll be able to see everyone arriving, and then we'll stream it on Monday. Go to all of our social media platforms at the King Center to learn more about the events that will happen this weekend, and including our commemorative service on Monday, which will stream at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. So we hope to have you with us for everything that the King Center is doing to round out King Holiday Observance 2023. Wasn't that a great panel on nonviolence? Wow. Just as a practitioner and a student not even as a teacher of it, but I believe in everything we do, we should position ourselves to be both teachers and students. So I learned a lot from Dr. Baxter, from Pastor Curtis Johnson, and from Sierra Fly Bobo, and from Cameron. So grateful for that panel, grateful for everything we've learned. And that's what we're about to wrap up as we close out this 2023 Beloved Community Global Summit. So now we have a panel with our partners. We started yesterday. We started our summit with Dr. Bernice A. King and two of our partners for this summit. And we're going to close out the summit with the same folks. So we're going to have Dr. Bernice A. King come on now, CEO of the King Center, leader, speaker extraordinaire. Hello.
Hello.
How are you today?
I'm doing wonderful.
Doing wonderful. Great. You've been listening in. I know we've been talking and you've been in the background and then watching. What are your thoughts about what you've heard so far?
Well, I think the thing that's been most important throughout all of these different panels is, the importance of this mindset that we've been trying to stress, whether we're talking about the environment, the issue around racism, and then of course, today, what culminated in what I hope people understand is that this whole mindset has to be, and I mentioned this yesterday, I believe has to be developed out of the nonviolent philosophy and methodology of Martin Luther King Jr. Sure, there are other things we can, add to the equation that are consistent with that. But I think it's the most fundamental part of all of this. And of course, it's part of who I am. It's the legacy that I am perpetuating. And more importantly, I think it is one of the best ways to get to a just, humane, equitable, and peaceful world. So, I want to say I just appreciate everybody who made these contributions and look forward to some more.
Wonderful. We're going to bring on Dr. King, Jill Savitt, who's the CEO of the National Center for Civil and Human Rights here in Atlanta, friend of the King Center, friend of ours. Jill moderated a great panel this morning. Thank you so much, Jill, for partnership and also moderating and being a part of panels each year for the summit.
My pleasure.
Welcome.
I am
thank you.
Inspired by these conversations. I think it's been fantastic, and people are going to be able to put into action these recommendations immediately, which I think is a real blessing.
Thank you, Jill. And then we have rounding out our panel for this panel. It's Karen Ryan. I jokingly always add her middle name, Karen Diane Ryan, who is a senior human rights advisor at the Carter Center here in Atlanta. Karen, welcome. You were on a great panel today too. You're muted. So
yeah, my dogs were barking in the background, so I thought I'd spare you that extra noise. Yeah, I mean, what a wonderful 2 days. And of course, I always have to thank you guys and Dr. King, especially with your leadership. Everybody always starts every panel by saying, isn't this wonderful that we have this opportunity once a year to go deep, right? So every one of the panels went really deep, and it'll be fun talking through. I would just want to urge the audience, if you didn't check out the panels, go to the YouTube channel, King Center YouTube channel, and watch the panels. Like, pick one a day if you don't have time to sit and watch them all. But go back and watch them, because there's so much richness there. And, maybe one thing that y'all could do is just do the little action items, put it in one place. People could check off, like, oh yeah, somebody told me to go and do this Nonviolence 365 training. It's online. Let me go check that out. Like a to-do list. It was fabulous. So thank you. And I look forward to jumping in with all of us ladies and getting into the discussion.
I think what you just raised, Karen, is the first thing we want to talk about. How do we make it so this isn't just a yearly thing? How can we continue to, as Dr. King was sharing with me earlier today, have these summit follow-up sessions before the next summit, our 3 organizations planning and thinking about how we continue the conversation on the climate crisis, on racism, on how media influences mindset, all of these topics we talked about in this summit. How do we keep it going? Jill, what are your thoughts about that, Dr. King, Karen? How do we keep it going?
Well, I think you all have mastered the format on this. And as much as I hope people can meet in person, I think Zoom still allows so many people to come together. But there is opportunity also for people to self-organize and discuss what's going on in their own communities. I know people tune into the Global Summit it literally is global, from around the world. And I think one of the most important things is as the mindset transforms, is to spread that to many more people. And so people who tune in can immediately put into practice being force multipliers of this message, because they can take Nonviolence 365, they can watch the panels that happened before, and they can set up their own group. So maybe that's something the 3 of our organizations can help birth, is giving themes and ideas on a regular basis that people can also take into their communities, so we can extend this even further.
Thank you. And also, just adding to what she's saying, I do think it's important that we try to look at each one of these panels and see how we can further expound on them and maybe bring some real work to life related to them. You know, oftentimes when we have convening summits, conferences, etc., so much is shared and people are like, okay, we want a little bit more, but the time doesn't permit it. So the idea is for the rest of this year, setting aside some time to just kind of say, okay, let's do something else to delve into unlearning. You know, let's do something else to delve into Dr. West. We were talking earlier, and all of us are very aware of the threats that are happening in our world, especially related to the environment. Tornadoes yesterday, what's happening in California, you know, with so many things. And maybe we need to have a deeper dive into some of this so that, you know, one of the things you mentioned, Karen, during that session is how my father was able to rally people around one thing. We don't do that anymore because everybody feels like we got to tackle it all. And, you know, there are a lot of egos. And certainly we understand the need for everybody to kind of have their identity. But at the end of the day, in the name of, you know, saving our planet and saving each other from self-destruction and each other destruction, we may have to say, hey, okay, while we are doing our little separate works, what is that one place we join? Because it reminds me of Nehemiah when he said, you know, the work is extensive and we're widely separated on the wall. When you hear the sound of the trumpet, come to this place, come hither, and our God will fight for us. And I just think there's something that we collectively, cooperatively, coordinated in a coordinated manner need to do so that that greater divine force can add its power to what we've been doing every day. So.
Yes. Oh, that's so great. You know, one of the things over the last 2 days that I came away with was this idea that we have to think first, starting with me, right? And that beloved community mindset. In the previous panel, just before this, Fly talked about going through a divorce and then ending up friends with her ex-husband and being a good co-parent. It's like that took her, she went through the Nonviolence 365 training and was able to implement those principles into her personal life. I was like, hello, that is the point, is that personal transformation must come first. Okay,
yes.
So we do that, but then we have to think about short-term, if we're in this work, we have the short-term needs of people like Shane Claiborne and Reverend Liz Theoharis yesterday was talking about the Poor People's Campaign and the real needs, that immediate needs that people have. but we tend to sort of split off and say, we're the humanitarian group over here, so we're going to meet the immediate needs. And then some other people will think about that upstream long-term. We need to figure out how to do both, and short-term and long-term. And maybe one thing that came out of all this rudeness in public discourse, because it's so rude to go on Twitter, people have just lost all decorum.
Dignity, decorum, yes.
Yeah, but one advantage of that is that people are willing to be more frank. Have you noticed that?
Mm-hmm.
Like, we can be in conversations and be like, yeah, I'm only human. We'll be in a coalition meeting and somebody acts out with ego and everything. And you can, you might have previously just walked away and said, I can't deal with that group. That's ego. I can't deal with that ego. But now it's almost like we've made some emotional calluses where we can be like, you know what? That's some nonsense you just said. Let's sit down and work it out, right? Because I do think what you're saying, Dr. King, is so important. We really have to think about, on the climate panel we were talking about, is like, this is the existence of humanity on the planet we're talking about,
Yes.
So like the climate movement needs to get together and focus on something. Okay, maybe it's the funding mechanism that they agreed to, but there's no money in it. In COP27, there's this big funding mechanism for a just transition that was established, but no money is in it. So maybe everybody needs to get together and yell and scream and kind of go in their legislatures and use everything in our power to push for that money to be put there. Right here in Atlanta, we talked the other day about the housing crisis. Maybe there's something we need to do to get together and really push. And, you said this yesterday, was it yesterday or last week, Dr. King, you said this hard work. That's a lot of work.
Hard work.
And so, but if we get everybody pushing in the same direction, maybe it's not going to be so hard, many hands make light work. So anyway, I'm sorry, I'll stop talking now because we got so much to cover.
But that's important, Karen, that many people pushing in the same direction, and the education piece that we're all talking about, because when I hear climate crisis, I hear racism, I hear poverty, I hear militarism, I hear all of our unsheltered neighbors, how the climate crisis affects them, how it affects housing, how it affects community, all those things. If we don't solve the climate crisis, then it contributes to disparities that already exist. And I think one of the things that this summit is able to do, and the follow-up conversations will do, is say, here's this topic, let's educate on it.
Yeah.
And then here's some things we can do in terms of action. I believe you're right, Dr. King, that if we take each panel and put some action steps with it and some education with it and have another discussion on it and then another, then we're able to build out.
And that's what I was going to say, because there's so many of us, concluding myself, that are not as educated around the environmental issues. Many of us are leading institutions. And so what is the solution to getting up to speed some of the leaders across this country that are not in the climate space on an everyday basis, so that they can begin to disseminate information to their constituents? And what is the way to get it disseminated through the faith community, where the largest gathering of people takes place during the weekend, every weekend? And so, because every time I hear the discussion around the environment, I'm saying, but the problem is there's so many ignorant people, and no matter what we need to do, and the urgency with which we're saying it, if I, as an individual, have no clue of what you're saying, I need the dots connected. How does this? Yeah, I see the floods here, I see the storms here, I see the disaster there, but I'm not translating it into what I every day need to shift and do. And there's always a disconnect in our world, it seems, between what we know to be the right thing to do or the necessary things and people getting the necessary information so that they can be a part of that. There's always this little small group of people who typically tend to be more interested, active, and all that. But this overwhelming majority of people don't know what happened. There's a saying that there's three types of people in the world: the few who make things happen, And then they're the many who just kind of watch things happen, but then they're the what is it, the majority, the overwhelming amount of people who just don't know what happened. And that's the problem.
Yeah.
They see the stuff, but it's like, okay, how does that involve me? What do I need to do? So we've got to figure this out so that we're not continuing to the same, audiences, so to speak.
I think that's right. The connections among our institutions can reach out to the people who are making a difference, to those few who are working on it, and let us know. And by curating a conversation among our three institutions for the public, really set an agenda and put out a rally cry to people. And I think people want to be engaged. I think it's just very hard for them to figure out where they plug in and what in their daily life. So often NGOs and other organizations ask people for money, but we also need people's time, and we need them to change their mindset. Both of those things are true, and that's something everyone can participate in. If we serve up things that are meaningful and that help them engage and help them reach out to other people, this idea of force multipliers is real. If everyone who participated in this summit reached out to more people and brought them in, we'd be doing an incredible service on issues that we care about. And I do think it's a great idea to go deep on particular issues that are across our agenda.
Can I also add something that it's been on my heart? We are being actively divided. There are people who are intent on it distracting us from the solutions, right? I don't hate to mention names because I don't want to give fame to people who I don't really want to lift up, but there are forces that talk about chaos. Chaos or community, interesting, that talk about chaos as a method of keeping the sort of the liberals or whatever distracted from from really what's going on, the corporate interests, etc., the military, and your father, Dr. King, knew this, and at the end of his life, he looked around, he spoke up about some really difficult topics, right? And even his friends said, no, don't go there. Don't go there. That's not, don't talk about the Vietnam War. Don't talk about U.S. militarism. That's the other thing that we need to put front and center for people to read the Vietnam speech of 1967 at Riverside Church, because that is such an important diagnosis he made at that time, 55 years ago. Was it? Yeah, 55 years ago. That and how he came to this idea of the triple evils, how they're connected. There are forces, and I'm not trying to sound like a conspiracy theorist. It's just true that there are forces trying to keep people distracted from where the power is and how it's being generated towards fossil fuels, towards the military industrial complex, all these things, and to corporate power, away from the interests of average people. So when we do these conversations, because I do think we should do this and continue these conversations, we have to realize we have to break through the noise of that. In order to reach people, we actually have to break through a wall, a great wall of noise, of people trying to say, no, look over here, over here, over here. Look at all this thing that you should be divided over. So we have to figure out how to break through that noise. And that takes some strategizing, takes organizing, it takes getting bigger voices. Well, you're Dr. King, you've got one of the biggest voices around, so that's a huge advantage. And our three institutions, as Jill suggests, coming together is so important. We need to get, it's just a critical mass that we need to break through that noise and to get, because I think Jill's right. People want to be engaged. They want hope. They actually want to feel like what they're putting their energy in is making a difference. And, so these conversations are the ones that we need. So it's a great opportunity.
Yeah. As we, talk about the need to work together. I'm wondering, how do we make interconnectedness tangible? You know, there are words that Dr. King used that people think are just spiritual, lofty ideas. Interconnectedness, interrelatedness, interdependent, you know. How do we make that tangible for people? Because I think sometimes when we hear it, we're not thinking, no, we are literally interdependent, interrelated, interconnected. I think if we can build that too, along with the other things we're talking about, we'd be able to get people to see if we don't address these issues, it's not to the detriment of Black people if racism isn't eradicated. It's to the detriment of all of us. And it doesn't just affect this group if climate change continues. It's going to hurt all of us. If we don't eradicate poverty, it affects all of us. And showing not just the spiritual ways that happens, but the tangible ways. I think it's that education again. What spaces? I know we have social media. When we think about making interdependence tangible, what does that mean? What type of conversations do you have to have? Because it can seem like something that's far away from people. How do we bring it closer?
Well, I think the videos that are a part of this event are just fantastic. And we have to recognize that that's how a lot of people are getting their information now, in these bite-sized video chunks. And that might be something else that our organizations can collaborate on, is the creation of very powerful, it works. Corporations sell their goods this way because it works. And there's an opportunity for us to put together resources and creativity and to set an agenda about communicating about these issues in very powerful ways, but that are shorter, that are bite-sized, even though it's very hard for us to do because there's so much we want to cram in, but recognizing that we have to put some bait out there to grab people. Vanetta, you're 100% right. What people don't realize is that the apathy and going along is to our own detriment. Right now it's happening to certain vulnerable groups and people don't feel like it's going to impact them. But, you know, COVID should have taught us this. It would have been great for everyone to see that our health is interconnected, that if one person is sick, how it literally is contagious. And these other issues have a contagion too, of discrimination, of hate, of looking down on people, of making people feel like they are disposable. Inevitably, it cheapens all of us.
So I'm just going to repeat what Jill said. That's a key word, repeat. What she's saying is we need to repeat in the visual world, and the imagery of what interconnected looks like. So by collectively working with our media teams and saying, okay, we're going to launch a campaign with these different messages that we're trying to embed in people's head. You all, this is not going to change through one conference, through even one Beloved Community Talk, through one conference or session that you all have at the Carter Center or the Center for Civil and Human Rights. But we know the power, as you just said, of marketing and idea. So let's market interconnectedness and interdependence, Let's market other-centeredness. Let's get the best minds that we have attached to us and create these multimedia presentations that we can just put out, because repetition, it grabs people and subconsciously, if nothing else. And eventually they start doing things kind of consistent with what was in those marketing messages. So I would be excited to do something like that, because I love to see people transform, and they're not even consciously aware, but eventually they recognize, I'm a little bit different. I'm taken to something. This thing is getting my attention. But if we don't do it enough, that one time it's not enough.
That's right. And I've said this before, I think, at the summit. I just love this, I think it was John Lennon who said, if we sold peace the way we sell soap, we would have peace.
Yes.
Because those companies, they know how to tell people why you need soap and why their soap is better, So, I think that it is crucial, and I think, but people want to feel part of something. It's like you've got to link it with some action. So there's the, as we were talking about, there's this it begins with me part, which is the reflection we've been talking about for the last few days, this mindset. And one of the things that we did at the Carter Center, which I'd love to continue, is we did a book study for Carter Center staff on the book Caste, Isabel Wilkerson's book Caste, just to go deep. And the relationships that came out of that were really, and the personal conversations that happened, and the kind of the opening up of the heart and the mind. Now, this is something different than what we're talking about right now, which is bits of messaging. But I would say, in addition to that, which we obviously need, is opportunities for people to connect with each other on these deep conversations. I think book groups, Oprah Winfrey used to do her book groups, right? And it's a great way for people to have permission to connect with a topic at a deep level. Mm-hmm. So that's just another suggestion of going deep and personal. And on the messaging, we have to connect it with some action. I think that people want to feel connected to something changing, right? Yes. So, you can get really mobilized around something like on climate. It would be, something very specific, like this funding mechanism, or next COP. The next COP is next December. There's some action item people can really rally around. I think we should also work together here in our own city around some of the issues that are, because it's very important to anchor yourself in local challenges, because it gives you it really challenges you to go beyond your comfort zone and say, okay, here's the issue. Let's put our heads together until we find a way forward. And, we've talked about the housing crisis, or the truth telling work that's so necessary. We've talked in previous years about how we're never going to heal our country if we don't tell the truth about our history. We should do something together on really telling the truth of our nation, slavery, and until now, the systemic racism. So there are things that we need to do together to heal our communities, right? That is going to help us be more effective also on some of these global challenges, I think.
Yeah, and I'll add, we had a very interesting conversation about the focus on self, what it has done to us, this focus on I, me, mine. If, I have to win, you have to lose. That was a panel earlier today. And what we ended up talking about, we got pretty real about how Karen said before that there are forces out there that are trying to divide us. And it's not just, it has an impact on institutions having trouble working together. The pie feels very small. There's competition for donors, for media, there's ego. There's all kinds of reasons that organizations have trouble working together. And in part, it's human nature, and in part, it's deliberate in the environment that we're working in. People want us not to work together. But I think our organizations doing that, it starts with us. It starts with me individually, and then it starts with us organizationally. That organizations are kind of like people. And I think it's a very powerful thing for our three organizations to come together and work together and show that it's difficult sometimes and you work through it, but it's possible. And I think that will encourage other groups to come together in new ways, because it is tough out there. The problems are so vast. And there are all kinds of things that keep our organizations, not our three, but organizations in general, from allying in a really deep way.
Yeah. Dr. King called it a Nelson task. Whenever I read that, I think about that word. I said, whoo, for something that should be Nelson but necessary.
Yes.
That's the way I think about it. He said it's a Nelson task, but we have to do it. We have to organize our strength into compelling power. This summit is highlighting for people that the panel you led this morning, Jill, for example, highlighting for people things that we might not talk about as often, like the quest for power. Because it may not be often that people think about how a quest for power, unhealthy power, because Dr. King said if you pair power with love, he talked about how it's a great force and it can be used for great things, but only when it's without love that it becomes reckless and abusive. So power in and of itself isn't bad. That type of conversation, it may sound like, okay, we don't need to talk about that. But when you really get into power dynamics and what's happening in the world, I think about the value of what we've talked about in these last 2 days, how these are necessary conversations, even the unlearning. To your point, Dr. King, what would happen if we continually put before people, this is a question for all of us, the things we need to unlearn? What shifts would we see in society if we talked about continually, even in visually, what we need to unlearn in order to learn to live together?
That sounds intriguing. I think it has to be mapped out, though, the unlearning to learn. I think that has to be really mapped out because, as we said yesterday, when you kind of empty yourself of one thing, you need to fill it up with something else, because otherwise something like the unlearning will seep in. So even doing some imagery stuff around that, it seems very intriguing, because it's, again, it's not to sound like a broken record, but intentionality, consistency is essential to all of what we're talking about. And until that happens, we'll be having this conversation in 2024. So I'm just hoping that we will be able to start the effort to set perhaps a standard that other people can follow, especially coming from the city that we are located in. I think it would be very powerful. But that's another one of those things, because I keep looking at the things we're doing, and I keep asking the question, what's missing, what's lacking? Why does it seem like we're going through these cycles, or we're making these small changes and adjustments, but and maybe I'm exaggerating the quote unquote transformation that happened from the movement, but it just seemed like, and of course it was 12 and a half years of time period from 55 at least to 68 that my father was a part of the leadership. But it just seems like, they really shifted some major stuff, foundationally. And the only thing I can say is we have a lot to learn from what they did, how they did it in particular. Instead of feeling like, okay, that was then, this is now.
But
no,
yeah.
Go ahead,
So when your father at the end of his life, came to this realization that this was a human rights struggle, more than a civil rights struggle, that the Poor People's Campaign came, it was quite radical, where he saw those connections. Now think about, this is 55 years ago, and what has happened. I have a friend who's an economist who shows a graph of the wealth disparity from World War II until the early 80s. Think about what happened politically in the early 80s in this country. There was a sort of shared growth, shared economic wealth. It was kind of parallel. You had the very wealthy and you had the average kind of rising along a similar trajectory. In 1981, 82, remember what was happening at that time? That graph goes like this, where the wealthy go like this and the middle class and the poor go flat and down. So what he warned us about in 1967, 68 has come to pass. is that the wealth gap has, and this was, where he said, any nation that spends more on military expenditures than on social uplift is approaching spiritual doom. We are living that consequence. We have, you don't have to completely abandon free enterprise system, but when you look at the excesses of extreme capitalism, which is what we're living with, I think this is the upstream problem. Is that we have the military industrial complex that gobbles more and more. Why did our military budget go up by 45 billion this year after we withdrew from Afghanistan? It's because there is a machine in place that has to gobble up more and more and more all the time. So you have that, and then you have this extreme capitalism where corporations have all this power. So, that is, to me, I look at that and I say, that's why we are stagnant, because our priorities are wrong. We have a homeless situation in this country. I'm from Southern California. You have whole rows of roads and communities that are just tent cities. Here in the city of Atlanta, we talked about the other day, how is it possible that in the richest country in the history of the world, that we have people who do not have a place to lay their head, use the bathroom, and prepare their food and take care of their children? It is a moral crime. And so I think that this is kind of, I feel like we're the frog in the water. You start to heat the water and the frog doesn't realize it's cooked. I think 55 years ago, your father told us what it was: triple evils, poverty, racism, because we know where the vast impact is, and militarism. These go together.
Right.
So we have to kind of first realize that, and then be like, okay, how are we going to tackle these things in a way that is doable, builds community, makes us feel active and not hopeless?
I mean, I think it would be incredibly powerful to pick a goal and a target, and then to bring in the experts who can tell us how best to go about it. That we want to increase low-income housing, or we want to make sure that everyone in this city has shelter. Who has the power to make those decisions? Who influences those people? Because I think among our three organizations, we can get to all of them. And then to pick up the phone or show up outside someone's office every day until it's done, that we have to make it untenable for people not to agree with what we suggest. And I think
untenable.
Untenable. Make it
creative tension.
Yes. Make it. And so it's about bringing in the experts who can tell us, because I'm not an expert on housing, but we know them. Bring them in and they say, you need to do this, this, and this. And it's about money, and it's about political will. And these are the people, A, B, and C, who can make that decision. And this is who has influence on those people beyond you. And you need to educate the media, and you need to get the people to show up. And I think we could map that out.
And I think we can learn some things from other nations too. Was it Finland who's dealt with the housing first issue? How did they do it? I know every country has its own, distinct challenges, but still there's something that we may be able to extract
there's a learning
from them.
Process where we bring in the international perspective. We look at cities that have done it well. We look at what happened to cities that didn't do it, because that's where we're going. So I think it's always very important to dangle out there where we're headed. We think it's bad now. If we don't take these actions, this is where we're going. And then you mobilize the public to put their shoulder to the wheel with us and push, because what we know about the movement of the 50s and 60s, disciplined.
Yeah, very disciplined. And they had the benefit of what we don't have today, which is a spokesperson who was very disciplined and very insightful, had a lot of foresight. And that's kind of what helped to keep people moving, because he knew the exact thing to say at the exact moment to people. He knew how to, frame it in a way that everybody could understand and grasp it and look at all different sides and not just be one-sided. I mean, that was the gift of Dr. King that we miss so often today. But I was going to also say the assessment of all of this just momentarily around the housing issue, because one of the things, that we all know at this point in terms of, our unsheltered members of our family, some of them have become accustomed to living in the state that they're living in, and some of them purposely don't want to be under certain conditions that we live in. For instance, some of them like the outdoors, not all of them. They, and so one of the things that I think I mentioned to you all is even considering spaces and places where there's inside and outside, that they can still have that outside space, but have places where they can properly, dispose of things related to their body and take care, things also related to their body, and then all the other wraparound services that are necessary, essential. But we got to ask some fundamental questions. I mean, are we prepared in this nation to accept the fact that there are some people that are part of our humanity that we are going to have to take care of, whether we like it or not? We can keep ignoring it and saying, brushing it off, pushing it, even when we talk about immigration, pushing people off to another city or whatever. No, I mean, there are things that we're going to have to grapple with around immigration, as difficult as it is, and with the unsheltered, there are things that we're going to have to say, okay, you all, even though in the nation we believe, that there's a way for people to do things, to quote unquote empower themselves, take advantage of opportunities. There's some people that never will be able to do that, no matter what we do to set them up for that, because they're too far gone. In terms of their mental capacity.
One of the things that we need to do is, and we've been thinking about this a lot at the Carter Center, because President Carter, when he was president, he signed 2 UN treaties. One was the Treaty on Civil Rights, International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and the Covenant on Economic, Social, Cultural Rights. He signed both those treaties and went in the White House, committing the U.S. to look at this as interdependent rights. A right to housing, right to an adequate standard of living. And that was kind of looked at in 1977 as rather radical and very uncapitalist-like. But we've been thinking about how do you communicate that, what you just said, Dr. King, which is that housing and an adequate standard of living and human dignity, these are human rights. They are rights, just like the right to vote, just like the right to freedom of speech, freedom of assembly. These rights are the same. They have the same equal weight. And because we don't view it that way, we think of these as privileges that you have to work for it.
Right.
You have to earn it. So if we shift the mindset, talk about shifting the mindset, a human being, think about a human being. A human being, if they have rights, then we as a society, it's not that I'm telling this builder over here, the state is going to force you to build housing no, it's that the state and the community recognizes that people have a right. And so your policies are based on that acceptance. So when you're sitting in the Georgia State Legislature and you have developers coming to you and trying to pass laws, you say, all right, builder X, you cannot pay a fine to get out of 20% affordable housing. You will not be able to work in the state if you don't provide affordable housing based on this number. Okay, DeKalb County, there are 40,000 people waiting for a Section 8 housing. You must provide 40,000 Section 8 grants, not 4,000 that you have. These are the kinds that when you have a human rights frame and you say these are human beings that have these rights, your policies will follow. And so this is a shift of mind that we have to make. And when we do, then you can get people to say, oh, it's a human being. Oh, they have mental illness, or they have they do not have the capacity to work a 9-to-5 job. They're not willing to do it. but they're still a human being. They need a place to safely sleep. It shifts.
Well, and then we all need, the three of us and our staffs and our boards of directors needs to sleep on the sidewalk in front of City Hall until they do it. I think you can't get around this, how much the movement relied on putting themselves out there. And
That's
I think we are comfortable. And I didn't just recommend that as the director of the National Center for
I'll do it. Sign me up.
Using it as food for thought as
Yes.
to what the movement actually did. Because
put it out there.
They put it out there.
They put themselves out there. They did.
In a way that was unignorable. And that's what I mean, became untenable. So Karen, I totally agree with you. The International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the International Covenant on Social and Economic Rights, mouthfuls that they are also tools. It's both and. It's work the legislative process to make sure that it can happen, just as the movement did with the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Voting Rights Act of 1965. But there's another piece of this that's about heart and soul.
Yes.
And it's about putting things on the line and making it very clear that unsheltered person is as much a human being as I am. He or she, and putting aside, Dr. King, the people who don't want to be part of a government program or structure, but there are plenty who need help and need a voice, and we're going to stand with them or sit with them or lay down on the sidewalk with them until you do something about it. And our friends in the media are going to cover that.
Right.
That starts to create that groundswell that you need and break through what Karen, you called before, the wall.
Let me say here. Go ahead, Dr. King. I'm sorry.
I just want to say, that we have a second.
Yeah. Well, 1 minute. Go ahead.
1 minute. I was just going to say, and connect it with a strategy and a plan, because oftentimes people are raising their voices, but they don't have a solution for the folks they're making the demands from, and they're expecting the people they're making the demands from to know what to do, and sometimes they don't know what to do. So like Daddy said, we got to help them. We got to help them to know what to do.
So we're going to gather all the experts. They're going to help us lay out our demands.
Yes.
And we'll say, this is the answer.
Right.
You also have to be in compliance with international human rights standards, because we signed all these treaties. So you don't want to run afoul of that. So there's a policy piece, there's the solutions piece, and then there's what we, civil society, can do by being nonviolent. We'll do it nonviolently. We'll do it by transforming ourselves. But I think all three of those things are
they all have to happen.
Wait,
and
one
we
more
have to
thing.
wrap.
One more thing. We need the faith. I know, but we need the faith communities. In addition,
definitely.
we need the churches, the synagogue, the mosque. Everybody needs to be.
And the students.
Yeah.
We need the students. Young people know.
Well, that's a part of the organizing our strength. I think what you all have laid out, and I want to highlight this as we wrap, is something that I'm hopeful that people who are watching in cities across the world are saying this conversation is a model for the conversation we should be having as organizations in a city. And I'm hopeful that, in closing with this, before this last conversation with Dr. King and me, that we have given an example of how we should be discussing issues. What's the foundation of it? Why do we need to talk about this? What can we do? Who needs to be educated? What's the information that needs to get out there? What part does imagery and media play? We covered a lot. I'm actually going to go through this session and take notes and write down each of the things that we mentioned, so that we can turn it into some type of plan and ideate around it and think about it and continue to do it. And I think it's important, if you're watching this, that you do that too. And it doesn't just have to be if you're a city. If your family needs some restructuring and some justice and some love and some kindness, get with your family and say, let's talk about it. What's our foundation? What type of family do we want to be? How do we need to restructure? What do we need to unlearn as a family? Sometimes our family traditions trip us up because we say, my grandmama did that. I've learned in life, because my grandparents did it, it doesn't mean I have to live that way. That's the same thing with country, with community. Yep. So as we close this panel, wow, I just learned so much from the three of you. I've just been sitting back like, hey, this panel moderates itself. I kind of just need to interject some things every now and then.
Just wait
But
till
these three women just need to get in a room somewhere for a retreat and talk it out. Thank you so much, Jill. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
And thank you, Dr. King. I want to, as we close this panel, just really say we're encouraging you and want you to be inspired. And well, we know this weekend is a lot because for you we're looking at a global icon and your mom as a global icon as well. But for you, your daughter, carrying the legacy of, as I told you before, not just one global leader, but two. So
yeah.
We're praying for you and sending you love and strength and encouragement, and just really are behind you in continuing the work and the legacy of your parents.
Thank you. That's right.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Dr. King.
And
Please
honored
get
to
some
be your
rest.
partners. Honored.
Yes.
Honored. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'm honored to have you all as a part of doing this work, because we cannot do it in silos. We do the things we do that we're called to do as the organizations that were created to do certain things. But it really is our collective efforts that I think are going to make all the biggest differences.
Absolutely.
So thank you, Jill. Thank you, Karen. And I look forward to continuing the conversation and continuing the work and getting, as John Lewis said, getting in good trouble together.
Yeah,
All right,
get
let's
into
do it.
good trouble. Thank you, viewers. Come back. We're going to take a 5-minute break and we'll be back to close out this 2023 Global Beloved Community Global Summit.
Nonviolence is the answer to the crucial political and moral questions of our time. The need for man to overcome oppression and violence without resorting to violence and oppression. Man must evolve for all human conflict a method which rejects revenge, aggression, and retaliation. The foundation of such a method is love.
Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. changed the world when he demonstrated what could be achieved through nonviolence. Now, you can learn how to live and practice this philosophy yourself through Nonviolence 365 Online, an innovative digital experience developed by the Martin Luther King Jr. Center for Nonviolent Social Change. Nonviolence 365 Online features extensive video interviews with real nonviolence practitioners, including the King Center CEO Dr. Bernice A. King, King Center certified instructors and trainers, and veterans of the civil rights movement. Explorations of the historic campaigns that helped Dr. King forge his philosophy. Immersive, annotated reading experiences that enhance Dr. King's most influential writings on nonviolence. Custom activities, including quizzes and interactive scenarios to help you practice along the way. Real-world exercises to help you start applying nonviolence in your daily life. Nonviolence 365 is a love-centered way of thinking, speaking, engaging, and acting that leads to personal, cultural, and societal transformation. It isn't just a concept for philosophers or political leaders. Nonviolence 365 is a powerful, practical approach to dealing with conflict and dismantling injustice. Whether it's in your personal life, in your school or workplace, your local community, or a national movement. Dr. King, Mrs. Coretta Scott King, and many others sought to create the beloved community, a society built on global cooperation and equity. This wasn't a lofty utopian dream. It's a realistic and achievable goal because each and every one of us has the power to make it happen by committing to nonviolence as a way of life. Take the first step today with Nonviolence 365 online.
Welcome back. That was a great video about our Nonviolence 365 online masterclass. Our master course on nonviolence. And we invite you to study Nonviolence with the King Center. Everything we talked about in that last panel, nonviolence makes it more possible. Nonviolence helps us to know how to think about it, how to engage and eradicate injustice without being unjust. And it gives us the way of thinking and the philosophy and the way of acting, the methodology for realizing the justice and the equity and the peace that we want to see in our homes, our schools, our communities, in ourselves, in our nation, and then in our world. So thank you for being a part of this summit. I was just thinking, when we end these types of summits, we can say things like, my brain is full. But I was thinking about how often we have our days full of trash. We put trash in our brains all day, and we don't say our brains are full after that. But sometimes when we're in these summits where we're learning things that can help us be better humans and a better humanity, we start talking about how our brains are overwhelmed, and maybe we need a reconditioning. And bring Dr. King, Dr. Bernice A. King, the CEO of the King Center, convener of this great gathering over the last 2 days on, to just start to talk about that. How do we get to the place where our brains aren't conditioned just to take in things that aren't good for us? How do we recondition our minds to take in healthy things and things that move us forward? Dr. King is going to come on with us. Hi,
Hey there.
long time. I missed you.
I know, it's been a long 5 minutes. Yeah. But before I answer that, I wanted to mention to everybody as well that we have adapted our 16 to 18 hour Nonviolence 365 e-learning course that you just heard about for the workplace. It's now 3.5 hours. So if you are working for a company and you are one of the individuals who wants to see and be a part of a company that is more inclusive and creates belonging cultures, this is the course, the class for your company. You can reach out to your human resource officer, your vice president of diversity, equity, inclusion. Reach out to the King Center, to our Nonviolence Institute online, and see about signing up. But I just wanted people to know that it's not just for individuals, it's for the corporate environment, it's for workplaces. So whether you're in the service industry, we need a lot of help in the service industry, because people just kind of treat you like another number sometimes when you're going through those fast food lines, etc., or at a restaurant. But this is about infusing the beloved community throughout our world in every arena and industry of life. So the news media,
globally
workplace,
too, it's been translated,
media,
right?
Yes, and globally it has been translated. So if you're someone who your predominant language or your first language, but you learned English as your second language and can speak it fluently, but your primary language is Spanish, French, Italian, German, Korean, or Mandarin, we have translated this whole experience for you as well, and we're going to be translating it into some other languages like Arabic and Persian and what's the other?
Farsi? Did you say Farsi?
No. There's another P, but Vietnamese and God, what's the other language that I'm forgetting that's very prominent down in Brazil? We're missing it. Portuguese. Thank you.
Portuguese. There you go.
Right. And
hey,
Russian.
You had it.
In Japanese. We're going to translate into all those languages, and even add some of the closed caption, because we want to make sure that all of us have an opportunity to take nonviolence as a source of study. Daddy talked about it, a source of study and serious experimentation. You can't experiment with that which you don't have, any information and education in. So we want everybody to be educated in NONVIOLENCE. Media, it's not a dash. When we send something to you with nonviolence, don't put the dash in it. Yeah, it's much bigger than just the opposite of violence. We talked about all this, so I don't want to go on that whole thing. Take the course, sign up for the course, the class, encourage the places that you work for to reach out. It's for the faith community. It's for every community. And I'm going to say again, it's for the media as well, and entertainment community.
I'm going to
take the Atlanta Dream, who is our WNBA team, is taking their entire organization through the online experience. They signed up as a part of the 16 to 18 hour, what we now call masterclass. So let's do this thing. It's important to this mindset. So that's what I was going to say. How do we get there? And I'm just going to selfishly say that we get there through the nonviolence training. It helps to recondition your thinking.
Yeah.
I've seen just in the last 10 years, for me being the CEO of the King Center, how my thinking has transformed. I'm at a totally different place than I was when I walked in the door in this position because of the nonviolence education and training. And I don't just talk about this stuff. We took our entire team through the online 16 to 18 hour experience. It's now required as you work for the King Center. I did it. I didn't say, well, I'm Dr. King's daughter. I'm the CEO. Or I helped to work with the group who pulled it together and review everything. So I don't have to do it. No, I did it. And I go back through sections because I'm constantly learning because my emotions are tied up like yours are in this life. And sometimes when I go back, it resets me. It recalibrates me so that I can approach things from the right perspective. And I want everybody to know we're not trying to excuse injustice, inequity. I'm just saying we ain't going to be able to kill off, destroy enough people to stop evil and injustice and inequity, because those things are ever present with us in every generation. For some reason, those things find hosts in people, and you don't know who the people are that are going to be the next hosts. So if you spend all your energy and effort trying to do that, and it's like you're exasperated. It's like, I got to do another. I got to keep doing some more. But if we would just put the persistent effort into seeing nonviolence as a daily practice, because that's what happened. We lost what was happening during that movement, where there were a collection of people who were living this stuff daily. And now we don't have enough of that in a collective sense. Yeah, the people kind of independently in different places, but in a collective sense, if we can start just saying, okay, this is our daily living, this is the way we're going to deal with injustice, this is the way we're going to correct, these policies that have been damaging and harmful to so many groups of people. I think we can see the kind of progress we ain't seen in a long time.
I agree, Dr. King. What you're just saying, it makes me think about a quote that I read often from your dad, where he's talking about what this nation did to indigenous people, or what European settlers did to indigenous people. And his language, he says, our nation was born in genocide when we, and I had to read it a few times when I first read it over a decade ago. I said, the man said when we, and he wasn't even born yet.
You're right.
He wasn't here. But I think his use of the our and the we is trying to indicate to us that humanity is in a conundrum altogether. And if we don't work together to get rid of it, there's no need in saying, well, we weren't there, we didn't do that. The question is, now that we are here, what are we going to do? I think this summit has brought people together to say, now that we are here, what are we going? That's sometimes what people say. I didn't do racism. I didn't bring slavery here. But now that we are here, what are we going to do as we look forward? close out this summit and look forward. We just talked in the last panel about what we can do going forward, but I do want to just raise to the attention of the viewers, because this summit wasn't about bringing people together to say they are doing this. It was centered on, it starts with me. I need to change my mindset. And then when I cultivate a beloved community mindset and supplant those things that I was conditioned to think with things that help us move forward, I can contribute to transforming unjust systems. What can people do individually out there? You talked about the reconditioning, the nonviolence, and we can talk more about what that does. But you often talk about, and we mentioned it a bit yesterday, but just to close out, encouraging people to shift their input and their output, to value our minds enough not to put some things in them. You know, I don't know if you heard Kazu yesterday on the panel where we were talking about unlearning, and he mentioned Kazu Hagu, how strange it is that a nation that puts so much violence in seems to be surprised when violence comes out. And I said, wow, because you often talk about how this nation was born, in a sense, in violence.
Yeah, born in violence. And we've never repented from that, and never recognized that probably is the reason why we're seeing, you know, so much of it today. So, you know, it goes back to discipline. You know, if you want to do something well, you have to think about those things that you have to extract from your life and the things you have to begin to include in your life. And, you know, I've often had to do that. For instance, I grew up in a very musical household. I was a DJ at one point. And when I would drive up to the church as a teenager, 16, 17, 18-year-old driving, I would have my music just blasting. They said, that's Bernice.
Coming up to the church.
Coming up to the church. Lord have mercy. As the granddaughter of the pastor, because that was after my father was gone. And then, you know, no. Yeah, I was driving then. He was still living there because he didn't pass until I was 20. So, but my point is that I love all of my music. I still love music. You love music. We know that with all of our trainings and stuff and what you bring to those different training sessions with music. Music is so important. But I finally realized that, you know, some of the stuff that I was consuming was dictating my attitude, my mood, my thinking, you know, and ultimately influencing my behavior. And so I had to make some choices personally, you know, as to how much of that consumption I was going to take in. And it's particularly important for young people because their minds are so pliable and they don't yet have the full capacity to morally distinguish things that are coming into their ears and their eyes until about 25, 26 years of old. That is scientific. I mean, you don't have to argue with me or try to prove a point to me. Just look that up. We're not morally fully developed until, you know, around mid-20s to the 30s. And so you have to be careful what you take in on a daily basis, and decide what's better to take in, you know, on a daily basis. That's the way we make these kind of shifts. I used to love action movies. I mean, love them. This doesn't mean that I don't like them or for time to time look at them, but I mean, I was taking them in. You know, but I noticed that because I have easy triggers, anger is an emotion in me that can get out of control. I can lose it and end up in a rage fit. So I have to be careful of what I put in that could trigger and unearth all of that stuff. And you have to know that about yourself so that you can feed yourself the right things and you can have the right kind of thinking. So now, you know, I make sure that I lessen things like that and that I take in more of the things that I want to feed the kind of thinking that I want so that I can be a vessel to help transform injustice. Because what I don't want to do is to get my emotions all tangled up in this stuff. And I get so combative and enraged and emotional, and then it wears on my physical body, you know, and I'm no good to be able to be in a position to adequately speak a truth and strategize? Am I thinking about
Mm-hmm.
what are the best ways for us to transform these unjust systems? You know, what kind of action do we have to put together when it's necessary for direct action at the time? You know, having the right kind of posture so that I can be available in times where if I have to go in to negotiate before there is, you know, any kind of direct action. All of that's a part of your vessel has to be prepped and ready. So, you know, this thinking is so critical. And having conversations with people that are like that, who understand we live in a global society where we're so interconnected, you know, that we are a part of each other, that, you know, we are humanity, we're a human family, you know, that it is some value to thinking about other people, not to your total detriment, but to expand your circle to say, this is not just about me, it's also about my brother and sister. And I want to do this to make sure that they also have the benefit of some of the things that I have the benefit of. So yeah, it's all of that. You know, it's creating an environment to re-educate your whole way of thinking and orientation.
We've been very intentional in this summit with language, from developing the titles to the theme for King Holiday. And when I started working at the King Center, one of the sessions that I shared with you was something I was doing on the language of the beloved community. And I think that's still important, because when we talk about mindset, our mindset is reflected in our language. When you hear the language of today, and as we close this summit, what's the language shift that's needed? The way we're talking to each other. How can we call each other up versus continuing to call each other out and, in a real sense, shut each other up so that we can't have valuable conversations?
This may sound ridiculous to some people, but when people are saying stuff that's just disgusting and hurtful and harmful, you have to find a way to focus your attention just on that alone and not that person. And I know that's hard because it's coming through a human vessel. But believe it or not, that reason of making that person the target is ineffective is because there are others just like that. I mean, and again, it's about being wise with your energy. Your energy is to attack the mindset, the thinking that eventually comes out in some people with behavior. And then you have to deal with that in the best way possible with strategy and campaign. If it's individual to individual, there are ways to deal with that too. Sometimes you got to disarm people. You know, I learned through a person that, you know, I've had a lot of conflict with, that there's some people that feed off of that. They love it. They want to be in a fight. And I had to learn that I don't want to be in their energy field. Let them fight by themselves. You know, let them, you know, just be combative, you know, with themselves. And so I had to learn to not even feed that. So we got to grow to the place where we're not so driven by emotion that we can't distinguish between this person just likes to be that way. And so what they're doing is, talking about distraction, they're distracting you into into them, so much so that you can't even deal with the fact that all these other people out here that are watching, listening to whatever is being said, or even what eventually comes in behavior, you know, can't even distinguish clearly or use their energy appropriately to address the injustice, the mean-spiritedness, the whatever, because all of this stuff has been just so combative, you know, so anger for anger, tit for tat, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm like, what are we doing? So it's really about, having an ultimate goal in mind. And that's why we keep rehashing over and over again. We're gonna play this note till it's so much a part of the music that comes out of our world. And I mean literally now in terms of that. Because if we don't have something that people can grab hold of to collectively, we're just kind of scrambling around and doing the best we can do. But I think the beloved community is a universal vision for all people everywhere. And it is necessary for us, if we really want to create inclusive, belonging environments, if we want to create a world where we coexist and not be a participant in co-annihilation, it really is the best way to save our world at this point. If somebody comes up with another solution, I'm open. But this is really grounded in a philosophical way.
It is.
Yes, which is a mindset, a way of thinking that can get us to the best outcome for all of us.
Sure. And perhaps the 6 principles of nonviolence are the mindset that it captures all of it. Those principles capture all of it. As I often share with you, and I think it kind of captures some of what you just said. Nonviolence for me has been a posture. It's that thing that says, no matter what other people do, this is who I am. And it conditions you to do that and to be that. So if someone is saying something hateful, I have to go over and say, no, I'm going to choose love. And I have to condition myself so I don't have to state the principle all the time. I can just start to live it. There's value in that.
And let's emphasize, Dr. West, because we do it all the time. Nonviolence is about heart change, legislative change, because I don't want people to sleep on that, because they think we just over here talking about, we just talking, we having conversations, cute little conversations, about things that we can get to later after the world is better. No, we're talking about some real radical, powerful, courageous, and compassionate, conscientious stuff.
It is. That's very important, Dr. King, because we often, sometimes people say people got to get their hearts right. But what we believe is, and what your parents believe is, while we working on hearts, we still got to get these laws changed. Like, you don't stop the legislative change to work on hearts, not while people are homeless and dying and being discriminated against. What we're talking about is a methodology, a philosophy that helps you at the same time you're changing on the inside, you're helping to change things on the outside. And I often describe it as an inside out thing. Nonviolence is inside out. It doesn't mean I stop trying to petition and get some policies changed because I'm working on myself. It means at the same time that I'm unsatisfied with injustice, I'm unsatisfied with things in me too. And I have to work them. Because as Dr. King said, a law might not make a man love me, but it'll stop him from lynching me. So
exactly.
Exactly. Work on things at the same time.
And also for people to understand, which is one of the biggest things we always miss, stop focusing on who can't, who won't, who hasn't. Focus on who will, possibly will, who can, and who does. And what I mean by that is we get so blindsided by, oh, it ain't working, they ain't listening. First of all, there is a group listening. There is a group of people watching. And there's a group of people that's modeling and looking how to connect. And so if you get so bogged down with the ones that's so wrong, the ones that's so mean-spirited, the ones that are doing all the injustice, you'll miss all the other people who are like standing there with their hands out, their hearts open, their minds, prepped, and miss them. We can't miss all those people. We got to win more and more adherence to what it is that we're trying to do. We got to make sure that we get more people aligned with what's just and right, and stop dismissing, because sometimes we dismiss people who might be in the midst of a breakdown, who might be just everything has hit head in their life because of all of the evilness and mean-spiritedness that they've been exposed to. And they might be at a moment, and we don't know it, even in their acting crazy. It's like that person, and I'm going to say this again, because I've said it before. Remember that protest that was happening, and this white supremacist person, this person who's a part of one of those kind of groups, landed in the area where there were all these other protesters for justice. Yeah. And the person just said to the person out of their mouth, "Why do you hate me?" And the person was like, "I don't know."
Right.
It was probably a reckoning moment for that person. So that's why you just can't. I get protecting your ears, protecting your eyes, protecting your emotions, because some people are so hostile and mean-spirited that you do have to kind of put a distance to them. But in putting your distance, I'm going to ask you to pray for those people if you're praying people, because even though you didn't reach them or can't reach them, it doesn't mean that somebody else can't reach them. There's some people that have the gift of reaching people in those worlds, in those areas. And we should have the heart and the spirit to not want anybody to fall victim to evilness and in being unjust, and not thinking in a fair way. Daddy said it, we're all victims. You know why? Because those people one day were little seeds, and they ended up being planted in their mother's wombs. They ended up getting to earth as little babies. They weren't always that way. They're these grown people now. So don't just throw them away and dispose of them. But if you have to protect yourself because it's dangerous, it's emitting, it's causing you to act crazy and foolish, I get that. But let your heart posture at least be, that's the thinking. I'm praying for that person that one day they will be transformed, even if they're not getting what we're saying right now. And pray for the right person.
Everyone. We're closing out this summit with a prayer meeting.
Yeah, we are. And let me just thank everybody who brought all of this together. Thank you to Dr. West. You've been with us for many years, and thank you for your gift, your time, your sacrifice and focus and seriousness to this work. I want to thank Mike Lewis, who's been the producer behind the scenes to make sure that we are able to see all of this today in the world and represent it even to the world, him and all of his team. I want to thank Roz McGinnis, who was the event coordinator for pulling all of the pieces together with, the guests and working with you, Dr. West, the content and everything. I want to thank the special events team at the King Center who worked in the background with Roz with some pieces to this. I want to thank Benita Hampton-Smith, the COO of the King Center, who's been working diligently behind the scenes, in ways that you can't even imagine, that helps to undergird what we're doing through this Beloved Community Summit. I want to thank all of our partners, the Center for Civil and Human Rights, the Carter Center, and all of those organizations that came by way of our participants. Thank you all for participating in this summit and giving valuable information and nuggets, and for the work that you're doing, because it's because of what you are doing that our world is not in worse condition than it is. And so thank each and every one of our participants. And certainly we want to thank Delta Airlines, JP Morgan Chase, and Papa John's for their sponsorship of this Beloved Community Summit. And I want to thank all of the King Center staff and team. And if I missed anybody else, I thank you too. Thank you for listening. Thank you for engaging. Thank you for daring to take what we have said today and beginning the process of working on you. And as you work on you, simultaneously allowing the new you to help us transform these unjust systems, and remembering that we have to do it collectively, coordinated. So wherever you are in your various communities, help get them together. We got to do this stuff together, y'all. because there's a lot of work to do to create a just, humane, equitable, and peaceful world, the beloved community where injustice ceases and love prevails.
Thank you, Dr. King. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Listen, this summit will be on YouTube, probably, to infinity and beyond. Please revisit. We're going to cut up the panels into different segments. We will continue to come back to these topics and to study and to talk with you. And we want to invite you to continue to engage. And let's just not leave it here, as Dr. King just shared. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Share this broadcast. Invite people to courageous conversations. Pay attention to our beloved community talks. We have one coming up on January 31st that continues our conversation on the relationship between Black and Jewish communities. How can we work together? We want to invite you to view our commemorative service, our Martin Luther King Jr. Day Beloved Community Commemorative Service on Monday at 10 a.m. It'll be streaming on Fox 5 News and at thekingcenter.org. We want to invite you to view the streaming of our Beloved Community Awards Monday at 5:30 p.m. We want to invite you to continue to be a part of what we're doing at the King Center to study nonviolence without that hyphen, so that we can learn to live together. We can learn to implement policies that are courageous, that are love-centered. We can learn to have higher discourse, and we can learn how to engage our families. We can learn how to engage our communities, our schools, with love and with kindness. We're going to continue. We're keeping this going. And these three things that we ask you to do, we want to leave you with those three commitments we want you to make. We want you to commit to a beloved community mindset, to commit to broadening your loyalty, so we're not just nation-centered or centered on our own families or people who look like us. And the third thing, commit to organizing into partnership. We'll get back with you as the King Center on all of those. On behalf of Dr. Bernice A. King, thank you for being a part of viewing, being panelists for, moderators for this 2023 Beloved Community Global Summit.
Nonviolence is the answer to the crucial political and moral questions of our time. The need for man to overcome oppression and violence without resorting to violence and oppression. Man must evolve for all human conflict a method which rejects revenge, aggression, and retaliation. The foundation of such a method is love.
Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. changed the world when he demonstrated what could be achieved through nonviolence. Now, you can learn how to live and practice this philosophy yourself through Nonviolence 365 Online, an innovative digital experience developed by the Martin Luther King Jr. Center for Nonviolent Social Change. Nonviolence 365 Online features extensive video interviews with real nonviolence practitioners, including the King Center CEO, Dr. Bernice A. King, King Center certified instructors and trainers, and veterans of the civil rights movement. Explorations of the historic campaigns that helped Dr. King forge his philosophy. Immersive, annotated reading experiences that enhance Dr. King's most influential writings on nonviolence. Custom activities, including quizzes and interactive scenarios to help you practice along the way. Real-world exercises to help you start applying nonviolence in your daily life. Nonviolence 365 is a love-centered way of thinking, speaking, engaging, and acting that leads to personal, cultural, and societal transformation. It isn't just a concept for philosophers or political leaders. Nonviolence 365 is a powerful, practical approach to dealing with conflict and dismantling injustice. Whether it's in your personal life, in your school or workplace, your local community, or a national movement. Dr. King, Mrs. Coretta Scott King, and many others sought to create the beloved community, a society built on global cooperation and equity. This wasn't a lofty utopian dream. It's a realistic and achievable goal because each and every one of us has the power to make it happen by committing to nonviolence as a way of life. Take the first step today with Nonviolence 365 Online.